Können Sie mich sehen und hören?
Ja, wir können Sie sehen und Sie hören. Wir warten noch ganz kurz auf ein paar Gäste und beginnen so in ungefähr 5 Minuten.
One, two, 1, 2. We're starting, we're getting ready. Please take a seat. So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Berlin. My name is Daria Alusi and I'm the program director at United Europe. I'm delighted to welcome you here today for our EU-Africa Advocacy Seminar with the title Africa and Europe, a Strategic Partnership at Last. This two-day seminar promises engaging presentation of academia, private and public sector, and is moderated by Professor Andreas Freitag from the University of Jena, sitting right here, and Professor Helmut Asche from the University of Mainz, two thought-leading figures on the Africa topic and regular contributors to public discourse and German media. We are thankful to have acquired such prestigious collaborators for this seminar, and we look forward to the presentations by representatives from the German African Business Association, the Bundesverband der Deutschen Industrie, the BDI, die Gesellschaft für internationale Zusammenarbeit, the GIZ, the German Association of the Automotive Industry, the WDR, and Siemens Energy. But before I hand it over to our first keynote speaker, I would like to say a few words about United Europe. United Europe is a non-profit association, and we're exclusively financed by donations and membership fees. Our mission is to drive forward a cross-border collaborations between EU policymakers, individuals, business, academia, and especially the young Europeans. Please consider becoming a member. We have a few members here in the room today, and we would like you to join the group and to join United Europe, so we are able to drive forward our ambitious agenda of making Europe more united. And now, with no further ado, I would like to introduce our first keynote speaker, Hildegard Bentley. She's a member of the European Parliament, and she will give a keynote on the current climate and illuminate us on the potential of the Africa-EU partnership on the heels of the European Union and African Union Summit, which took place in February this year.
Thank you very much for this very kind introduction and a warm welcome here from Brussels to Berlin. I'm very unfortunate not to be here. It's my constituency. I'm elected in Berlin, but today we still have work in Brussels. So I will have to chair a workshop today. So I have to stay here for this morning. But I'm glad to be with you. Maybe some words of introduction to myself that might be interesting, since we deal with young professionals. And I'm, of course, also ready to ask any questions about career path and so on. I'm 46 years old, I'm married, I have 2 children. I studied in Heidelberg, Paris, Brussels, and Berlin, international politics, and joined the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. So I'm a trained diplomat, but developed my career into politics. I was elected 2011 for the House of Representatives of Berlin, where I was spokesperson for education for 8.5 years. And in 2019, I was elected to the European Parliament, and I'm a member there of the Committee of Development. And I think this is where we meet today, and this is where we discuss issues today. But I'm also a full member of the Committee for Environment and of the Committee for Energy. So, and my intention was always to bring together these different issues of development cooperation. We do not call it development cooperation anymore. We call it international partnerships. And I think this is also more in the way United Europe would like to look at these issues. And of course, I'm focusing on the green transition and also on energy cooperation. So this is a little bit some words on my background. And if you have questions in general on the European Parliament and so on, I'm of course also ready to ask these questions. But now we come to our issue of today. As you pointed it out, what is this new EU-Africa partnership, what we talk about for the last 2-3 years, and especially since this term of the Ursula von der Leyen Commission. Ursula von der Leyen was very specific at the beginning of her mandate, and she said she wants this commission to be a geopolitical commission. That means that Europe wants to position itself amongst other key global players as Africa, as China, as the United States, as Russia, and so on. So that means a little bit of more geopolitical consciousness than ever before, not so much inward looking, but much more outward looking. Ursula von der Leyen made her first visit to Addis Ababa already in December 2019, at the very beginning of her mandate. And in February 2020, she again visited Addis Ababa with 22 commissioners. So almost the whole college went to Africa. And this showed the importance Africa was given by Ursula von der Leyen at the very beginning of her mandate. You know what happened after the pandemic became really strong from 2020 on, so which of course impacted a lot on the work of the Commission, of the Parliament, of the European Union as such. We all went into the digital mode, so personal encounters were not possible anymore, which was of course unfortunate, because we were about also in the Parliament to elaborate a comprehensive strategy with Africa. We did it nevertheless, but of course what was lacking, and this is what I regret a lot, were meetings in person with African counterparts. We did it on a rudimentary basis, but I think that that should be done much differently the next time we make such an exercise. Everybody was waiting for the EU-Africa summit to take place. It was postponed several times. And finally, it took place in February 2022 in Brussels, with the strategy of the Commission in place, and also with the strategy of the European Parliament in place, with the one key message, which was we want to have a partnership of equals. We want to escape the donor-recipient relationship. We see new chances for collaboration, and we want to base it on common interests, but also on our individual interests. So, I mean, we should not hide behind our interests. We should speak out very clearly about them and then find a common ground for cooperation. So this was a little bit of background. So a lot of goodwill from the side of the European Commission, from the European Parliament, technically difficult circumstances with regard to the pandemic and with regard to meetings with African partners. And then a summit which came pretty late after 5 years. Usually it takes place every 3 years. Now it was after a delay of 5 years. But it took place in Brussels, and it was attended, the attendance was very good. We had 40 heads of states participated in Brussels, and the Commission rolled out its new program, its key feature new project, which is called Global Gateway. I said it's a new project. I would say it has a new name and it has a new focus, but I have to point out as a lawmaker and as a parliamentarian who's in charge of the budget also that there's not a lot of new money into this project, but nevertheless, there's a new focus, because the Commission and the EU realized that there's a lot of competition on the African continent with regard to China. Of course, we have a lot of intervention with regard military intervention with regard to Russia and other players. So it was very clear that the EU had to profile itself much better, also with regard to bigger projects, also with regard to infrastructure projects, also with regard to transition projects in the field of energy, but also with regard to digital not transformation, but digital infrastructure. So the idea was to give it a different aspect, and also to mainly recur to the private sector. This was also one, I think, is one of the major changes, that also this Commission finally, and even a commissioner who comes from the Social Democrats, really focuses now on the private sector, because it is very clear that a partnership on equal footing has to be based on a healthy economy, on good economic ties, and on, of course, decent and sustainable jobs. So this was the new background. So go for bigger projects, go for the private sector, make available a big amount of money, which has to be leveraged by the private sector, to understand the competition on the African continent and to be more vocal about our interests. This is how I would point out a little bit the background of this new state of play of the EU-African partnership. Coming to, so I would say there are a lot of challenges, a lot of chances, because we have this new framework, we have a strategy, we have financial instruments in place. We have to fill it now with life and with concrete projects. And we have to follow up on this good intentions, because this is also what happens very often, that you have a summit, you have a lot of rhetorics, and then there's no follow up. And this is what I'm after, and what I'm constantly asking the Commission: what is the follow-up? What are the concrete projects you want to go into? Where do you want to make progress? This is where we stand now, 4 months after the summit. Now we come to the challenges. What became very clear in these conversations up to the summit and also amongst parliamentarians is, of course, that the EU and Africa have different needs and have different goals also, for example, with regard to energy, which was one of a also controversial point on the summit. As you know, the European Commission, with its Green Deal and its very concrete climate ambitions, which are in line with the Paris Agreement to reach the 1.5 degree target. We have committed ourselves to reduce CO2 emissions until 2030 about 55%, and to reach climate neutrality until 2050, which means that we have to transform sectors like our energy production, our transport system, our agriculture. So every sector is taken into consideration and has to show its potential for CO2 reductions. It also concerns, of course, the way how we produce, because we aim at products which last longer, which also give all information about its how they were produced, how much energy has been consumed to produce them. We want them to be repairable. We want them to last longer. So that's a whole shift also with regard to circular economy. We want to establish secondary raw material streams. We are working with quotas for recycled materials. So this is a whole shift, I would say, a whole transformation of our industry and economy, which goes very deep. And as you know, and maybe this will be said later or will be mentioned later in your seminar, also industry is complaining and it says too much, but there is a huge agreement in the EU that there is no other way, because we have to be credible towards the next generations, and we have to stick to our goals and we have to implement them. And for this, we also have put forward instruments. You might know one of these instruments. It's the emission trading system, which gives a price to CO2 by establishing a system of certificates which can be bought, which can be traded, but the amount of which will be reduced every year, and also the free allowances which had been given to industry in the past will also be phased out. And we will put new sectors to this emission trading system as aviation, as buildings, and as the transport sector as such. So we increase this instrument, and here we come. Here we come to the question about the external dimension of this instrument. Because, of course, if we give a price to CO2 for our products, we cannot allow the products which are produced with much higher CO2 emissions come on the European market. So we are also discussing a carbon border mechanism, which might put a CO2 price on products which are being imported to the EU at EU borders. And this, of course, impacts a lot also on Africa, I would say. So these higher requirements for products, this CO2 price system. So these are all developments which are ongoing, and we have to discuss with our African partners, because what we want is to increase the trade between Africa and the EU. But we have to have a very honest and serious dialogue about our CO2 emissions, about CO2 reductions, and about the kind of products we want our consumers to consume. So this is a development inside the European Union. On the other side, in Africa, we of course understand that there's a huge need for economic development, also with regard to the energy sector. And here we have the first controversy, I would say, because as you know, the EU is trying to phase out fossil fuels. Fossil fuels are abundant in Africa. And of course, our African partners demand to develop these fossil fuels. And for us, so we come from different angles. And this was one of the points where no agreement could be reached on the summit. So will the EU help Africa to exploit and to develop these fossil fuels? I think things have changed a little bit, because the summit took place in February 2022. And you know also that in 2024, Russia invaded Ukraine. And from this moment on, our energy supply in Europe, we had to think completely differently about our energy supply in Europe, which means that Europe also needs more gas, more energy from abroad. So we tap again on the fossil fuels, which we wanted to fade out or have them only for a transition period. Everything has to be recalculated. So this might be new ground also for new talks with Africans. So these talks might be different now in June than they used to be in February. So I expect that the EU is less rigid on these requirements not to develop fossil fuels, because it's in the interest of the EU too, but it's also in the interest. And I think we have to do things in parallel to develop renewable energy sources, which are also, of course, abundant in Africa. And also to mention one issue which is very important to me, the development of hydrogen, because this is the way how we want to decarbonize our industry, because currently most of the hydrogen used in Europe is produced from natural gas. And of course, we want to switch or replace this natural gas by green hydrogen. And I and many of my colleagues are very much aware that we will never produce enough green electricity in Europe to generate this huge amount of hydrogen we will need to decarbonize our industry. So it's a very logical step to look abroad. Where are the regions, where are the partners who can produce cheaper and much more hydrogen than we need in Europe. And here, of course, Africa comes again into the discussion. And I'm very glad to see that many partnerships, many collaborations are taking up currently together with African partners. So Africa also can start its renewable energy production, clean energy production for export, but of course for itself, because green electricity always needs the deployment and the expansion of renewable energy. So there will be room for cooperation between the EU and Africa to provide technical assistance, to help with regulatory frameworks, to help also with technology transfer, but also to have new partners with regard to energy deliveries. So I think there are a lot of chances for the future, but we have to calculate and a little bit readjust the situation from the beginning of the year compared to now. But I don't want to talk only about energy. Also, we have to see, of course, the broader picture. It's of course clear that there was a lot of, how would I put it, misunderstandings, or a lot of our African partners were not really happy with regard to the vaccine production, with regard to the supply of vaccines all over the place. But we have to say that Europe always exported vaccines differently than other players like the US. But of course, there was the feeling that Africa was put at second place, and also the questions of opening our patents to give a patent waiver still looms in a discussion between the EU and Africa. And also with regard to climate, it's of course clear that industrialized countries committed in Paris to provide every year 100 billion euros for climate adaptation, for damage and loss to developing countries. And this money is not yet on the table, but it's not. That's not a question of the EU. EU has delivered. We have put forward 25 billion euros plus another 4 billion euros in Glasgow. So we committed, or we fulfilled our promises. But in total, the West, or the industrialized world, has not delivered. And I think this is what I hear in many discussions with our African partners, that this is still, of course, an issue which is not cleared out, which is not fair, and where we have to deliver, and the sooner the better. Maybe a last point when it comes to supply chains. I think there's also, we know the story that Africa is an exporter of raw materials, not so much of processed goods, which is of course a problem. But we have seen in Europe, as a result of the pandemic, that our supply chains are also very fragile. But not maybe so much with Africa, but with regard to China, that we are extremely dependent on some critical raw materials we need for the green and digital transition, and that we have to check our supply chain. So I think in this regard, we have common ground with our African partners. So we look into the whole supply chain and the whole value chain. We look into the processes of processing goods, and I think there are new opportunities in this regard to come together to source raw materials more sustainable way, but also to think about processing things together, and to go through the whole value chain together, and not to leave so much space for other actors who are maybe less trustworthy and are maybe not so good partners, neither to the EU nor to Africa. So this would be from my side as a first take of the current state of play between the EU and Africa. So I'm of course glad to answer questions and hear about you. If you introduce yourself, that I know a little bit about your background, because I always use these opportunities to learn also, and get new ideas. So I switch myself off for a second.
Thank you very much, Frau Bentley. Who would like to go first with a question? Everyone has a microphone on his desk, and you can just make yourself heard by pressing the button. It's an interactive seminar, so you guys are also asked to contribute. Please. Anyone with a question? Yeah. Nobody wants to ask a question?
Then we ask the professors maybe to ask questions.
Yeah, we will. But we have one. Dinant, please.
Yeah, I think it works. Dinant Rankier, I'm a civil servant at the Dutch Ministry of Economic Affairs and Climate Policy, obviously speaking on my own account, but I think that's obvious. Thank you very much for your keynote. I think it was very insightful. I do have a question about the carbon border adjustment mechanism. I think it's a bit of the talk of the town currently. It has some geopolitical implications, and one of the discussions which is being heard is what should be done with the revenues of this carbon border adjustment mechanism. Should it be used to green Europe, or should it be used to green the countries which pay the levies on their exports to Russia, of the exports to Europe? What's your view on this? What's your take on this?
Yeah, that's the very current the current situation. I think this the concept of this carbon border mechanism is a very new one, and I think nobody knows exactly how it's going to work. We have to implement it at the end of the 20s. So, but the idea is, of course, and this also applies from the revenues of the ETS, of the European trading emission trading system, to channel them back to have money available for the transition, because the transition is very costly. So the idea is to bring these revenues back to the companies involved, into modernization, innovation funds, but also to the private consumers, which might be most vulnerable, and also to the regions which have to face a transition, for example, the coal regions and so on. So the idea is, first of all, to use it as much as I know, as far as I know, to use it in the European Union. But as I said, I think the EU is very much aware that we cannot, reach our Paris goals alone, and the EU has a certain amount of emissions globally. But if we do not collaborate, and if we do not help our partners to go forward, then things will be much more difficult. But then it's not Africa who's in the focus, but it's China who's in the focus to come up with more action. So, and we would certainly not channel money to China. But I would not exclude that some percentages of this amount of the carbon border mechanism might go into international cooperation.
Thank you very much. Anyone else who has a question? Karl, please.
Yes, thank you. So this is Carlos Neumann from Berlin. I do have a question that is regarding the sort of political cohesion inside the European Union. So if you think a couple of years ahead, and then think of all these measures to take effect, so that the European Union actually starts to get greener by whatever means that would take. So my question is, obviously there are countries in the European Union that are much better prepared to perform this green transition, and there are other countries that are less well prepared. Let's put it like this. So. Is there, what's your take on keeping political cohesion while doing this green transformation, and taking care of not creating advantages for some countries and disadvantages for some other countries economically?
Okay, this is more a question to the internal situation. Yeah, that's a very good question, but I would say from the discussions in the European Parliament that there is really a strong will to comply with our commitments. I mean, we committed ourselves, and we have a climate law, and this is legally binding. So we understand that we have to meet the ambitions now. And 55, a lot of climate activists say this is not enough. So 55 is the least, and it's also said we have to reach at least 55%. So I think everybody understood, and this has changed a lot, I think, from 2019 or maybe from the last term. There is no more question that we have to combat climate change. And this is true for Western, Eastern, Southern, Northern Europe. But there is, of course, an understanding and awareness that for some countries it's more difficult. But this is always as it used to be. there are structural funds, there are regional funds, so it's very clear that we need to practice solidarity and help those who are not yet that advanced. If you look to the Nordic countries, they have much higher ambitions and they're much more advanced, but they started much earlier. So it's clear that our efforts would go into more in the southern and in the eastern regions to help. But as I said, I mean, we also understand that Europe cannot do this alone. We need international partners, and we have to work with this in this regard together, because there's just not enough surface for renewable energy. This applies maybe to Germany, this applies to other countries. So, but we see a lot of potential. Each country is different. So each country has to exploit its full potential. And I think the EU is very creative. We are very innovative. And I think that's the narrative. And this is where a lot of colleagues also jump on. We can be the leaders in this transition if we bring together the smartest brains, if we set the good framework in terms of regulation, if we are inventive, as I said, with the emission trading system, which can be extended to a global emission trading system. And I was it was a very interesting experience for me in Glasgow to listen to the Chinese delegation. They spent 2 hours with us, and they were extremely interested to see and ask how this emission trading system can be expanded globally. So I think there's also there's so many opportunities and chances in this transition that we just made up our mind that we would rather look at the chances than at the changes. But of course, and I do not want to hide, because this was one of the last votes we had in the European Parliament with regard to the automotive industry, which is very strong in Germany, which is the backbone of our industry. If you decide that the CO2 emissions of cars need to be zero in 2035, that means a huge transformation of our industry, and this means also maybe not so much of the big manufacturers, but of the small suppliers in rural areas, that they might disappear. We need much less workforce for producing electric cars. So this means a lot of change, but also at the same moment, it also means in other industries, as I said, in the recycling industry, new opportunities. But it is a shift, it is a transformation. It has to be. We need assistance and support, but we also are going to establish a social climate fund, which also will channel revenues, not revenues, but taxpayers' money for these purposes. And also the Youth Recovery Fund, which we put forward to combat the consequences of the pandemic. 40% of this financial means will go into the green transition. So we have money available. And in addition, we want to channel more money into this direction. You heard about the taxonomy. The EU is working on establishing a regulatory framework for sustainable investments. So of course, we also want to channel private money into these areas. There is a lot of money available, but we have to channel all this money into the right direction to help the industry with this kind of transition, because assistance will be needed for a while. For example, with regard to hydrogen, we need to establish carbon contracts for difference at the beginning, just to scale up this industry, and then to have this kind of new industry, which will hopefully then be more clean and more sustainable, and bring us the technological leadership we have currently, but which is of course challenged constantly.
Thank you very much. That is indeed quite hopeful. We have time for another 2 questions. Hazem, please.
Hello, good morning. My name is Hazem Abdelkhali. I'm from Egypt, but I've lived in Germany and worked for 7 years now. I am an energy researcher at the Fraunhofer Institute for Energy Infrastructures and Geothermal Systems. And my question would also go to the energy sector. You've talked about the support from the EU side to the AU side when it comes to development of fossil fuel capacities. And the tricky part here is always that the West in general and the EU has already used their fossil fuels to really power their development in the past decades. And I'm wondering how this was taken into consideration in such discussions, if it was taken or not, and how was it taken? Thank you.
Yeah, as I said, I mean, these are the questions or the discussions we need to be honest. And this is actually what is very often stated by the African side. You know, you use your natural resources to power your industrialization, and why are we not allowed to do the same thing? It's absolutely justified, but I mean, we live on the same planet, and I think we are all aware if Africa or the rest of the world is going the same path of industrialization as Europe does, will not have a livable planet anymore for the next generation. So what is the way out? The way out is to be smarter and to do, as I said, things in parallel. I'm one of those who would never say you are not allowed to use your fossil energy. So, but let's do it in a smart way. I mean, you're from Morocco, but you know that energy is used not in a very efficient way very often in Africa. And I think there are many improvements can be made because we still also need our gas plants in Europe. We're going to use them for a while still, for the next 20 years. So this technology is there, but we should share it. And at the same moment, we should make use of the possibilities of renewable energy. I mean, it's so abundant, and Africa, also North Africa, can be a huge exporter of clean energy. So why not jump on? I mean, this would not just for export, but also for, of course, internal usage. So why not to imagine this world being powered by renewable energy? And also with regard to the costs, nowadays the costs of fossil fuels and renewable energy renewables are cheaper. And as you said, they will be exploited. Fossil fuels will be exploited. Are limited. So why not better prepare for the future with those energies which are unlimited, like wind and solar, hydro, and so on. So I think it's just, I mean, Africa has so many chances to do it better and smarter than we did. And we have a common interest, not an interest. I think we have no other chance. And we committed ourselves in Paris to do it differently. I said that the EU, the Western world committed a huge amount of money, and this money has to be put on the table. I'm very clear about that. But I said also it's not the EU who was not loyal to this commitment. These are other partners, but we need to be, of course, responsible. And if we are not credible in this regard, the talks with our African partners are, of course, difficult. And I fully understand this. But I nevertheless would rather think about the chances and about the new technologies and the climate-friendly technologies, and then, if necessary, need the natural or the fossil fuels in a very efficient and modern way.
Thank you very much. We have 2 more, 3, or now everyone is waking up, and but I let Professor Freitag go first.
Yes, thank you very much. I would like to pick up one of your first remarks that the summit was under the motto partnership of equals. And I'm very happy that this is acknowledged, although I find, and you probably will agree, that it is almost embarrassing that we have to emphasize it. So, but has this, say, paradigm reached everyone? I will tell you a little anecdote. I was member of the team that prepared the SIA for the EU ESA 5 FTA in last 2 years. And on one of the meetings, an EU official said, well, we had the last negotiation round, and I can tell you, I'm very proud of my African partners. They were well prepared. And I felt a bit embarrassed, I have to say. And my take is that the mindset of most people in Europe is not as far developed as this phrase partnership of equals would suggest. Or do you see hope that this is slightly improving?
I can imagine this kind of conversations that they took place. But I again would point out that the world has changed since February 24th. And we became aware that we are dependent and that we have to replace Russian oil and gas with other partners. And I think in this regard, Africa can offer something. So, so the dependencies are changing a little bit. And as I said, we need Africa for with regard to hydrogen, exports of renewable energy. So I think this kind of relationship gets more balanced than it used to be in the past. So I think there's the real chance to be more balanced. But as I said, I mean, we are. I mentioned this dialogue we are having about the transition of our economy, and in my talks with many Africans, and this was only recently in Berlin. The need to combat climate change is not shared all over the place in Africa. I mean, at least maybe with the elites, but I heard very often also from female politicians, we need to do more about education. We need to teach people what it is all about and how urgent it is. And so I think there is still a way to go. But what I see on the other side, because you said Africans were well prepared, I mean, I'm always absolutely amazed with how much energy and entrepreneurship, our African partners tackle certain issues. They just start a business, they implement things, they are full of ideas. And in Europe, everybody is putting first, this cannot be, there's a problem, so and so on. I mean, I see so much speed and energy and creative ideas on the side of our African partners that we really can profit from each other. I mean, I would still underline, we are different. As I said, we do not have constantly the same interests. I mean, we are equals in terms of dignity and so on, but of course we are richer and of course infrastructure is better, our life expectancies are better, and so we have access to energy all over the place. So there are of course differences in terms of development, but I would say with regard to the future proof, I think Africa can be very future proof, and the EU is maybe not future proof at all. So I would completely put it on. I would not talk like this bureaucrats. I would really, I would just point out, this energy and these chances and this enthusiasm and the problem solving aspects of our partnership. And I just recently, last week, we talked about the Commission published a communication on legal migration, which I fully underline, where we want to establish talent pools, talent partnerships, which should make it much easier also to have mobility between our continents, because I think this is also lacking a lot. We do not have a real mobility of workforce, of ideas, of cooperation, of universities, and so on. So this would be my focus, and of course there might be some old thinking in the corridors of Charlemagne. This might be the case, but from my personal encounters and from I would not underline this. But I have to say one thing: there was frustration amongst us parliamentarians with regard again to Russia, because we saw that quite a number of African continents were not in favor to exclude Russia from the Human Rights Council, and were not in favor to condemn the invasion to Ukraine. So on the value side, we had to breathe deeply. But okay, I mean, this also a good relationship has to stand, but there was quite some frustration amongst my colleagues in the European Parliament that we could not come to a common ground with regard to this event.
Thank you very much. We have 4 more questions and 10 minutes. Professor Asche, you want?
I'm sorry, but I really have to leave at 9:55 because I have to run then to.
Only 5 minutes. Okay, then really
until 9:55 I can be with you. Yeah.
Okay, another 5 minutes of really short questions and short answers.
Okay, thanks also from my end for your frank statement, Ms. Bentley. I would briefly come back to the question of my colleague Andreas already, because it's kind of the overarching topic of the seminar. You mentioned actually this nominal change from development cooperation to international partnership. Briefly, does anything institutional or procedural correspond to this nominal shift, or is it a relabeling? Feel allowed also to reply with a simple no, if that fits. Second question, did agriculture feature among the controversial topics in any regard during the summit?
I think not a lot. I mean, if you give a new name, and it's very important, development cooperation is not appropriate anymore. I would say we do not. I mean, we cooperate on as partners, and it's international partnerships. That's very good, and I think it's the mind setting behind, and this is a good one. Institutionally, nothing has changed, of course. I mean, I didn't mention the big global gateway project, which also includes a more coherent approach from the European side, with its Team Europe partnerships. I think I see potential there. I see a lot of efforts from the Commission to really bring member states on board and to be more coherent. I think there is a change in this regard. There are real efforts to make Europe more visible, because we just see that we will lose ground if we are not visible and if we do not appear with bigger projects and more impact. So in this regard, yeah, I see a change, but not institutionally, but from the mindset. The second question was agriculture. Yeah, this is, of course, no, it was not controversial, but it was also not very high on the agenda. Again, huge change since February 24th. Again, we have the food issue on the agenda, which we want to overcome, and this, you know, throws us back to the old behavior that we have to provide food, that we have to provide wheat to the African continent. So this is a very donor-recipient situation. And of course, also it's extremely frustrating that we have not made enough progress that African countries can feed themselves. So I mean, that's a very unfortunate situation. And I do not see, unfortunately, I'm not an agricultural expert, but I'm really frustrated not to see new solutions, that we are still talking about the same problems, dealing with the same issues. I hope that there will be some change. I'm a supporter of also technological revolutions or technological possibilities which are possible in the field of agriculture, and we should, you know, really be more open to this kind of questions than we used to be in the past. But I cannot tell you anything about the discussions with African partners, because I'm not an expert on agriculture, unfortunately.
Thank you very much. So quickly, for the last 2 minutes, Lukas and Marius, who wants to go first? Okay, Marius?
Yeah, then maybe just for the last minute, thanks a lot, Ms. Bentley, for your encouraging keynote. Marius auch my name, working with the VDA, German Association of Automotive Industry. I would be interested how you observe the openness of the African Union and African countries to cooperate with Europe when it comes to maybe also the relations or experiences which they had in the cooperation with China, where many of countries are facing a lot of debts to pay now. So actually, how would you rate the openness to come closer to Europe?
Yeah, we hear very often that African partners saying we'd rather collaborate with you. You are our favorite partner, but the Chinese are faster. They are more flexible. They grant easier money. So that's a critique. But we are, that's what I understood in many of my talks, that if Africans could choose, the Europeans were the preferred partner. But we have to come up with an offer which is also attractive to our African partners, and this is why I think we should speed up. We should simplify our procedures. We could look at what do Chinese good. because I also understand that, our African partners put emphasis on environmental and social standards. I mean, they had this bad experience, as you said, from the Chinese. It always comes with strings attached, and there's always a political dimension with it, which doesn't imply that people are free, that people develop, that people have a better perspective, that that the countries are sovereign. I think Chinese and Africans understand very well, and this is also a big question with regard to the digital transition, because those who put their feet first on the ground, with regard to the digital networks, they influence them. So there's no time to lose for us. There are, I think, a lot of chances if we speed up, if we make good offers to Africans. There, I see a good future for this cooperation. But of course, we cannot combat Chinese anymore, because they're much longer. They are much more anchored already. But we should use the chances which are still there.
Thank you very much, Frau Bentley. We really appreciate that you took the time to talk to us this morning, and thank you so much for your insights. And we hope to see you again soon at United Europe. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Herr Professor Asche, can I pass the mic to you? In order to make a bridge to your next lecture, and we have to wait for the technician to come at 10. Or we can take a question maybe, and then Professor Asche and Freitag could maybe answer. Rasmus, you had a question? Super, okay. Sollen wir noch die Frage? Yeah.
Yeah, good morning. My name is Rasmus Ries. I'm from Berlin as well. So my question to this lady was actually in which geographical regions in Africa they would like to see the operations of the partnerships take place, and what the criteria of choice are to choose these energy projects. Not sure whether you can shed light on that.
I have, Helmut, maybe you start.
Yeah, this is in fact a complicated question. The country choice for energy projects, I think this is an ongoing process, and there are no precise decisions on we focus on this or that country. It is clear that it is considered in European quarters as much as in Germany as an opportunity to put also value to regions like the Sahelian region, where there was not much economic value to put before. So that things change with regard to that sub-region in Africa in particular. But in other respects, obviously, Ms. Bentley correctly mentioned the controversy on support for modern fossil technologies, which concerns, as we all know, in particular also South Africa and other places in sub-Saharan Africa, so just not this region. And then there is an institutional problem that the new post-Cotonou agreement, the new framework agreement, which is so far ready for signature, is separate and considers only sub-Saharan African countries, but not the Northern African countries, which are under a different neighborhood partnership agreement. So the institutional setup for both Northern Africa and sub-Saharan Africa is different, which is, to put it mildly, debatable. So there is a topical issue and an institutional or procedural issue as well, if you like.
Okay, Good morning from my side. I'm Andreas Freitag. I'm a professor of economics at the Friedrich Schiller University in Jena and at the University of Stellenbosch. My subject is trade and development policy, mostly. And Helmut Asche and I have been working together in this field for many years, and you will learn that we almost never agree, but we are good friends, and this, I think, is part of the fun we have when we work together. My job here is to speak a bit about give you an overview about the economic potential of Africa. I have to warn you, Africa is very diverse, and we have a very limited perspective of Africa. What does it? Where do I have to put it? Yeah, it works. I would like to start with the big topics as I have identified them. It's not that everybody would agree on that. But of course, the big issue at the moment is hunger and poverty. It's we discussed it briefly in the last session. There are awful consequences of the corona crisis. And then when everybody was recovering, the war in the Ukraine started. And this is particularly bad for corn importers, and many African countries are net corn importers. So we see some very bad problems coming up. But we also have a bit of a problem with our perception. I think I was making this point already. And before I start, I would like to show you a little video of 3.5 minutes, which shows you how silly these stereotypes may be. Can you show us this video? It's the one at the bottom, yeah.
Here at Africa Corp, we are not just about business. We care about people. It is important to our brand to make sure that we give back to those who are less fortunate than us. When I first heard of Radiate, I didn't know that so many people in Norway were suffering. So today, I'm introducing the board to a new project that I know everyone is going to be excited about. I am very excited. Imagine a world with no sun, with no warmth, without smiles. That is a reality for the people of Norway. I turned the air conditioning on full today. Can you feel it? Yes. That is just a small taste of what they are facing.
Let's just not forget about Brexit. It's affecting the whole Europe. They need us now, more than ever.
And Africa Corp has the technology to make their lives better. That is why we are teaming up with a local charity, Radiate 2.0, by us, Africa Corp, to be the face of our campaign. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome, Breezy. Hey, Breeze, my brother.
I'm pretty sure that flag is from Denmark.
What about powering the heaters? Do they have capacity?
I heard they're running out of oil. It could be a problem.
I'm pretty sure they use hydro. The new radiators will be powered by solar panels, giving them warmth throughout the year.
Even in the dark winters.
As well as making them much greener for the environment.
We should add that to our logo. Climate change is a huge issue right now. We should let people know we are doing our part.
They also have a silence noise filter to deter against predators.
Predators? Like polar bears?
No. They have a problem with wolves now.
Oh, I hear they're roaming the streets and they don't know how to control them.
Really? What about the rain?
Yes, it is as bad as the snow.
We should throw some umbrellas as well.
Most importantly, we have social media pages to show that we are doing our part to stop this epidemic.
It's starting to sound like this is becoming more about us than it is about the Norwegians.
No. We don't do that here.
When do we start?
The radiators are ready for shipping. All we have to do is load them on the plane. Winter is coming. We are going to spread some warmth, spread some smiles, and say yes to Radiate 2.0 by Africa Corp. I think we're going to change a lot of lives. I have a hope that one day no one will be cold in Norway.
Thank you. This is the last of a range of videos, which are all, I find them all quite instructive and also funny at the same time. And it tells me a bit about our stereotypes. It's a group of students from Norway and South Africa who started this, and it's an NGO now, and they have become quite famous, and because they started with a video that mimicked the this concert about Christmas, you know, the song about Christmas. Do they know it's Christmas? It's a 30 years old song. I always found it embarrassing, and they make jokes of it, and I like it a lot, I have to say. So this is our problem in Europe, I think, that we have a very skewed view on Africa. That means that as a consequence, European engagement is too much based on charity and not enough on business. And here we are in the same boat, Helmut and I, we are trying to convince people that business is better than charity. Just in line with what Mrs. Bentley also said. Some problems are that we have still these big men and these tribal politics in some of the countries, but again, it's in some of the countries. Every country is different, like here, even every region is different. And we have many more languages in Africa than we have in Europe. So that means there's also many more cultural heritages to be considered. So on the one hand, and I didn't know how to put it better, we have the leapfrogging. So when I was in Nairobi almost 10 years ago, I was the Stone Age man paying the beer with a $1 note. Everybody else used their telephone. So I was really the one without the new technology. At the same time, we have still regions where modern medicine has almost no chance. And then we have the largest free trade area in the world. That's the African Continental Free Trade Area, which was founded in 2018 and became effective last year. And we still have Africa's very low integration into global value chains. So if you look at the structure of African trade, you see that within trade is manufacturing based, and external trade means almost entirely commodities are exported. So the rest of the world buys African commodities. That's also what we learned in the morning. And within Africa, they sell manufacturing, of which, by the way, a high share is Chinese or of Chinese origin, Chinese investments. So here I see that the West plays a role. When I look at our trade policy, it is still trade policy that is leading African businesses towards selling us commodities and resources. And then when it comes to moving up the value chain, we make it more complicated with sort of, on the one hand, with rules of origin, on the other hand, with, or in the second, with labeling requirements and with tariff escalation. All is difficult and all causes a lot of problems. Yeah. So these are the issues I have identified for myself, and I'm part of many of them we discuss. And if I'm in the next slides, I will touch upon things that we will later speak in more detail about. So let's speak about the regimes. Here you have a world map from Our World in Data, which is a very good website, I think, and it shows you if it's blue, it's a democracy. You see it, and if it's turning red, it's an autocracy. So many countries in Africa are not the full-fledged democracies. Whereas in Europe, we see many countries being democracies. And I just want to point out what we don't have to discuss here what it means in principle or in detail, but it seems to be complicated. And countries face security threats. This is the issue of the next session. And we had, since August 2020, we had 6 coups on the African continent. This year, early this year, I think 3 alone. So we really see much political turmoil on the continent. Next step is to look at GDP. When I say it's a poor continent, I mean relatively in terms of GDP. Here you see the darker it becomes, the higher is the GDP per capita. And I think there's one outlier which is not really reported here, Equatorial Guinea, but this is more due to the oil resources, which means that that the per capita income is very high, but the income distribution is very skewed. So it's the poverty is still high, but a few people are very rich. And here I have a comparison between 2011 and 2020 with respect to per capita GDP. Although Africa is the fastest growing continent in real GDP terms, of course, it also grows fast in population terms, so that the per capita income is not rising in the same speed as the income as such. We can distribute these slides, so I don't have to go through these here in detail. It's not my plan. A very interesting aspect is the role of the state. We currently have a guest from Stellenbosch at our university who gives a class on taxation in Africa. Because relative to GDP, tax revenues in Africa are low. And this, of course, means that also absolute sums are low if GDP is lower. And of course, this reduces the potential for public investments on public spending, useful public spending. Of course, it also reduces the potential for useless public spending. And we know that public spending is always a mixture of both. It's not every euro that is spent in the public is spent well. And the same applies, of course, to Africa. But of course, if you have a relatively low taxation, you also have a low chance to, say, invest into public schooling, public education, in health, in infrastructure, digital networks, or energy networks, water networks, all the networks, in railways, in roads, in tarred streets, etc., etc. There's an aspect which is not shown here because they say contributions, direct and indirect taxes. And part of indirect taxes are tariff revenues. Tariff revenues are very important for Namibia, for instance. Namibia is part of the oldest customs union in the world. It's the SACU, Southern African Customs Union. There's a sort of agreement that South Africa is determining the rules, but also redistributing part of the import tariff revenues to the other 4 members, which are Botswana, Eswatini, Lesotho, and Namibia. And Namibia is still very much dependent on that. That means that there's no interest in liberalization. That's the problem. And there's also no need to build up an efficient tax administration. The United States, up to 1913, were also dependent on tariff revenues on the federal level. And it was only then that in a constitutional amendment, the federal level had the right to raise taxes, and then tariff rates dropped, and the US became part of the global economy. And you see the development since. So it is important to reduce tariff revenues and to reduce the dependence on tariff revenues. That is another problem. And then if you look at it more clearly, and this is written in the latest regional economic outlook of the IMF, which is really a good piece of work, I think, it is the resource abundant countries raise less tax revenues than those countries that are not resource abundant. We will speak about the resource curves in more detail and the problems that resource abundant countries have. You think of Norway, or better think of Denmark. Denmark has almost no natural resources. Always bad weather, always cold, but very rich. So they have obviously something else to do than to wait for the revenues to sell the resources. Education is, of course, enormously important. On average, education is getting much better in all developing countries. So if you get a gloomy view after my presentation, I suggest you take the book of Hans Rosling, Factfulness, and he will cheer you up a bit, because the world has really much improved. So what we see here is much better than if we had the picture from, say, 1980s. So it is the latest always, but on this website you also have it's going back a few decades. You see, and this is the number of school years that people go to school, and it is not worse than in Asia, almost not worse. There are a few countries where the school years, number of school years is lower, which doesn't tell you much, by the way. I mean, school years, we all know how much time we spend in school without much effect. Yeah, so if we had been able to bring down the years, and by intensifying the work, we would have probably been more on the side below 10 than above 10 years. So that's not, we must not be too optimistic. But there is sort of north-south dominance. So in the north, there's much schooling. In the south, there's much schooling. And there's this belt, which I think is also later in the focus. During COVID, and this is also from the latest IMF report, schools in sub-Saharan Africa closed on average 128 days. In the Western and the advanced economies in the Western world, it was only 84 days, so 2/3. And we already complain about how we neglected our school kids. And so you see there's much to be done still. Africa is very resource abundant, and we are not quite sure whether it's good and bad. I don't go too much here. I don't tell it. So there's enough left for you. So we can at least say there is enough the potential for flows of funds when you have natural resources. It can be a profitable business. Currently, we are discussing gas exports to Europe, as we have just heard. So it's a new sort of opportunity. 4 countries mentioned in the IMF regional economic outlook, but this is sub-Saharan Africa. So if you then move northbound, you also see that Algeria could offer gas. So that sounds good, but then we have a few problems. One is called the Dutch disease. That means that because of the enormous inflow of foreign currency, when you sell your resources, your currency appreciates and the rest of your economy suffers. And you know it better than I, why it is called Dutch disease. It goes back to the 60s when gas was found in the Netherlands. And instead of a welfare explosion, first things got worse. And this has to do with another issue, resource curse, because of the money that is flowing. Maybe the government's people are not as ambitious as they should be. I leave it here because Helmut, you will talk about that in more detail. Yeah, and this map shows you all the commodities. It is from the Böll Stiftung. It's in German, but I think it's easily translated if you later download it. It means that somebody is getting rich with resources, and instead of spending the money on education of the kids in the country, he buys a football club. And this is, Abramovich was the first. Now it's a standard, but I think it's, so my own enthusiasm about football dropped a lot when I studied this in more detail. So that's why it's called conspicuous consumption or voracity effect. That's the official term. And I find it quite convincing. So what is important I don't know whether, I don't like the term development economics as well, but I don't have a better one. But as a development economist, I'm convinced that it is all about institutions. And when we speak about institutions, we speak about the economic definition of institutions. Institutions are rules and norms that govern our daily transactions. These rules and norms can be spontaneously evolving, informally being created, or formally created and being planned. So it starts all with religion, it's about cultural heritage, and then it goes down to daily transactions. And of course, we know that institutions are very different within a country, but also between countries. This means that, and this is, I think, what this little movie showed. Yeah, things that are taken for granted in Africa cannot be applied to Norway, and vice versa. So if a Norwegian development organization thinks about how they can help a village in Africa, they still have their own thinking in mind. How would they approach this problem they identify? And they don't look at what the others do if they are not really clever. So institutions are very important, and the most important institutions in our context here are economic freedom, the rule of law, property rights, and corruption. And you all know the corruption perception index of Transparency International. It's based on questionnaires that measure the perceived corruption. You can't weigh corruption, you can't count corruption, so you have to measure the perceived corruption. And this index is between 0 and 10. And these questionnaires are not done every year. So this is about 15 questionnaires that are regularly processed. And if a country is in 1 year appears in 3 of these 15 or 13 to 16, depends, not all are done every year or over the long time, then a country is considered in the corruption perception index. So you may say you can compare this over time, and it's pretty difficult. But we have some technologies to see that at least the top is always the same and the bottom is always the same. So there's obviously in the ranking, when there are changes in the ranking, they reflect real changes. So here are a number of African states, and what you see is that except for South Africa, almost every other country improved their score. South Africa is a problem because you know that Mr. Zuma did a lot to loot the country, and this increased corruption. So corruption is in Africa is still widespread. It is also widespread elsewhere. That's not the point.
I'm sorry, I have a comment for this because I know people in the transparency who made this list. And the problem is in Africa about the high-level institutional corruption, it's very, very difficult to get tangible data. And if you know some of these African countries, for me it's highly unbelievable that exactly Nigeria is the least corrupt, basically, according to this, and South Africa is one of the most corrupt. And also...
It's the other way around. So if it's a 0, you are highly corrupt. If it's a 10,
okay, sorry, I didn't read that. Okay, then, doesn't matter. Okay.
But still, you're absolutely right. I'm a big fan of constructing these indicators, but I'm also very well aware of the limits of these indicators. And this one is probably the most complicated one. So I think you're right, and we don't have to get into any details. Whether it's 3.5 or 3.8, it doesn't really matter. What's the difference is Norway has 8.8, and African countries here have, on the average, have maybe 4. So there's a difference between. No, and. And of course, this equidistant measurement is also a complicated thing. You can think about a U shape, you can think about everything. Yeah. So I think it's to the best of their knowledge. And I think the guy who does it has really expertise in how to construct indices. It's a professor in Passau, Johann Graf Lambsdorff. So if you go on his website, he does really careful work. But I'm with you. Yeah? A similar issue you will definitely raise about the index of economic freedom. This is from the Fraser House, and it's based on 5 elements which they identify as relevant for economic freedom. Size of government, how much does the government take from the income of businesses and individuals? Are their property rights granted? Is there access to sound money? May we trade internationally, also our capital? And how difficult is the regulation? So labor market regulation, starting a business and stuff. And this index is written for 123 countries. I will come to you in a second, just explain it. And in each country there's one think tank that fills in the form. It's always the same think tank. It's a liberal-minded think tank related to Fraser. Here the issue is consistency within and over time. Yeah. I think it's a quite useful indicator. For us, there was another indicator. So let me ask you a question first. Your question.
I was just wondering, what is sound money exactly? Sound money?
Sound money is no inflation, a hard currency. So it is. Inflation is costly. Inflation is socially unjust. So inflation kills growth. Yeah. So a country is people are freer in a country when the price level is more or less stable. Yeah? That's at least the experience we have made in Germany in the last 100 years. We were better off with low inflation, I can tell you. There would be another one, which I really liked a lot. It was the World Bank Doing Business report. However, it turned out that there was fraud. On pressure of China, the guys who wrote the report faked the Chinese data. So China showed up higher in the ranking than it actually was. And this, of course, is unacceptable. And the World Bank, I think, fired the person, quite an economist. He was really, I cite him often because he's doing good work, but this was not good work. So the World Bank Doing Business report is no longer available for us. His credibility has suffered a lot. Again, you see that there is an increase in economic freedom over time, of course, ups and downs. But in general, you see that African countries have improved. And I could edit here, which I didn't do, the Human Development Indicator, by the way. And here you see also an improvement. So and then the internet and mobile telephony, I mentioned that earlier. There's an enormous rise in the use of mobile telephony and internet in sub-Saharan Africa. I think the data are even underestimating the real access, because if you just count the internet accounts and divided by the population, you end up with something like 40–50%. But of course, more than one person has access to one internet account, and also often more than one person has access to one telephone. So I have the impression that in that respect, Africa has picked up very quickly, and this is particularly relevant because the telephone network is weak, as we know. So there's also no banking network as we know it here. So from here, I think in walking distance, you may find quickly a number of ATMs, which you wouldn't find necessarily in Africa, but you will find people who communicate with you on the phone about that. So again, the numbers, they are quite fluctuating. Here in Zimbabwe, it's only 203,000. So it's from the ITU, the oldest international organization, the International Telecommunication Union. So it's not always very reliable. this is reflecting what you also said about other data. So this is my last slide here. We can then engage in discussion. So here we have the real GDP growth projections just in April from the Regional Economic Outlook. I think I made a mistake. This is wrong. This Mauritius and Mozambique must change in 2020. I typed it wrongly. I got the line wrong. Because Mauritius was the hardest hit country of the coronavirus, as a country that is particularly dependent on tourism. So think of every €6 you don't have in your pocket compared to last year. What a dramatic fall of income that is. So here I will correct that for the final version. You see that African countries partly were hit hard by this. So I got something wrong here. I would pick up relatively quickly again, with the exception of South Africa, that it was hit hard, picked up quickly in 2021, but now is back is now also growing very sluggishly again. That's a typical problem of South Africa.
One thing, I think in Mozambique it could be correct, but not about the corona, but about the Cabo Delgado insurgency that started to be very active in 2020 exactly. So that caused very serious fallback.
I will check this in the next break, and then I will correct them, because this is really wrong. Yeah. No, I typed it the day before yesterday, because this is only very briefly out, this report. So I inserted it into an existing table. So, but don't worry, I will fix that. So still, the IMF has corrected their estimations since 2020 regularly. They have still some positive outlook. It's very much dependent on the world's reaction to the war in the Ukraine, I think, and how can we maybe made sure that that food exports towards Africa are still possible. Some countries will benefit from rising commodity prices, but others, of course, will suffer. It's only those who benefit who are abundant in resources, at least in the short run. Whether this is sustainable, we will discuss later. What is written in almost every publication is diversification is necessary. And when I was a student, I studied development economics with Hiemens and Donges in Kiel. And they always wrote about diversification. And that's really complicated. I don't know why it's so impossible. Maybe you can help me later. So we did a study, for instance, on the coffee market in Uganda, and it is so badly organized that the farmers are really almost exploited. So when Mr. Müller, our Minister of Economic Cooperation, insisted that we would pay fair prices for coffee because of the low salaries of the farmer, most of the difference between our price we pay and the price the farmers get is siphoned away by middlemen in the country, who organize a sort of oligopoly or to sell the coffee then to the processing companies in Europe. But it's all at the expense of the farmers, and the people in Europe can't do much. So and then there's no interest and incentive to diversify. So I think that's really important. Of course, infrastructure and digitalization is clear. Currently, because of the corona crisis, the debt problem has picked up again. It was contained after the HIPIC initiative in the late 90s for a while, but it's picking up again. And the European and US attempts to contain inflation and tighten monetary policy may also have costs for African countries. When the dollar gets stronger, interest rates rise. That is the problem. And what I really find problematic is, and this is something I couldn't copy, but it's, if you look at the graphs, you see that in the advanced countries, there's a drop of growth, and then the path picks up, and after a few years, we are at the same path predicted in times prior to the COVID crisis. So the catching up period is faster. In Africa, we have a parallel move. So there was a drop, and instead of picking up the predicted path, African countries remain below the path that was predicted in 2018 or 2019. So there will be a permanent gap, so to speak, which is caused by COVID, whereas in other countries, this gap might be bridged because of faster catching up. But I'm sorry for not better news, but if you look at it in more detail and look at the countries, the different countries, you see that some countries have really made a lot of progress. In some countries, institutions are solid, but there's in other countries, we had the impression institutions were solid, but it moved backwards again. For me, Burkina Faso is such a case. Or Zambia, where it seemed that 10 years ago, the Zambian, so there was an election, the opposition won, the handover was smooth, and we all thought, oh, that's that's how democracies work. It goes up and down, but on the average, we see a lot of potential, as mentioned by Mrs. Bentley. And we see also a lot of entrepreneurship, and we see a rising middle class, which is also documented in the GDP data in the last 20 years. But it all depends now on the immediate future. I would think I leave it with this here, and we have still a few minutes for questions. Thank you very much.
So thank you so much, Professor, for this nice discussion. This is Shima from Egypt. You have give all the inputs for most of the regions in Africa, but I couldn't see North Africa in your slides. This means North Africa is out of Africa-Europe partnership, or there is another way or name of these partnerships between Africa and North Africa?
Doesn't mean that. It just means that my own expertise is limited.
Oh,
that's what you learn. But I could have added, indeed, a few figures on Egypt. And Egypt is, I think, for the German business community. There are three important countries, as you know. It's Egypt, Nigeria, and South Africa.
Yeah.
And in fact, it's more or less Egypt and South Africa.
Andreas, if you allow to add a remark I made already with another participant, there is, Andreas' explanation is perfectly pertinent for the data. In Europe-Africa relations, there is actually an institutional problem with Northern Africa vis-à-vis Sub-Saharan Africa, because the so-called post-Cotonou agreement between Europe and Africa, ready for signature, not yet signed, but ready for signature, which also covers the trade relations and all that stuff, does not comprise North Africa, which is besides widely criticized, because you guys, you all are in the African Union, you all conceive the African Continental Free Trade Area, which has already been mentioned, in which Egypt would besides have much to gain in trade with the South, but you are not in the same agreement with Europe. And this is an institution, it's not a data problem here, but it is a huge institutional problem where this partnership of which Ms. Bentley spoke does not work out properly.
Okay, got you.
Who would like to go next? Lisa.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the super interesting presentation. I was wondering, could you maybe go just one slide back to the internet slide, because I was wondering about those numbers. Are they now like subdivided like per capita or?
No, these are the absolute numbers.
Okay, so, and absolute numbers in internet users?
Yeah,
or?
internet users, so accounts.
Okay. Because I was wondering, for example, like you briefly mentioned, yeah, the usage in different countries. And for example, I believe it is Rwanda where they also already have 5G compared to Germany, of course, like these things. So I'm not sure, like maybe the absolute numbers then only like show part of the bigger picture.
Yes, it is a glimpse.
Yeah.
Indeed, I feel more safe with the internet in South Africa than I feel here.
Yeah.
Way more, I have to say. And what this tells me is, look at the speed of increase.
Yeah.
And that is why I like this. It also has, of course, a lot of flaws, like this one on Zim, or also Kenya. If you look at Kenya, you see that the numbers drop, so the last row is not really reliable, but the latest we got from the ITU. So I wouldn't take this. I would take this all with a grain of salt, but it tells you it's a story about leapfrogging, and this is why I find it so attractive here. Yeah. So and this is, I think, what Mrs. Bentley also referred to when she said smart. Yeah. So that is for me one of the showcases where Africa is really a step ahead in using the modern technologies for a lot of applications. I mean, what we learn here is it is used for also telephony is used for much more than we use it normally. Yeah? So we would still go to a bank to get cash. Yeah? We would still use our computer to do a transfer. And in many African countries, it's different. They use the telephone for crowd sourcing also, for information sourcing, for health issues, yeah, to track diseases, etc., etc. I mean, we don't need this part of this. It's necessary, but it tells you how inventive the people on the continent are, and this is so to speak the numbers behind it.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I was also thinking about, like you mentioned now some examples. For example, in Uganda, they use mobile money a lot. And I would say it's kind of like PayPal if you want to say it that way. But yeah, you don't need internet for it. So those are, I think, examples where they really are kind of taking 2 steps ahead of what we did in between.
The clearer case, clearer than internet as such, is actually mobile phone, as you mentioned. The mobile phone is the clearest case of technological and economic leapfrogging throughout Africa, irrespective if you are a crisis country or a prosperous country. They all do this leapfrogging, and that is is one of the best news.
Dina, you had a question, and after Nihat. Okay.
In fact, I can't, because it's not. They didn't really explain it. So my take is that it has to do with this, with the food crisis and the return of poverty. I mean, we had this constant reduction of poverty until 2019, and since the poverty rate is increasing again. I think that's, and in Europe, we could avoid that by just printing money. And we did this to a large extent. Mrs. Bentley showed that we even did way too much, so that we can now spend money which hasn't been there on our pet projects. Yeah. But this wasn't available in Africa. Rather, there was a fiscal squeeze, and I think that all adds to that.
Nihat.
Thank you. So, hi, I'm Nihat from Algeria, also ESMT student, so welcome among us. This is a great forum. I'm loving the discussions. So my question would be, one moment, I prefer to read it. So Africa is particularly young continent on many aspects. Most interestingly for me is that it's politically young, so most of its institutions and countries are fairly young and still figuring out their footing between them and with the world. So I would say among all those indexes, if we're talking about mathematics and data, where does that fit in? Where are we considering that, and should we?
That's a very good question. We should figure it in, because when you look at this definition of institution that I brought forward, I always have this. I don't know whether you know. There's a Williamson article where he has this wonderful graph, which I put it, but where he shows that there are several levels. On the lowest level, we have the daily transaction, the allocation. This changes within minutes or seconds. So it's the dimension is 10 to the dimension of 0. Then we have rules, laws, decrees, which change. You can change within a decade. You can change the labor law, but you cannot change quickly the mindset in the labor relations so quickly. So for instance, you wouldn't believe it, but in 1976, the German law that a husband has to approve his wife's job was abandoned. In 1976. This is just 47 years ago. Meaning, it's a very, very long time until, and of course, the women started to work much earlier on their own. So the institutional setting changes very, very slowly. And if you then take the next level, that would be culture, religion, and these habits. They change even slower. So in that respect, of course, the recent appearance as a nation, of course, has enormous consequences, which we cannot cover here. And I don't know how to measure that. If you have an idea, I think we would be well published in a development journal, or even in a journal of general interest, because that is really interesting. But I think it plays a major role.
Yeah, only because we study about the indexes and the formulas and how they're considered, and it's in basic mathematics, it's not a direct generalization if you're talking about 200-year-old country or 15-year-old or 50-year-old country.
Well, there's another aspect which I also would like to mention, and this is something we could engage in a discussion, because there's no clear and simple answer. Because I often am confronted with this sort of claim that problems today in sub-Saharan Africa are due to colonial times. And part of this is true. But of course, I think that 60 years is a long time to also develop policies and strategies. In my view, I mean, it's
I would argue that there are agreements that are still running, though, from colonial times. So are colonial times that over? There are, like the agreements of Evian for Algeria are still running.
Yeah, okay.
So.
Yeah, but it's also a simple narrative, isn't it? You can blame someone. You don't have to do any reforms. You just blame anyone. So that's the other side. But I'm with you. It's just very complicated. Yeah? In that respect, your question is excellent, and I don't have a meaningful answer. Helmut, what are you?
I leave that for the discussion. We have 2 discussion rounds at the end of this day, and kind of a lap tomorrow before we close. And actually, these factors can be featured, can feature there. So keep it for the discussion. That's why we have it.
Okay, thank you. My name is Vitaly, and I have a question regarding the. So there is like pretty clear like I would say institutional gap between like European countries and African countries. At the same time, like the main point of this meeting, as you highlighted, that doing business with Africa is better than doing donations, or kind of, and this is pretty relevant to Ukraine, I would say, like at least partly. I'm from Ukraine, like this way. It's pretty interesting to me. So the question here, given that like for doing business, we need like at least like some cultural match, some institutional match, in order to make sure that like we can collaborate in long term. What should be like? What's the best form like of collaboration? Like, should it be like, I don't know, like joint projects like in Africa? Should it be like some projects in Europe? And like in which form? Like what is the roadmap in order like to advance like this collaboration to more like and yeah, to make it more time, like with some time, because like actually I guess like it's pretty clear that now you can like, I know, like build like some rockets or like companies like Starlink in Africa. Yeah, so like they should be like kind of approach like maybe roadmap. How should we approach like and make this collaboration tie and more effective?
That's an interesting question. I don't think, I wouldn't be a fan of a roadmap, because a roadmap means top down. I would be a fan of bottom up. People go there, interact, and start a business. That would require, we will speak about that later, I think tomorrow, we'll speak about direct investments and investment facilitation, for instance. Yeah. So the German business community is very reluctant to invest in Africa. The stock of investment in Africa is almost negligible, very, very small. And it has to do with the perceived risk. So what we need is a better knowledge about the risks. We need to meet more frequently, in the sense that we just interact. And it's not enough when Mrs. von der Leyen meets the AU president. That wouldn't work at all. I'm less convinced that this summit was really a success than presented here, but that's her job to do this, so that's absolutely fair. My take is that there must be sort of agreement between governments that in case of investor-state discussions, disputes, there is a solution. We have these investor-state, these bilateral investment treaties, which are very highly criticized. My own understanding would be, and this would be a roadmap indeed, to have this centralized at Geneva, at one gold standard for everyone, and then a panel there, and not these spontaneous ad hoc panels with dubious lawyers who make a business of this. But once this is settled, I would think that it is better to do it from the bottom, and do more to say increase mutual understanding. So in fact, I'm still a fan of trade and peace, the trade peace reconciliation trajectory. So I'm not convinced that the Russian invasion has shown us that trade is not a peace enhancing instrument. But we must create the proper conditions. That's the state job, but then the business must come in.
Thank you.
Miriam. Yes, hi, I'm Miriam. I'm also an ESMT student, so I'm from Spain, but most of my work is in Madagascar. And I came there, like I have a school, a non-profit there. And when I went there for the first time, I thought I had some knowledge. I clearly didn't. And my question, like on this African-Europe strategic partnership, one of the key elements that I noticed there is that corruption is something on a daily basis. No, I was coming from Europe, and for me, corruption was like no. So how can we actually manage this element that is based on every business aspect? I'm talking about the educational side, and I saw it there. And one of the ways that I wanted to handle this was saying corruption, no, but then more problems came to me. So I had to, like, right now working on how to handle this element that from the European background is like you walk away. So how does Europe wants to manage this little element?
How to solve corruption? That's a
Yeah,
wonderful
that's
question. If I tell you, Susan Rose Ackerman is the expert on corruption. She has written a fantastic book, except for the last part, because she said, we must just improve our institutions. So that means that for a logical second, we switch off all relations, install an institutional vacuum and start from the scratch. So I have no clue how we can combat corruption. But what I learned is, I can give you an example of a German who did open a business in Zimbabwe, because he is married to a white Zimbabwean, born in the old days there. So they went back home because she missed it so much. And if you've ever been to Africa, you know what she's talking about. And so they set up this business. And it's a business of producing herbs and oils and so on. So they had a herb mill, and they had 10,000 farmers working for them. And it was all very decentralized. And this mill was on a car. So they would drive this mill from town to town in order to prevent the ZANU-PF official to think it's his. Before the ZANU-PF official recognized this, there's this item I could grab, it was gone. So they tried to avoid incentives, so disincentivize the other side. It is easier in his business than in your business, I'm sure. But you know what I mean. So you must.
Yeah, I like the incentives as a word to talk about.
And it's a task of the individual. Yeah. So that was his point of view. The individual can try a lot to avoid being complicit. I'm not sure whether it works in all businesses, and obviously not, as we know. But I think that was encouraging to listen to this business.
Yeah, for me, like that's the interesting part of like starting a new partnership with Africa. Like, how can we handle this element, which is like basic there, and work on the bottom-up plan that you were talking about a few minutes ago?
I think one element is to avoid paternalism. It is, I mean, we speak about the European Union, and we know that I don't have Greece here on this CPI table. It wouldn't be the best one, and definitely not, with respect to corruption. So we are not really equipped to talk down to others. We are not all from Norway or the Netherlands. We are from other countries. And I think if all these talks, we will speak about that later. Helmut has worked a lot on regional integration on Africa, so and also on regional integration between EU and Africa. And part is our still paternalistic perspective. The story I told is a real story, in the question and answers thing, and I thought it was shocking how they treat the other side. And so maybe we should just avoid the term corruption, but behave strictly anti-corrupt ourselves. That better than always finger pointing. So that's.
But these structures are in place, and you have to work in the structure in order to do business bottom up. And if that's the solution, I understand her point very well.
Yeah, exactly. Like that's a problem. Like I had a meeting with one of the higher players of the industry there, which is like solar energy. And I went to the office with this guy who is like the president of the whole multi-million company. And he was telling me like openly how the president of the Republic of Madagascar conduct business with him and how it works a sustainable plan and how they approve projects. And I was like, wow, like what is this? So yeah, like I went out of there and they normalized that. So yes, there are a structure in place, but I need to play by the rules that are in place. So I tried to go by the rules of Europe, and it was like one wall after the other. So I was like, okay. And the co-founder of my nonprofit is from there. And I just listen to him and I try to guide myself on how they work and they conduct business there. It's not that I normalize it, it's just that if I want to actually bring some impact there, I need to work by the rules. The still is what she was saying.
Yes, I'm with you. I mean, I still believe that it's all a process, you know, and I don't think that we can just impose a supply chain law and say corrupt deals are no longer possible, because then there's no deal possible. So we must move slowly, I think. As I said, it took many, many decades that Europe became as it is now. Yeah, with respect to human rights, social rights, etc. It's not that we switched on the light and everything was fantastic, and it is still not fantastic, as we know. So a bit more from our side, and also from the side of our governing bodies, a bit more modesty, I would see as a good deal. And of course, you say it's a reality, it's also a different cultural thing. I mean, when I have foreign visitors, I always have to block them and say, no, don't let your gifts be cheap, please. Otherwise, I'm as a civil servant subject to our laws here. So, and our president, university president, has made a fantastic idea. Had a fantastic idea years back. He made an auction with all the gifts that the presidents of the universities have received in the last few hundred years. Really wonderful, wealthy gift. He made a lot of money, and this money was then used for student stipends for the foreign students, Deutschlandstipendium. Very good idea, because it is so they never kept it as a personal gift, but this is meant as a gift and not as a bribery, not as a bribe. It does not. I don't have to give them anything they need. They just come. When I was a dean, they just come by and bring their usual gifts, and I'm highly unpolite to say I don't want it. So what can I do? So there's a cultural bridge, which is difficult to overcome, and we need to step in both directions. That's my. It's a simple academic.
Very diplomatic answer. Thank you.
Okay,
I think we go to make a break and come back in 15 minutes. We run over time, but I hope it's not a problem for Frau Kamara. Okay, thank you. See you in 15 minutes then. Outside there's coffee and something to eat.
Test, test. Test, 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 test. Test, 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 test.
Ja.
Brauchen Sie noch einen? Nee, brauchen Sie keine Einführung.
Nee.
Ja.
So, ladies and gentlemen, can we start? Thanks to my personal delay, we are way out of time. Nee, ich brauche vor allem mal, wie viel Zeit habe ich denn jetzt netto eigentlich? Also,
können Sie es auf eine halbe Stunde reduzieren?
Ja.
Wir sind jetzt,
und dann noch ein paar Fragen, oder was?
genau.
Ja. Okay, we make it, to catch up a bit, we make up half an hour plus discussions and questions. So, good morning from my end as well. I'm Helmut Asche, as you might have found out already. I'm a retired prof, contrary to Andreas Freitag, so I have no teaching obligations anymore, and I'm a free man, which is good for tasks like this one. Here we go. Andreas Freitag gave an overview over kind of African groupings and different levels and different trajectories that we find there. And to deepen the issue, we decided to pick up one subgroup of African countries. Unfortunately, a subgroup which is in quite a deep crisis since a number of years. I must say that I feel personally a bit uncomfortable with that. We are normally the Afro-optimists. And as we are sitting in the advisory council of the German African Business Association, Ms. Kammerer knows it quite well, we are in charge of Afro-optimism, especially, as Andreas already said, to encourage German and European investors to do more in Africa. For this group I'm going to talk about, it is currently a bit difficult to do that. But it is important, potentially important for you to familiarize with the issue, because it is also a strategic game, in quote unquote, if you like, a strategic game how a solution for these countries can be found. And I have a personal attachment to that because Mali is part of the group that was the first African country where I touched down in 1980 when none of you was born. And I worked for 5 years in Burkina Faso, and I loved the country. And so at least I can speak about countries that I love. Okay, here we go. It is a very special case. The countries of the so-called Central Sahel, Burkina Faso, Mali, Niger, Chad. I mean, geographically, it is a bit incorrect because all these countries, in particular Burkina, are not consisting of Sahelian areas only. It is also savanna and even further to the south, but they are conventionally, they grouped as countries of the Central Sahel. So they are forming, as you see in the first bullet point, a contingent crisis area, a contingent crisis zone that spreads out to the coastal countries in the Gulf of Guinea, Cote d'Ivoire, Ghana, Togo, Benin, Nigeria. In Nigeria, the same crisis has been already present for at least 10 years. So they are a contingent zone, and they exemplify one type of countries under existential threat that exists also elsewhere in Africa, Somalia, South Sudan, Libya, and so on. And what can potentially be done in this crisis zone to help them solve the problem applies also elsewhere in Africa. In established matrix-wise characteristic of Africa, they are all landlocked countries and somehow resource rich to different degrees. Why is this matrix that was first developed by Paul Collier and O'Connell? You could have put it in your presentation because it is really conventional stuff as well. It comes from the observation that the trajectories, the developmental trajectories of African countries, particular in African countries, because the continent has a large interior, are conspicuously different between island countries and landlocked countries, and between resource poor and resource rich countries. And if you are resource poor or not particularly resource rich and you are landlocked, then you have a problem. So they are, though having some mineral riches, Chad has most, they are all least developed countries, Niger a bit on the brink, with one fake middle income country, as I have called it, because Chad is obviously a middle income country because of its oil riches, but the oil riches reaches no one, so it is in fact on average a least developed country as well. Okay, and the overarching question is the one here at the bottom: what is their specific problem and what are potentially international solutions or national solutions as well? So what have we? And there is a graph in the back which is dotted with thousands of points. These are all violent cases, violent clashes in Burkina Faso, which is in the center, Mali and Niger to the south, and spreading even to Nigeria, which is here at the right. So what is the problem? After the collapse of the regime of Gaddafi in 2011 and the upheaval 2012 in North Mali, we had a rapid spread of politically organized armed groups in the Central Sahel. I mean, it is the well-known, this is not a surprise for anyone, it is the well-known Islamist threat. These Islamist groups, partly affiliated to Al-Qaeda, one part also affiliated to the Islamic State. So at the same time, it is a part of the story that could be told also about Syria, Iraq, and other Middle Eastern countries. And a combination with so-called grand banditisme, so organized crime is part of the story, trans-Sahelian organized crime. Okay, so now when all that started, the spread of violence, of terrorist Islamist violence, was initially contained by the French military mission Serval, who in particular held up the advance of the terrorist groups towards Bamako, the capital city of Mali. But there is a fear of extension actually to the coastal countries. Put kind of geopolitically or in a wider perspective, we have, and that is why we kind of singled this subgroup of countries out, we have the geopolitical risk of a grand Islamic arc reaching from West, Central, and East Africa, a continental crisis of sorts that we don't like, obviously. And arguably, without the war in your home country, in Ukraine, having taken center stage for good reason in all our political attention, the crisis in the Central Sahel would probably have been or would probably be the geopolitical crisis that would take our attention, and also of guys in the foreign ministry here next door, and so on and so forth. Especially after the fall of Kabul in last summer, when the Afghanistan problem came to some end, and the attention shifted. So it came otherwise, so the Sahelian crisis is obviously not having center stage. Okay. With a little attention, and also the deployment of military and civilian means. The Sahelian crisis has long been treated in international quarters as an essentially external terrorist threat. The regime in Libya collapsed, weapons spread, groups came back from Libya and attacked Mali, Niger, and Burkina from outside. This is the conventional view. And this is aggravated, obviously, by some internal grievances and needs, and then obviously as well by climate change. This conventional view has shaped as well the international answer. It came with a decision to help the national armies who failed in that respect to combat terrorism militarily here under French leadership, as it was in Afghanistan under US leadership, and to reinforce the usual development aid in a new top structure, the so-called Sahel Alliance. So external threat, internal needs, we will help these guys and come to terms with the problem. I will give you some details on that in a second. First was the Western military help, which was quite massive. And I mean, if our military support to Ukraine would be as rapid and as massive as that, the Ukraine would be better off. We have the UN stabilization mission, a multi-country mission where we have also German soldiers, but many others, Dutch, Danish, you name it. We have an EU military training mission in Mali, Niger, Burkina Faso, and Chad. At least we had one, because the one in Mali came to an end. We have the so-called UCAP mission, it's training for police, gendarmerie, and National Guard. And we have separately 3 French-led combat missions. So it was quite a robust thing. And unfortunately, this one is in German, but you see the numbers of those deployed. And we have, as I said, the old civilian aid under a new rooftop structure, the Sahel Alliance, which is headquartered in Brussels, which is not exactly in the Sahel region. Heaven knows why it is headquartered in Brussels. And a civilian branch of the so-called G5 Sahel, which is the 4 mentioned countries plus Mauritania, with headquarters in Nouakchott, and the ensuing coordination problem. Plus, we have the so-called development security nexus, which comes in also here in the discussions in Berlin, when you are doing something militarily for the Sahel, but then the answer in official quarters is, now we are doing also the connected approach. We put civilian aid in combination with the military one, and that makes a difference, which is contested. So there is quite something. The civilian aid, I mentioned, they have a new double coordination structure. I mean, it's coordination as here on the slide in quote unquote, because my favorite slide I show in every presentation on the subject. My favorite slide is this one. Here you see the coordination. In fact, on the Sahel Alliance website, it is an animated map, so you can tick on each one of these dots and then a project pops up. Sometimes it is physically difficult to reach one of these dots because they overlap that much and there is no coordination, obviously. So it is the precise picture, and they don't sense the irony, obviously, at Sahel Alliance. Also, not my former GIZ colleagues do not sense the irony of presenting such a map for civilian help to the Sahel countries. Something went terribly wrong. Nominally impressive, but something went terribly wrong. Otherwise, we wouldn't have this surge of civilian and also, besides military victims, number of incidents rising and so on. This is well documented for those of you who work on such issues. There is a huge American-based NGO, Armed Conflict Location and Event Data Project, ACLED, which gets financial support from the US, from the Netherlands, and also from here next door. And the last ACLED graph here on the right side shows we have an extent of violence across the Sahel. We have a concentration in the so-called Liptako-Goma triangle, which is bridges the frontiers of Mali, Niger, and Burkina. Whilst initially the whole story in 1911-12 started here in North Mali, but it has now shifted and concentrated here. And now, via the east of Burkina, the incidents and the terrorist groups go down south to Benin, Togo and Ghana, mainly Togo and Benin. There are beautiful national parks in the north of these countries, which you do not better visit these days. Unless on a heavy guard, but you better don't do it. We have a recent escalation, which you can see here, a recent escalation of all sorts of violent events in Burkina Faso, while initially it was mainly in Mali, and as I said, and spreading. And we have 3.5 million internally displaced persons in these three countries, where not even everything is counted. So, as I said in the title, something went terribly wrong because the terrorist threat and the civilian victims number did not go down, it went up. Hmm. Yeah, no, it's a very good question, but I mean, it is concentrating on the three countries, but your question is important nevertheless, because Mauritania, although part of the G5 Sahel, is not concerned. They have almost no Islamist threat in Mauritania these days. It has been very early been contained, and elements of a possible solution are part of to what I will come in the end. And the Chad is not covered either, although the Chad here in the region of Lake Chad, especially in the northeast of Nigeria, bordering Cameroon, is concerned as well. This is, as we all know, Boko Haram and affiliates. So you can already put the question to yourself, what went wrong? That it did not go well is obvious, but what, for heaven's sake, went wrong? So what we have now, while you think about it, is 1/3 to 2/3 of the respective countries are not under control of the central government anymore. We have disintegrated territories. In comparison to Ukraine, correct me, but my actual figure is that about 1/5 of Ukraine is not under control of central government currently, and nevertheless, it is the top #1 crisis. The loss of control in these Sahelian countries is unfortunately even bigger. So instead, and Andreas mentioned already that normally I'm a specialist for regional economic integration in the positive sense, and that is what I should have presented. What did I do wrong? We have instead regional integration, including besides regional economic integration through transnational violence, because these groups form contingent grouping networks, also in fact two, Al-Qaeda affiliated and Islamic State affiliated. This integrates vast territories across these countries, including, comes back to your issue, Andreas, tax revenue collection, as well personal tax, zakat, the so-called zakat, the Islamic tax, as from gold mines, artisanal and industrial gold mines in the region, and so on and so forth. So we have regional integration in this region, but not the one we wanted, or arguably our African colleagues did not want. We have an imminent north-south division of Mali. The north is almost cut off, and the recent turn, of which you have probably heard in the news, is that the civilian governments in Mali and in Burkina Faso, in Bamako and in Ouagadougou, largely discredited as they were, have been deposed and replaced by military governments. Both presidents, Roch-Marc Kabore and Keita from Mali, they all have been here next door, and have been well-appreciated visitors, but they did a terribly bad job in almost every respect, and now they are off. So, and then to complete the current picture and bring us back then to the strategic question, the military government in Mali fell completely out with France and with ECOWAS, the regional body which imposed sanctions on them. And the Barkhane mission, as the main French military mission, was forced to withdraw from Mali, and that with large popular support, as not unanimous support, but large popular support, which is a problem, of which we will talk at several occasions over this seminar, including the massively growing Russian influence, but I will talk about that separately. So again, what on earth went wrong? Okay, let's get to that by a critique of the Western military intervention. The first one was quite nice. MINUSMA also was as a guarantor of the so-called Algiers Agreement, also quite well. But MINUSMA alone had not the mandate to be really robust and stabilize the situation by heavier means. And therefore, the French-led counterinsurgency operation, Barkhane mainly and Takuba, were at the core of the Western support thus far. So, and now we come to what went terribly wrong, or at least part of what went terribly wrong. It was conceived by the French generals and the French government as a classical reconquering, purging, and stabilization mission. You so-called or officially throw the terrorists out, purge the sub-region where you are, stabilize it, and move on and fight there. There were arbitrary alliances of French military with local partners, with warlords, and this, again, the first point was already a replication of the experience in Afghanistan, and also this one was part of the Afghanistan disaster, that especially our American friends
formed alliances with warlords that were so corrupt that the Taliban were sheer angels in comparison. Exactly the same happened and was repeated inside of the Afghan experience here in these countries. The operations of the French-led missions were all covered. Nobody knew about them because the French generals didn't trust their so-called African partners, so far for partnership again. So they did it on their own. And they did it even operationally. In the field, they did it mostly, not entirely, but mostly without the national armies, despite, see above, we train these guys at the same time to take over. But the French, the main French operations took place without them. And when the French reconquered, in quote unquote, when the French reconquered a number of towns in the Malian north, in Kidal and so on, the Malian army was not allowed to get back in. They kept them out and left it to Tuareg militias, essentially. So, and then there was massive, again in quotation mark, collateral damage among civilians, especially after the mission's formula changed to massive airstrikes after 2019, again, as in Afghanistan. For who knows the history of the Afghan war knows that exactly the same happened at some point in time with the US military in Afghanistan. They concentrated more and more on airstrikes, which are obviously far worse or far more difficult to contain with regard to civilian victims. So here you have 5-6 points. Intriguingly, all copy and paste from Afghanistan, and with the same success. And the last one, which is very, very important, no communication. The French, especially the military, did not communicate, not talk to the local populations almost at all. One French author has put it in these terms already 3 years ago: La France a perdu la guerre de communication sans l'avoir menée. That means that all the things that we will see from Russian agencies these days, also on the in the Ukrainian theater, war theater, the French haven't, let alone Germans or anybody of the sort, have not even tried to communicate properly on whatever they did. I mean, and this is, if I take a short break here, this is quite surprising that this copy and paste or repeat of historic mistakes has occurred to such an extent in this sub-region and is so far not corrected until this very day. So, and the same, I leave that, although it is a EU mission, so as we are here in a EU-related seminar, I should be lengthy about that. I won't. You get the slides anyway. Many things went wrong also with these training missions. We did not know whom we trained, what they did with the training, and so on and so forth. And also the military and these, especially the rank and file, were perhaps not even worth it. So either this is what concerns the war theater reasons of the failure, and then the whole story has obviously deeper seated reasons, of which I will only mention two briefly, as briefly as I can be. And but I have to run a short TV ad. Some 2.5 years ago, a number of African researchers here in Germany, associated or all together in the Vereinigung für Afrikawissenschaften in Deutschland, we had last week our annual conference in Freiburg. Some of you might know. We put our heads together, and 2.5 years ago, it was before the fall of Kabul, and actually put the literature, evidence, research, think tank reports and all that stuff together and said, hey folks, what are we doing, including massive German support? This can't be true. We have to influence also German policy on these issues. So quite briefly, wrong perception of the deeper reasons of the crisis. First of all, and that is to this aspect of an external, so-called external threat, large numbers of combatants, these are your countrymen. This is your youth from your village, disappointed and disenchanted, because without any employment perspective and so on and so forth. So you do not have to deal, except perhaps for the heads of the terrorist networks, but not even in that case, about foreigners. It's your own guys. And the recruitment exploits internal, inter-ethnic and inter-communitarian local conflicts. And key is here, this story, which is as a shortcut, peasants against herders. There has been a conviviality, an economic life in common between herders, migrant or trans-migrant herders, and sedentary peasants for centuries in Israel. It worked quite well. These guys, at some time, some seasonal moments, cross the fields, stay there for a second, then move on, and everything is fine. And that formula has been weakened, and then it is, in fact, much more complicated by climate change and so on. And so there are a number of more reasons. I will not go over them in detail now because time's running out. What do you mean? Yeah, this is also something on partly on education, partly on communication. Islamism, or no, Islam and Islam religious practice in Mali, Burkina, Niger has been moderate, really moderate and open also to accommodate local customs and other traditional beliefs over centuries, but has been overrun almost by these external things. When you travel across these countries, you find huge white mosques. I mean, terribly exaggerated buildings about which we made jokes when passing by. But this was part of the Saudi Arabian and other. So then the next thing is, and this is something that I deal with largely here in the political quarters in Berlin as well, there has been a perception of the state in the Sahelian countries which was wrong as well. Also, I turn now, as you can see, to the internal reasons, which are far more fundamental than initially believed. And in fact, this could be illustrated with Andreas' map on these states of democracy. They have been classified as authoritarian or weak democracy and so on, which says, oh yeah, it's not perfect, but who is perfect? And last foreign affairs strategy paper from, again, these guys here next door repeats it. And the EU mantra has been, we Europeans, we the European Commission, support le retour de l'État into the conflict zones, also after being conquered by the French military. And we ask for the return to democracy, civilian government, rapid free elections and reforms of all sorts, and we ask for good governance, wiping out corruption, to link to our discussion before the break. This is a good one, isn't it? So, but our question then, and as well, besides also of our academic colleagues in the universities in Vaga, in Bamako, and Niamey, they have all the same questions related to what and addressed to whom. Where is the post box for a demand for good governance? And so they all, our friends in the academia and civil society in these countries talk about désintégration, fragmentation, émiettement, retrait, rejet de l'État. And so on and so forth. It ends up with elite failure and an effective state failure. That is, states are not only fragile or weak, they essentially have failed, full stop. And if you put it like that, you come to a completely different lookout. And in consequence, the political demands for the return of something that never was are senseless. And the parliamentarians and government officials here in Berlin, let alone in Paris, do not like it, but we put it since like that. And on Monday, I will be with a state minister in charge in our foreign affairs here in the ministry. And I will repeat it there. You can ask for the return and rapid elections. Whom to elect, for heaven's sake? It is an elite interchange among failing elites. But what is the reason for that? So now comes your turn, so to speak. And how many minutes have I? Minus 5, huh? Okay. Oh, can we? You don't repeat that to me twice. Yeah. So something went terribly wrong, as well militarily as in civilian terms. But what could not now be solutions? Huh? The point of departure has been mentioned. Le retour de l'État is rubbish, and is especially really you can there are opinion polls and everything and in-depth interview in research, ethnological research in many of these villages, and these guys tell you, no, we don't want these guys from the government to come back. Not these guys. Huh? They don't want them back. So that is the point of departure. This is rubbish. A better point of departure probably is to accept that a reconstruction of society and state has to start from below. That is, from the communities themselves, local negotiations of a new social contract. We have called it in our papers, sorry for the German for a second, die Umkehrung der Akteursperspektive, inversion of social actors perspective, give local actors and traditional authorities primacy over the usual national actors in the capital city. And the important thing here, is that this takes place. It is not an invention of academics from outside. It takes place. Hundreds, thousands of villages in these countries, especially in the no longer controlled territories in central Mali and northern and eastern and Burkina, have started talks. And they have even started talks with armed groups because they know the guys. Hey folks, let's first come to a kind of a standstill and then can we negotiate in a way. And in this way, even provincial capitals, which had been cut off in northern Burkina, for instance, Djibo, Dori, cut off for months, have been opened again, the ways to them have been opened. So it's not an invention of ours. Certainly the local authorities, also the traditional religious authorities, have been weakened over the decades. They have already started to be weakened during the colonial era, and so on and so forth. So these are not your ideal candidates for renegotiation of peace and reconstruction of a society. They are not your ideal candidates, but at least they are there and they are willing. The most unfortunate thing is that they are 90% male, which is not good for negotiations. So in this very building, I assisted, I think 2 or 3 weeks ago, at a prize awarding ceremony for a lady from DR Congo who had done training in conflict management for women's group in Eastern Congo quite successfully, because women are the experts for peace, not men. And if I would make in any way good of the new German government request for feminist foreign and development policy, it would be that one. For instance, combining support to these local talks with an offer. We have experience in training women's group, women's association in conflict management in, for instance, in Eastern Congo, but also in other places of the world. Can we make this useful here in order to strengthen that? That would make sense of feminist foreign policy, of which I cannot much concrete terms otherwise. So, and this is explicitly involving, as I said, the armed groups, including some Al-Qaeda affiliated terrorist groups. You know from Syria and Iraq and other places, Alussi, that this does not concern the Islamic State. You cannot talk to the IS. That is pointless. But some Al-Qaeda groups are far more mixed, far more anchored in the region. And we have suggested to give donor support in deliberately copying the famous talk of Mario Draghi, whatever it takes to give these local talks an economic reason, because these regions, and especially also the villages, after having been devastated since a decade, are simply too poor to pay for all that themselves. And the important thing is, you hear Andreas laughing, and for a very good reason. It should be support for locally identified and prioritized measures, not for our German or European technical or financial cooperation projects. And that actually would imply a complete paradigm shift in European development cooperation. Also with regard to what we discussed in the morning with regard to Mrs. Bentley. Again, Brussels had their strategy for Africa ready. Oh, great. They had a strategy for Africa. Perfect. The Africans will be all happy, as one could then sense in during the negotiations. And what we derive from all these analyses is that things should be worked out completely differently. So it is not only, it's towards the end, it's not only a complete shift in the military doctrine, which was simply neo-colonial, imperialist, you name it, as a traditional is the least you can say. It is not only a shift in the military doctrine, but also a complete shift in civilian cooperation. So, oh yeah, the specialist from Ukraine.
Sorry, just a quick question. How locally, you mean like by country?
Yeah, no, far, much further below. Most of these local talks, but it's a good question. Most of these local talks happen actually at the village level. But in some cases, it is 1 or 2 levels up. A group of village, a département, as it is called in some countries. So it varies a bit between the local levels. Local is sometimes really local, but in some cases where the conditions are brought together and you have the interlocutors there, it can be also have a wider outreach. Yeah.
Sorry, I have also a comment for this. What I see as a problem is often not really about the identification of the projects or the plans. A lot of times they look pretty well on paper. But what I really feel as a problem in the Africa-Europe cooperation program and the whole approach from the European side, that we are just pouring a lot of money into these countries. In many countries, surprisingly, a lot of money, actually. Nobody even have any idea how much money goes there. So, for example, I worked in the Gambia for more than 2 months in the last year. The Gambia, what is the smallest country in Africa, got, I don't remember exactly the time span, I think it was 3 or 4 years or something. We got, as the European Union is the biggest donor of the country, and I gave more than 480 million euro for the Gambia, what is almost as much money as Moldova got for the next 5 years, when Moldova is an EU candidate country and the Eastern Partnership country, etc. And I talked to a lot of people, even government authorities, and the problem is that this money is absolutely not visible. Nobody really knows where this money ended up. So there is no monitoring, or at least it's very, very vague. So maybe on paper there is something. Of course, they need to verify how they spend the money. And absolutely no follow-up at all. So the European Union is basically just see as a solution that we're pouring into a lot of money into these countries when, as you already explained, we know how weak is the institutional system, how weak is the government, and we are waiting for the miracle that, oh, the locals know how to use this in a local level and whatever, and they are going to build tangible projects, and local countries are going to benefit from that.
Thanks for corroborating my analysis, because what we are suggesting here at the bottom is exactly not to do it that way. So far, and I talked to BMZ, this is cooperation guys, or to my former GIZ colleagues and KfW and so on. So far, we do exactly what you described. Exactly what you described. We continue, and remember one of my first slides up there, we continue to do the civilian aid as we did it always. Here, Berlin identifies projects, and now the new government has new projects or programs, and then we deploy them and invite the local governments and the local populations to participate. And participation is actually the most revealing term, because until this very day, participation means they participate in our projects. And what we suggest here is to do it otherwise. I mean, I know what raised your attention. It was this Draghi quote. Yeah. This is a dangerous one. Yeah. So forgive me for that, but we wanted to give an idea of the magnitude of the tasks, so to speak. So I do not contradict you at all, although I worked 20 years in in German technical cooperation before I returned to academia, because I said to myself, you cannot do this until you are retired. But this was about for the very same reasons. Okay. Towards the end, some fundamental unknowns. We insist very much, and so do our local professors at the universities and civilian society guys over there, with whom we communicate. We do not pretend to have discovered the gold standard or the miracle solution. There are a number of fundamental unknowns. First of all, we have no, even in science, also I'm not happy with my agrarian economics prof colleagues. We have no exact knowledge how sustainable, economically speaking, these regions or defined sub-regions, how viable these regions are. Is it at all possible to stabilize these places demographically, socially, economically, and to what extent? Or are they already, sorry for the quote, overpopulated to an extent that it is physically impossible to bear such a huge burden? Then comes the next question, which rejoins in a way our debate before the break. What are perhaps developmental game changers that could turn the things for the positive? We had one case before the break. You remember your question, where to put these green energy and whatever programs. That is exactly the case. These reasons, if peace returns, are well placed for some of energy, of renewable energy, far better placed than most of Europe, including perspectives of hydrogen production. It starts in the south of the Maghreb. My wife, who is herself an MP, came back yesterday from a delegation visit to Morocco, Algeria. She left Algiers and Oman, by the way, and Tunisia. And in the biggest solar project of the world, Ouarzazate, in the south of Morocco, they now contemplate associating, probably with Siemens participating, they contemplate, Manuel, putting hydrogen production first on an experimental scale next to it, because the energy is there, so why not make the hydro thing with the energy from Ouarzazate? So these are the potential game changers, the positive things that could help as well as but then how big is the political capacity to manage such a multiple crisis and so on? And obviously, relating to your question again, the things can not only work out at the local level and leaving the national level completely off the record. Some reforms and some rebuilding of government has to happen also as a national. So how has this to be agents between these levels? And so on and so forth, and here come the others. So thank you, nice that you listened, and now your questions. Was long, I admit. Thanks.
Thank you, Professor Asche. Who would like to go first with the question he had?
Thank you for the presentation. It was very interesting. I wanted to go back to the point of French communication. And
you can talk about that.
As a French speaker, as an Algerian, I watch French TV, I watch French presidential debates. They communicate very, very well. Why did they fail to communicate on those topics? And basically, what are the superficial reasons, but the deeper reasons? Because I feel there's two levels there.
Yeah, this is an obviously good one, and I deserve it like that. No, you are right. I watch French TV and listen to French radio and so on, and quite often, I must say. they communicate, the media communicate, but they do not reach properly the local populations in the region. The local populations in the especially also on social media and so on and so forth. And what is important, it did not so far, before the retreat of the French troops, it did not contain anything illuminating on the behavior and the actions of the military forces. So if you have question marks about, there are expert reports, I know many of them, Jeune Afrique does a wonderful work and so on, but this is not proper state communication, which as one would have expected it. I keep it short here, we can deepen it. The analysis that la France, c'est-à-dire la France officielle, n'a pas mené la guerre de communication is not our diagnosis, this is our French colleagues who tell you they did not properly explain what they did, what the aims were, if they were clear about their aims at all. Also reconquering and then what, and so on. So yes, of course, you can read and hear, especially in French, but problem starts already there. But
thank you also for your presentation. I have two questions. So the first one is about this notion of empowering women and giving them the chance to negotiate, which I find really great, and the bottom-up approach to rebuild society, so to say. But as far as I'm informed, what we often face is that we have like small villages or so, and the village leader who kind of represents the village, he's male, as you said. So how can women there really have a voice? And the second question is, as you have been like the former chief of DEVAL, German Institute of Evaluation, maybe you could try to give a positive outlook on how the evaluation methodology could work, because I feel that like data still lacks often, and we have failed to give like good theories on macroeconomic development in the last decades, and I'm a bit lost here. Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, on these local negotiations, again, it is a very multifaceted story all over it takes entirely different forms. Sometimes it's failed. It has failed, lamentably failed. Terrorists came back, or local actors fell out among themselves, and so on. So I repeat, I don't want to appear more wiser than I actually are. It is multifaceted. It is always better, because this is even corroborated by evaluation data, as you allude to that wherever women are involved in local conflict management, chances are significantly higher that succeeds, even including also minor cases from Afghanistan. Chances are far better. And that is the way also how I see that evaluation could be to good use. It is not necessarily randomized controlled trial that you can deploy there for various reasons, but evaluation can play a role. And my thing, and that is where I fell out with the then German government at the time when I was evaluation director, that our institute in Bonn was not allowed to do a really significant piece of evaluation in Afghanistan. In this newspaper, Tagesspiegel, heute Morgen, is an article that now the Enquete Commission and two Enquete Commissions are put up in the Bundestag to finally, especially the Enquete Commission, to finally, with help of evaluators, evaluate the Afghanistan disaster in its comprehensive way. We were only allowed to do bits and pieces, although everyone realized that nearly everything goes wrong there. Yeah? So yes, I agree. Our friend from Ukraine.
We had Tony first.
Yeah, sorry.
So thank you very much, Professor, for your presentation. I have 2 or 3 questions.
Where are you from, if I may ask?
I'm originally from Uganda.
Yeah.
And I work at the University of Potsdam.
Okay.
Yes.
Great.
Yes. I'm Ugandan Rwandese, so Uganda, Rwanda, but grew up in Uganda. Yeah. Have you been to Uganda?
Yes, of course.
Oh, very, very
so
good.
I know not only Kampala, I know.
I was born in Jinja.
Great.
Yeah, very, very nice. Anyway, so
Very
2
green
questions. So my first question is about the French military. Why do you think the French military sidelined the other forces, the local forces? And then that takes me to the second question. You talked about women participation, which I think is very important. And something then went into my mind immediately. How has been the participation of women in the military in these particular countries? What is the composition of women, and are they given leadership role in the military forces? And maybe that would also help in the peace processes, not only from civilians, but also women participating in the military forces. The third question was actually mainly for Professor, but it also goes back a bit into your presentation. You gave a general forecast, and you said there should be debt reduction or something when you gave a general forecast for these countries. And what was going again in my mind was what leads to these dates, debt increment. The debts keep growing up or increasing, but how do they come up? Sometimes you discover that it's also from the donor countries, that these countries receiving funding or aid have increased debt. For example, when I take the case of Uganda, we had elections in 2021 January, and then the World Bank was already giving lots of money back to the dictatorship, which is 37-year-old, giving a lot of aid to fight coronavirus, but very sure that this money will not go to the population. But again, the government has to pay back this debt. So there is an increased debt, and there is also a lot of corruption. So how do we reduce this debt? So it goes back. And it also comes back to the military aspect. You give a lot of money for military support, but then, yeah.
Directly
Thank
for
you.
the third question.
Yes, the development of debt. That's a fascinating story. You're right. There is all these. Also, when we speak about ODA, Official Development Assistance, it is not a grant of 100%. We also call it debt if it has a minimum of 25% grant share. So even with aid, you can run into debt. You know? In this case, I think what we observe here is something which is easier to be explained if you are a resource importing country and you have a very low price elasticity. That means when the price is increased, you have to buy it anyway. And so, but you don't have the money. So the country that is selling the commodities is granting you a credit. So that you run into a sort of balance of payment problem, which is then solved either by the IMF or by the country that sells the commodities. And here you have no chance to escape. Yeah, so because at short notice, you cannot react to the increase in the gas price, for instance, or oil price. Only in the medium run, you can change the capital intensity and stuff. Okay, so that is, I would say, in the last 2 years, it's more something which is due to the world economic situation, rather than to, say, political economy of the kind you just mentioned. And of course, the debt problem is mainly due to the misspending of public debt. I mean, I'm not against public debt if you spend it on on schooling, on infrastructure, on universities and the like. But we have this is a phenomenon we see all over the world. Public money is misspent, and if it's misspent, it cannot earn money in the future. And it cannot be paid back. So I would, in this case, my take is my understanding of without getting into every single detail. My understanding of the literature is that this is really the world economic situation that drives up the debt. Whereas, say, in the years before, say, what was remedied by the HIPEC initiative, there was a lot of what you just said. A lot of projects that wouldn't fly, and everyone knew that they didn't fly.
Mm-hmm. Then to your two first questions, again in reverse order. To the best of my knowledge, the role of women in the national armies is minimal. There's certainly a clear difference with Uganda or the Rwandan army, which I know far better, where the role of even female colonels and so on is far higher, minimal, which is part of the problem. And then what explains the behavior of the French military? This is a very good one. I mean, I'm neither a historian, nor a political scientist, nor an anthropologist. I'm a simple economist. And that is probably why it took me and some others quite some time to get probably on tracing this behavior better. There is, and literature, French literature is growing on that it is, there is a long-standing tradition in the French, among the French officers, military officers, and especially the generals, in an attitude of, that is why I use terms like conquer and reconquer, as they do besides, a tradition which goes far back into the colonial era, and to be precise, into the 19th century. They compare it themselves when they conquered Timbuktu or reconquered Timbuktu in 2012. They compared themselves with their first conquer, their first conquering of Timbuktu in the 19th century, and so on and so forth, and how they treated locals. And an important aspect of the story, I would like to be lengthy at that, is the tradition, their military tradition from the Algerian wars. Both the war to conquer, in quote unquote, Algeria in the first place, and then from the liberation struggle, which they think they have not lost. You know that better than I do. So there is an astonishing elite continuity in the French military, even to a personal extent. I discovered of late, am I allowed to tell one anecdote at least? Andreas did as well. There is a general de Saint-Quentin. Most of these are nobles. They are noble fonts and so weiter. A general de Saint-Quentin in the French military corps. And he was mentioned in the Sahelian crisis repeatedly. And after 1.5 years, it came to my mind that I know the guy, because he was a simple captain in 1993 and 94 in Rwanda, in the French military corps in Rwanda, just before the fall of Habyarimana. And we met personally with the families, Sundays at the pool, kids are in the pool, and you talk a bit of politics. And he confirmed to us, the old military government of Habyarimana has everything under control, everything is under our control, and so on and so forth, which was obviously deliberately wrong, deliberately wrong. And now this man has then pointed there and there and there, elsewhere in Africa, and now he is promoted general, is the military advisor to the French presidency in Paris. So you see a personal continuity which has existed till 1917, the end of our colonial experience in the German Army Corps as well. You see this continuity, personal continuity to this. These guys even write books. French officers write books on their military experience of successfully regaining territories in the large French Sahel. And so I cut that here, but it is one of my latest topics to which I came as a layman, because I'm really not a military expert, neither a historian, but it is fascinating. Never meet such guys in Uganda if you can avoid it. Yeah. And no, but I mean the thing is that also in political circles, and I come to one very important final point probably. In political circles here in Berlin, this is completely underestimated. That they have to do not with the same tradition as our newly formed Bundeswehr. We were with our Sahel initiative kind of 3 or 4 weeks ago for the second time running a whole day at the Einsatzführungskommando, the general quarters of the German army in Potsdam near the Schwilosee. They have a completely different attitude. They employ even anthropologists by conflict area. One for Mali, one for Burkina. They had folks in Afghanistan. They have one for South Sudan and so on. It's a completely different attitude. And the last example, and then I stop, and because I get hungry as well. The French government strongly opposed these local peace talks for as long that Ibrahim Keita and Roch Kaboré were in power in Ouaga in Bamako. President Macron himself, who is not always right, as we know from Ukraine, at least he went there, fine, and his former ministers of foreign affairs and armies, also Le Drian and Parly, they were strongly opposed and forced the Malian and Burkinabe governments not to allow these local peace talks. In brackets, they took place nevertheless, because far below their radar screen to a large extent. They were opposed to talks with armed so-called terrorist groups, because terrorists have to be beaten and then the territory has to be occupied. So you see, apropos mindset, there is a completely different mindset in the French military till this very days. And now our task is to convince these guys to take kind of an independent point of view vis-a-vis Paris on such strategic questions. Obviously, with the Ukraine war, it has become more difficult because now we close ranks. Macron and Scholz travel together, so we are glad that we have this French-German this French-German alliance stronger than ever. But in the Sahel, it is completely wrong to follow their attitude. So I got a bit emotional.
A quick follow-on. Yeah, no, a quick follow-up. Do you think European military force would solve some of these issues, or a European military force, if we were to have joint missions?
Also MINUSMA is to a large extent a joint European force, although it's a UN force with some Chinese soldiers, which do not make much of a difference, and so on. It is largely a European force, and they behave completely differently. But now they behave completely differently. First, because they have not a robust mandate, so they are a bit more peaceful, but also in their attitude. I know some of our officers who have been to Gao and these places appointed there, this is different, and it would make a difference if it were not under French control. Definitely. Also, I'm Francophile for 100%. I have a house in France. I love French people, but do not follow them in these matters. Huh? Please. Also, I mean, to an Algerian lady, you do not have to explain that. That goes without saying. But have you known besides that there has been one huge area when the European Union was formed in '56? There was one very important extra-European territory which became part and parcel, really constituted the initial European Economic Community. It was Algeria, because Algeria was considered part of France, not a colony, but part of France. So when we formed the European Union, which brings us here today, in 1956, the Algerian provinces became part of the European community. Yeah, so, okay, on that, for the one historic absurdity. Yeah.
Okay, it's Frau Kammerer's turn now. Or do you have time for us to do the lunch, or should we do the lunch later? Okay, then I would. Yes. We are over time, but thank you very much, Professor Ascher.
Yes. Hello. I'm Kati Kamara. I'm working for the German African Business Association, or German Speakers Afrika an der deutschen Wirtschaft. Asche und diesen Freitag gerade war Advisory Board, Science Advisory Board, I think. Yes, this is why I'm here. I always say that the German African Business Association is actually not the right expression or translation, because we are actually the German industry in Africa. This is, we are, but by now it is also a lot of African industry.
I should be speaking with this. I always think my voice is loud enough, but yes, maybe. So I'm responsible for the Anglophone Western Africa, the Lusophone, the Portuguese-speaking Africa, but also the topic of energy that includes hydrogen, but that includes also water topics. We are a business association, just to give you a short overview, but at the interface between governments and businesses. Because we spoke about politics a lot already, it is very important that if you want to do business in African countries, to understand the political dynamics, maybe even more important than in other regions of the world. We do large-scale events. Our largest event is the German African Energy Forum, which just took place 2 weeks ago exactly in Hamburg. We had 37 African countries represented, 13 African ministers. This is the level that we interact on. Oh. I messed something up probably. I said I'm trying. All right. So we want to speak about the prospects of green energy production and technology in Africa, or between Africa and Europe. So I'm going to do a quick status quo, energy in Africa and Europe and the cooperation, speak about the threats and opportunities in this energy cooperation, and want to underline if it can be or will be a partnership or a dependency. And then the main part, the outlook and prospects. I'm not here for numbers and intelligence. I'm here for context. We work with German company, African companies, as well as German and African governments, where our main objective is to try and make German politics understand the views of African politics. So this is a lot of me trying to speak of the African perspective as well. So I said it's not about numbers, so I'm try to break it down. Europe's energy supply is universal. Everybody in Europe has access to affordable and reliable electricity. But at the same time, our energy market is very dependent on non-European energy sources, but at the same time is regionally integrated. This is where the European Union functions very well, or Europe as a unity, but it is dominated by fossil fuels. The dependency and the domination of fossil fuels is the one we all know we are trying to fight. It is the war in the Ukraine that is bringing that topic very personal to us, because we all see the rising prices, etc. We want to end the dependency, so who can we turn to? There's talks all of a sudden. There's more talks on, okay, can we bring African gas, for example, also to Europe, while for a very, very long time, African governments were almost forced to not invest in their gas supply and were not granted money for exploring that. I have a few numbers on the energy mix. I think this is no news, and of course, I think 22% of renewable energy in 2020 were already renewable. So we're moving into the right direction, but it's too slow, of course. Africa's energy supply is very opposite to the one here in Europe: inefficient, expensive, and exclusive. So let me check the exact numbers. So electrification in Africa is with 24%. Over 60% of Africans don't have access to electricity. And 2 weeks ago, like I said, we had the Energy Forum. There was a country session on Nigeria, and the Nigerian Ministry of Power was presenting how they're trying to connect villages and rural areas to the grid. And then I looked at him and said, but to be connected to the grid in Nigeria doesn't mean you have power. Because even that's a very critical point, and this is where even German industry comes in and seems to be a source of intelligence and technology to stabilize. We have a Siemens Energy project. We've had similar projects in Egypt. Now there's the PPI, Presidential Power Initiative in Nigeria, that is supposed to help with stabilizing the existing power infrastructure, because it is just too weak. Yes, energy is very expensive, and the energy markets are also opposite to the ones in Europe. Isolated regional integration is not very far and not very good. Of course, there is energy trade also between the countries. We have power pools in different regions in Western, Southern, Eastern, and Northern Africa. At the same time, while of course a lot of natural resources are on the African continent, it is still dependent on a lot of energy from outside. So the energy cooperation between Europe and Africa, there is a bilateral partnership, energy partnership between Europe and the African continent, so the European Union and the African Commission. And of course, on the one side, it is African countries provide the European Union with natural resources, fossil fuels. On the other hand, it's supposed to enhance power generation on the African continent, sustainable energy for all. It is a lot about renewable projects, of course, because the potential is huge. And to provide power to especially the rural areas. I would say it is also the biggest part of energy cooperation between the European Union and the African continent now is on the African continent that reaches Africans and industries there is development cooperation projects. It is not a lot of investment guarantees. It is not incentives for foreign direct investment into Africa or into actual projects. There is bilateral cooperation in terms of trying to work on better framework for projects in general, but the financing of private sector projects is definitely a lack. Then, of course, the oil and gas trade between Africa and Europe. We spoke a lot about the French. There, of course, private sector involved also in the oil and gas sector, but also other European countries, of course, with the large corporations that have been in the countries for a very long time. There's a power imbalance between the continents. And when it comes to energy cooperation, that is very visible and is very, I found it very necessary to underline it here. Because right now we have the Western states, Europe, being fueled by energy from African countries, while they don't even have, the energy to, the energy to industrialize in the way they want to. So, because I'm going to go deeper into that later, how could the energy cooperation between Africa and Europe look like tomorrow? We as the German African Business Association do, of course, a lot of press work and communications with the German ministries and also to the European Commission on a Green Deal with Africa. This is a couple of years ago that we were asking for that. Now the Global Gateway Initiative is the most prominent infrastructure partnership that is supposed to take place between the European, or is supposed to be supported within the European Union onto Africa, where ties between Europe and Africa are supposed to be strengthened in order to create better value chains but also trade between the two continents. Then the AFCFTA, do you know? Okay, I see VDA nodding already. Does anybody know what the AFCFTA is? Yes? Yes, the African Continental Free Trade Area, which is in effect since beginning of last year. And if it's actually implemented, or if it would be implemented, the largest economic free zone of the world. So that makes why it's so important is because it shows an African unity. It shows not the former territorial borders and also the divide between the African countries themselves, but it is a first step towards actual regional integration throughout the whole continent. And thinking about the effect, even if it's only in 20, 30 or 50 years, that would bring to the continent itself, but also as a partner, for example, for the European Union, that would be massive. And the world often sees the African continent as one country anyways. This is a discussion that all of us have heard before. And I always like to say that, of course, 54 different countries and so many different cultures, but maybe this is the one objective that we can use as Africans. I'm half African, so sometimes I speak as a German, sometimes I speak as an African, I speak as the African. We can use that because we are the largest continent. I have a 3-year-old son. Of course, he has African roots, but even his friends, they see a world map and they see Africa, because at least the way we portray it here, it's in the middle of the world map, and from its shape, it's something you will remember, and from the people and the cultures, because it's foreign to us here in the Western world, is also something that you remember. So this is one of the largest and biggest chances that the African continent has, also when it comes to energy and to energy trade, because as it is now, even when we look at future green energies like hydrogen, it will be very, very important that trade will be easy and possible. So tomorrow, will there be European and African hydrogen hubs on the African continent or between the European continent and Africa? This is a large question mark, because Europe has to do a lot and Africa has to do a lot in order to achieve that. So, what are the threats and opportunities of different and green energy trade and relations between Europe and Africa? Europe and Africa for global stability. Maybe I should have put a question mark here, but I believe, and we hear that a lot when in discussions with African partners, it is not that nobody's active on the African continent. We spoke about corruption already, spoke about military engagement. It is not only Europeans that are there on the ground. But fact is, Africa is our neighbor, and from an African perspective, Europe is our neighbor. There have been very long-lasting trade relations between the continents. Even before colonial times, there were trade relations between the continents, and even during colonial times, there has been engagement and interaction. So it doesn't matter for what reason, there is knowledge about the continent, and vice versa. Of course, it's a somehow, it's a relationship that's not, we have to overcome our transgenerational trauma here, but the relationship is there. Allies, joint security challenges. When I started at Africa Verein in 2013, even after that, why German politics all of a sudden was concerned with engaging with Africa more on a private sector level or supporting investments, German investments in Africa, was because we were facing refugee crisis, and they were afraid of even more refugees coming. So they were trying to create jobs on the continent and so forth in order to stabilize and not deal with people here, but rather deal with people there. But these joint security crisis challenges are a fact. The way we are going about it now is not the right way, but whenever there are security crises in Africa, it also affects us, and especially if we speak about energy development. Professor Ascher said it, the Sahel region would have perfect conditions, for example, for hydrogen production. A lot of the countries have also ambitions in that direction, but as long as the security is the way it is unstable, then projects will not be possible in that large extent. Still, we are allies in this aspect. We are opposites, and opposites attract. We have contrary demographics. We here in Europe have rather the problem that we are getting too old and don't have enough young people to take care of the old population that we have. At the same time, the African continent is, I think, the youngest in the world, and this is why even speaking about jobs and the energy industry would be one that would create a lot of jobs, and green jobs here could actually be a match. On the other hand, we can learn a lot from each other, culture-wise, because our cultures are, even though they're not all the same, but opposite, and it takes a village to raise a child saying, which is, I guess, also from the African continent, is something that we are trying to build up with social systems that we have. Social infrastructures. The social infrastructures are embedded in many of the African cultures, and this is why we are not so far away from each other than we might think. The threats and opportunities of energy cooperation between Africa and Europe. So I start with the strength. We have strong energy relations already. The geographical proximity, I just named that. We have high investment capacity and potential. A lot of European investment is going into renewable energy projects all over the world, in Europe as well, all over the world, but very little into Africa. When we speak about renewable energy and climate change, and we discuss a lot that the financing for energy projects in Africa is not sufficient, because it's either very large-scale projects or very small-scale projects. But to actually make a change and to develop renewable energy on the continent fast, it would be necessary to have financing for medium-sized projects as well. The money is there. This is why it's a strength, and the money is within Europe, but it is not put into Africa. The technology and resource match. Also, when it comes to renewable energy technology, if you look at Europe as a continent, and of course Germany is one of the leaders there, we have great technology, and because we invest a lot in the research and development of them, and because we need the energy, because we are one of the areas in the world that uses most of the energy, so there has been a lot of effort. We have technology, and we have technology that is very needed in Africa. I will come to the transition aspect and what is green in all of these, and what does Africa need, and what do we need again. So, and Africa has the resources. We don't have the sun, we don't have the renewable resources to power our industries that are very energy intensive. So it's a match. We have the technology, they have the resources, just how do we come together? Let me jump to the risks. The barriers between development cooperation, investment promotion. We've heard it already, Professor Ascher also just said it. The way we do development cooperation is not sufficient. It is still with the colonial history that we have. We tell them what they can do with the money, or we tie the money that we bring into the African continent to things that we want and then we need, or that we think their societies should look like. This is an issue, and I think with more and more interaction between the continent on different levels, that could change, and investment promotion being at the center of development cooperation would be a way to go. But I have to say here that not all, Germany in particular, does a very bad job, because the government doesn't want to involve in business too much. So they see it separately. Other countries in the European Union do it a little better, at least when it comes to financing of projects. They have better framework for that. while their development cooperation might also be questionable. The bureaucratic effort is high, and this is where it's also critical when we speak about not only bilateral energy trade or energy relations within European countries and African countries, but EU to AU. The amount of bureaucracy that brings is actually a problem, because when it comes to energy and renewable energy, we need to move fast. We have the same problem here in Europe already, or in Germany, that our renewable energy projects are not being concluded and closed fast enough. And when it's then about the whole of Africa and the whole of Europe, we have to really think of a way how to do that relatively, relatively fast and easy. I will not underline everything, but speak about the opportunities, because this is what I'm trying to go with. We could, if Europe would see the African continent more as a partner and as a main partner, which is very important, really increase global energy production, green energy production. Doesn't matter if it's generally green energy from different sources, or really speaking about hydrogen as well. Of course, create green jobs and local value addition was what is needed in Africa, because if we don't have that, then stability will not be there. And also, if the industries don't move onto the continent, then the world situation will not change generally. Stabilize fragile regions and industries. So this, I think, is always the chicken and the egg problem. What comes first? Does the stability come first, or do the industries and development come first? And I think there was a question about how working with women, for example, would actually change something, while the leaders are still the same males. But as soon as you educate women and give them the opportunity, even if it's just one or two of them, that can actually change something, that already makes a difference. And it is never a fast solution, but this is the way to go, and this is a huge opportunity. And then, yeah, we can, if we bring this energy, African-European cooperation up to speed, then we can actually maybe reach our 2050 climate goals, which otherwise might not be possible. So partnership or dependencies, what are the determining factors? Because when we speak about energy, we see it now, it is very, very important to speak about and to force a partnership rather than a dependency. And this is where I would also address Europe again and say, are you aware that you need Africa and not that Africa needs you? Because other countries, companies that are non-European are moving into the continent and investing into the continent fast and aggressively. So while Europe, with the history that they have, think somehow the ties with the African continent are strong, which they are, but as soon as you bring the money and you bring the industries with you, maybe there's no space to develop projects in the extent that we would need it. And we have now, there is a power, there needs to be a power shift, or if we look at it, there's a power shift, because in order to sustain our societies the way they are, as powerful as they are, or as rich economically that they are, we will need green energy. So where do we ask the African continent, African countries to be our partners, because we need them, and also have discussions on that level. Universal access to power above Europe's clean energy need is what I put. You want to say something?
I was just wondering whether you think that Europe does a good job in communicating how important Africa actually is to Europe.
No. Sometimes I believe they have not understood it because they think Africa needs us. They really believe that.
I have the same feeling because I don't think it's anywhere on the priority agenda.
And I've been in discussions where here in Germany where they say, yeah, and it's foreigners that own African industries and that determine what happens in Africa. Of course, there are some, but that is really undermining the power that Africans have. And of course, the old elites, that's a huge problem, but it's those that you need to understand. And it's those that will decide if we can establish, for example, energy cooperation between individual countries, but it is not being... When we had 13 African ministers here in Hamburg 2 weeks ago, nobody of the German government showed up. Can you imagine? Can you imagine a German minister going to an African country without knowing that he at least sees the president? And you can repeat that to them over and over again, but they don't understand. It is also here that the political elite has to change. It is speaking about corruption. What is lobbyism? It is corruption on a different level. And you cannot look at Africa with the same eyes. You have to try and understand when you say, how should I do business? You have to try and understand why it is. And that is the solution. And this is what, for example, foreign and development cooperation can work on. Why is there even space for corruption? It's because it needs, things are moving so fast, things need to change fast. If the European Union comes and talks with them and talks and talks and talks and talks and talks and talks, then they have somebody else, a businessman that says, I'll do this for you, do that for you. In 2 years, we're done with the project. Of course, if your people don't have access to electricity, why would you not go that way? Because it is not in line with, without saying that they have any right to do so. But yes, this is a problem. And when it comes to power now, this is one of the largest energy forum. Now showed it to us. We had Mauritania there, we had Senegal. The German chancellor also just visited Senegal and said that Germany would support Senegal in discovering the gas resources and supporting Senegal there, which is not in line with Paris, which usually Germany could not support countries like that or the European Union. They have signed contracts for global climate change that fossil fuels are a taboo. At the same time, African countries face the problem of they don't have universal power. And who are we to tell them now? This is a very strong voice rising on the African continent from different countries saying we need our gas because we need fast and cheap energy. Of course, we have the natural resources to do it all renewable, but it will take us 5 to 10 years longer, and we don't have the financing in place. So, how can we find a balance there? And this is why I said, put it down here. The determining factor is definitely how much will Europe place their own need for renewable energy above the need for universal access to energy in Africa. If they cannot agree on that point with African countries, everybody else will move faster, and Europe will not be a priority partner. You have a question?
In that light, you see that a lot of European countries are busy signing memoranda of understanding when, for example, where it pertains to hydrogen. The Netherlands recently signed a memorandum of understanding with Namibia to import Namibian hydrogen. How do you view these developments in this light?
It's actually in the field of hydrogen the first time that especially Germany has put up framework that is for the financing part of renewable energy projects way better and more industry oriented than it used to be. And the bilateral trade agreements with Namibia. There was also one signed with Angola, for example, but on a private sector basis. And there are hydrogen offices in some African countries. It is good because it will enhance renewable energy projects on the ground, and it gives the possibility of bilateral interaction with the countries and trying to understand them. So while it would be problematic if none of the value addition stays in the countries, and if we run into a dependency again, we're bringing natural resources out and some of the money goes in, but there's no value addition in the countries. But you see a country like Namibia, for example, they know what they want. And it is not an imbalanced power problem because there's a lot of things that need to be rebuilt. And I think Namibia is maybe a good start for Germany because Germans know Namibia and Namibia knows Germany. And it's even for the outside world, everybody is not involved in it, easier to understand the dynamics because they're not so complex than if Germany is now trying to arrange a deal with Nigeria because it's so complex and so so it's necessary and the framework is better. It is important that value addition stays in the countries, but it's very individual if the countries actually achieve to also ask for it. But Namibia, for example, is a country that will do so.
If you allow, I would also have a question. My name is Manuel Frühling. As Mr. Asche already said, I'm working for Siemens Energy. You just briefly mentioned the investment promotion topic, and you said there are other countries which have a better scheme. I mean, that would be great if you could go a little bit into more detail into that one. Thanks.
Yeah. It's countries like the Netherlands, that's more general, it's not specifically on energy, that's the Netherlands, that is Austria, that is France with the AFD, they also do different private sector engagement with the French GIZ than, for example, Germany does.
But do you know in particular what they are doing better? And I mean, are they providing financing more easily?
Yes, that's
what are the
that is the main they created funds. I know my colleagues from politics and communication would now know better to answer that question, but we've done research on what the financing conditions for the projects are better, and there's a larger part of financing available for projects.
And I assume you have discussed this also with the German government, right? And
yes.
What was their answer why we can't copy-paste?
The funny thing is they say they copy-paste and we're happy about what will come out and they put it on the table and like, but that's not the same. So yes, there was one case on I will send the links to the different initiatives because the colleagues have really wrote it down, specific funds for specific activities. Export guarantees is one of the things as well, or securities for high-risk projects. So they always say it is not, mostly say it is not possible for them, or it is not one of their focus, because in Germany, I think the largest problem is that the Ministry of Development Cooperation is not close enough to industry, and the Ministry of Economic Affairs is not close enough to Africa, because they see it as part and important for the Ministry of Development Cooperation. So they would see that the responsibility of bringing financing and risk mitigation to the table would lie with the Ministry of Development Cooperation, and the Ministry of Development Cooperation says, no, but this is export, and this is foreign trade policy, so the Ministry of Economic Affairs. So there is like a divide in who feels responsible for it and who will bring the money on the table for it.
Why don't we just build another WKO like the Austrians did? And I know they're quite successful with this solution. What holds us back as Germans or Europeans? I mean, why isn't there like a European version of the WKO, for example?
I think we're not unified as a European Union when it comes to foreign trade enough, because of different backgrounds, and the Germans are also not known for thinking, they did something great, let's do it. It has to be all made in Germany until we accept it.
I mean, we are desperately looking for the name of this special Dutch scheme and fund.
Scheme for medium-sized
enterprises.
Yeah. It was even a couple of years ago.
The German government claimed that they would do the same.
I probably know the scheme. Yeah. No, I addressed it as well in my dissertation, I remember. But this is, almost 10 years ago, so I'm not up to date with regard to these schemes now, the schemes especially in other countries. I mean, one major problem is, they all do the schemes for themselves, right? So we as a German company wouldn't have access to them. And that's actually a huge topic.
And this is something that Germany doesn't do. And I put Continental.
I will speak about that topic anyway tomorrow morning in more detail. But speaking now for the German investment scheme, you need to be you need to be a company here in Germany, and then you can you can make your investments abroad, and then you get the promotion, right? So it's not possible for a French company, for instance, who's not located here in Germany, to make access of that program.
Depends on what money you're trying to tap into.
You always need to be there in Germany in order to get the access. And I assume that is also the case with other countries as well.
But there's a good growth fund, from the Netherlands.
Yeah.
But then it comes when it's about risk insurance. That's true. Then you need to be a German company. But if it's, for example, about KfW money is not tied to German company. It's tied to European companies. And then is the German company competitive enough or not? So other countries are more restrictive in saying, even when it comes to the development money, that their local companies are preferred. Germany does only do that when it comes to the risk insurance and investment guarantee.
Yeah, I think when you're speaking about banks, of course, banks are doing a quite different job now. They're financing exports. They maybe also provide financing for investments. And in that case, you're right. But particularly, we were speaking about investments.
Yeah.
You normally need to be a company in Germany, then who is doing then the investments abroad, and then you have access to that one, to our scheme, right?
Yeah.
That was my point. Okay.
Ms. Kammer, if you're as a manual, you will come back to that anyway tomorrow morning,
right?
As you said. Now, I have one pet example for the difference between the German and the Dutch system, and I hope you can confirm my pet example. It's the flower industry in Ethiopia. The first country, African country, to develop a flower export industry was Kenya. And around Lake Naivasha and all the region there, well known. This was already in place and competitive. But then the Dutch industry, the Dutch know a thing or two about flowers. And then the Dutch government, and that was before the advent of the Good Growth Fund, so it was not yet even the scheme now in place. The Dutch industry, flower industry, and the Dutch government together put a package in place, the kind of package the African Business Association, German Business Association is always asking for. They put a package in place for the private investment in the flower industry around Addis Ababa, and invested in the logistics. The Dutch Development Corporation invested in training, in personnel training and other human resource issues around the industry, and the Ethiopian government did their part as well. And all this together, that is the Dutch private sector experience in flower growing, in flower logistics, together with the government part, that made a success story of the Ethiopian flower industry till this very day. And exactly this kind of packaging is, for miraculous reasons, impossible in the German system until we...
Yeah, so I really like these initiatives and everything what you were talking about, but I just wonder that what are the chances, or let's say what are the security guarantees that any of these new green projects are going to bring something tangible benefit for the local population? Because we can see how it's working in the fossil fuel business and in these countries like Nigeria, Equatorial Guinea, Angola. So there are a lot of oil and everything, but the local population doesn't really see anything from this. So you mentioned, for example, that there will be so-called green jobs. I'm not really sure what does it mean, but the framework of this, for example, already worked out, and are these African countries are really prepared for these green jobs, and the locals are able to fulfill these positions, or the governments are working on this, that there will be some solution for this, or what's going to happen? Because, yeah, you know how is this working?
Yeah,
so,
that's exactly
yeah.
the chicken and the egg problem that we're speaking about. The framework, the industries are not there yet, and the framework is also not there yet in order to really push these topics in the largest extent. But if you don't start somewhere, and if you don't go onto the continent with the objective, now speaking from a European side, that only if we use this as a way of also moving industries on the continent, or an investment in export of green energy is always an investment in local capacities. Doesn't mean that it's only the energy sector, but maybe other capacities that the countries have or want to in specific industries where Germany or other European countries have knowledge and can do capacity building. When this is thought together, then we can achieve that. If we don't think it like that, then it will be hydrogen, and all of those green energies will just be the next oil. It will stay the same. But of course, African countries also have to have that the will and the restructuring too. So if we have the old elites that will see this, we have a next export good that will bring foreign exchange into the countries, yay, then nothing will change. Of course, there is also a task for the African countries. I wanted to underline continental unity. The European Union and Europe as a union, until we reach a real European-African cooperation, we need a stronger European unity. I am a little bit over 30 now. I think with the war going on is the first time that I have more of a personal attachment and actually emotions tied to being a European, other one than my passport, and feeling like there is a unity and we are one continent, and trying to fight for something together. On the African continent, you also don't have that yet. You have the first steps, like the African Continental Free Trade Area. You have regional integrational projects. You have a stronger African Union than you had 10 years ago. But if we really speak about European-African cooperation on that broad level, there's also socially within the continents a lot of work to do. This brings me to education and, yes, okay. Education and inclusive cooperation. It will not be enough for us to do just business interactions or more investment between Africa and Europe. We would need, all of us that need to have a better knowledge of the African continent or the European Union and the countries and the cultures within that and the structures. Most people, like we have about 500 members, and some of them are active in one African countries. Now I spoke to somebody about Nigeria. The person is thinking of signing a contract in Nigeria and has no idea whatsoever. He's in international sales, so you do business all over the world. But he has, in South Africa, they're active and nowhere else. Now he's trying to move to Nigeria. I told him, please travel to the country a few times, try and understand it. You have to understand you have to understand the structures. And when you go there, you will also have more of actually push and how do you say intrinsische Motivation in English? Intrinsic motivation to actually realize projects, because you need that in order to be successful on the African continent. And this is also what the European Union needs. They need an intrinsic motivation to really drive and come closer to their neighbor. I mean, it's our neighboring continent, and we are really far away. Yes, and of course, the last point, large-scale public and private investment is necessary and needed, and we always speak about there's no money available for energy projects in Africa, and we have a lot of European companies that are very risk-averse. That's why we see other regions of the world moving into the continent faster, also in infrastructure and energy projects, because they know risk from their own environment way better than we know it here in Europe. We are just too safe in order to feel like we can go into, in our view, unsafe area and realize projects and so forth. So it needs knowledge and the investment that we have, or the money that we have, also not only from the public side, but also private sector wise. There is little private sector money from Europe going into the continent.
From your business association, do you see more small, medium-sized businesses investing or wanting or interested in Africa, or multinationals?
For the multinationals, it's easier because the framework is not the way it should be in order for small and medium-sized companies to move. Because as a larger company, it is easier for me to come up with the finance if I'm a small and medium-sized company, then because the risk is so high and the interest rates are so high, then it's harder for me to get the finance. But of course, we also have small and medium-sized companies that have been that their main business is in Africa. You know, and they are the ones, and those are the ones that have been there for decades. And this is why they see, of course, the risk is high because the markets move up and down, but long term, it has been profitable for them because they stayed on the ground. Trade, for example, because that's the relations that started. I mean, Germany is the master in exports. So, of course, this is one. But this is why the energy sector is also is so interesting, because we have the technology here in Europe, and in Africa it is needed, and it will not be developed locally as fast. Yeah.
I just also have a question regarding sectors, and basically you just said like about trade. So basically, what do you propose to start with that, like to increase the export from Europe to Africa, like which kind of trade?
The trade that is going on now is of course, a lot of export from Europe to African countries. What would be necessary in order to produce growth and industries being there would actually be not only exporting from Africa the raw materials. It would need to be raw materials, need to refined within, which there are more and more African businesses that do that. But there are little foreign companies that move production sites, for example, onto the African continent, which would be needed because, I mean, the natural resources are there, and the green energy would also be there in order to turn industries more greener.
So circling back to the question about sectors, like which production facilities in which sectors, like for which products, like you think like are the most relevant for Africa, like at least to start with?
Yeah, I mean, it is on the one side, the ones that are already there, the mining industry. If value addition would happen more on the continent, then you would have the match of what is already existing. Then you have the automotive industry, you're going to hear about that later, which also has the prospects. There the problem is more, okay, there is more value addition on the continent, but there's not the customers on the continent yet. Textile industry, while it is not really competitive yet with other regions of the world, but this is also a sector where companies are moving, and of course agriculture, because the continent needs it, and value addition could also happen here more. They're importing way too much food and always affected by crisis.
Thank you. So I have a question that may be a bit out of the topic, but I believe it's relevant. So as an interesting profile yourself, being half European, half African, I think you have an interesting perspective. Another type of people that have an interesting perspective is immigrants. And as one myself, and I've met a few in the room, having lived our first few years there and coming here, we're sort of a mix. So I would love to hear your opinion on what our role can be. Because technically we don't fit in here, we don't fit in there, but we have the perfect sort of vision sometimes on how the collaboration can happen. And to your point that the person should travel there a few times before he sets up business, he should also maybe talk to some immigrants who are here, who lived their life there. So how would we make that less of a sort of organic, but more institutional? Where do the immigrants fit in? Considering Europe already has so many of them, and sometimes generations.
Yeah.
So,
I think it's a very hard task that immigrants have, or diaspora, African diaspora has, because it would be you understand both sides, and this is what I mean with education and inclusive cooperation. That not only on government level, but to engage and to also educate people here is very important, but also educate people at home. I grew up with a dad that in his life, he never wore a suit except when he traveled to Senegal. Then he arrived there in a suit because he's the person that made it to Europe, and that if you walk around in a suit, you have money. So it is also within our own families and cultures that we also need to educate on. The West is not all that great, and it's not easy to make money and make a living, especially if you're supporting families on the ground. So I think vice versa. Here we see more and more German companies, I can only speak for the Germans now, that are looking for diaspora Africans, for example, in order to work for them, because the intercultural aspect is so important when doing business. You have diaspora organizations that do that here and push that with large corporations, especially that try and engage in these topics. But this would also be something that politics could engage in more. How about diplomats from different backgrounds, because they will understand and be able to be a better diplomat if they have different backgrounds as well.
Do you think the Germans are ready for the immigrants to come and take a more prominent role also in this?
I mean, we are, it depends on how the immigrants look like. If the immigrant is black, it is less likely that Germans will deal with it in an appropriate manner than if the immigrant would not look like an immigrant in a room full of people. Yes?
Thank you very much. My question is not so much about energy, but it goes
I have them feeling they're moving into. Yeah.
I mean, it's interrelated. You know, on the last slide, sorry.
Mm-hmm.
Here, when you talk about continental unity, and you've given also very interesting aspects on Europe, but also on Africa. So, and my question, I mean, would be direct to you, but also to the Africa Verein. Let me say it this way. Have you worked on, I mean, I did my PhD on the topic of citizenship. So I worked around citizenship, statelessness, dual citizenship, movement of persons and goods. And when we talked about the AFTA, the African Continental Free Trade Area, there is possibility for movements of goods within Africa, but the movement of people is deterred. So as a European, as a white person, you have a bigger chance to cross so many African countries than a Black African within Africa, even when they have the funding, because they need the visas and so on. So how is Africa in working on this in relation to trade? When you talk also about continental unity, I mean, Europe also has challenges and so on, but what I discover from the African Union, that it picks a bit of the model of the European Union to construct an African Union. And do you think that is feasible? Do you think it's practical in that sense? So thank you very much.
Yeah, the first question, we are the association in Germany for German industry and politics mainly. We try to bring the messages of the African partners to the Germans and also other way around, but our work is not generally on, for example, working with the AFCFTA or the AU on how to better also the conditions for the civilization. But what is always important to us is that German business people often criticize that it's very hard to get a visa for African countries. And we always push towards the other direction and tell German, because if there's binational commissions between, for example, Nigeria and Germany, where I sit, and we then push for, but how about Nigerian businessmen trying to come to Germany? Do you know how hard it is for a Nigerian businessman to come to Germany? So we are more of the between Africa and Europe or between Africa and Germany. Then, but definitely it would be very important that also people could move freely within the African continent. But when we speak about business engagement, it would need to be possible for African business people to also be active in Europe. It cannot be, okay, we need more, it cannot only be we need more European industry producing and locally active in Africa. It would also need to be, we have so many companies from all over the world here that bring different aspects and knowledge, and Africans they're not even given the possibility in a large extent. What was your second question? Yes, because they're trying to copy, it looks like. Mm-hmm. I don't think it will work, but I think it is a first step. I think it's a first step towards knowing the identity of the African Union, you know? And I have the feeling also, colonialism, it was then after when they gotten their freedom back, trying to copying, because many of the laws enforced and written down are still based on the laws that the British or the French brought. So their nations themselves are also trying to find their identity after colonial times, and it's also a process, and I think that's what it will be with the African Union. I think the more and more countries are moving in and are really active part of the African Union, the better. And what I love to see, when we had the Energy Forum, for example, an Egyptian company very present, and Moroccan companies, the intercontinental trade also between sub-Saharan Africa and Northern Africa is getting way closer, and there's more and more actually the Northern African countries looking south than looking north for business interactions. And this is very positive and pushes, because it's the Northern Africans are also the ones that are most experienced with the Europeans. So the more regional interaction also between the northern and the southern countries will definitely be of help, I think. But yes, outlook and prospects. Because this is actually what I wanted to talk about. The main point, what are the prospects of green technology and energy production between Africa and Europe? And right now the topic is gas, and it is a topic that concerns a lot of African countries, as well as us here in Europe, Germany being at the top of that. Africa is no short-term solution, but a long-term necessity. It is something that, because we cannot find quick fixes now, and then there's the next drama, and we will look at Africa again and be like, could it be, could they? No. Of course, you cannot explore opportunities in all countries, but you can go in a strategic way and see the countries that already have existing relations and the possibility to bring more gas in the midterm to then, but also move into green energy after. So this brings me to the European African hydrogen strategy, and if it's in sync with Paris, because gas on the one side is not really accepted anymore, or trying to produce more gas is not accepted too much, at least in the countries where it's little developed yet. But we see countries that trying to approach Europe now with saying, we want you to help use our gas now, and we will move into exporting hydrogen to you later. So help us develop gas so we can electrify our country, actually build industries, build value, and also build up the renewable energy capacity in order to produce hydrogen and use the same infrastructure that is there. For example, the gas plants that can be easily used for hydrogen at a later stage, and not build something now and something else later again. So, but the question remains, is that in sync with Paris, and how there will be a way to make that happen. So the balance between local value addition and local conditions. Global challenges and local conditions. The global challenge that the European Union is faced with is the climate. And that we need to change something about our energy-intensive industry and produce more green energy. But that reality is very far away from the African continent, where these countries suffer the most from the effects of the global warming. So why is it that we tell them we cannot invest in fast and cheap energy supply for you because we made mistakes a long time ago and we're continuing to making these mistakes? That's why you cannot do. So the local realities have to play a role in the global challenge. They are part of the global challenge, because as long as there's no reliable energy and universal energy access in Africa, doesn't matter in what form, we will have other crises that will divert our attention from the energy crisis that we have. This is why this needs to be aligned, and this is where there has to be eye-to-eye level, and this is where politics is so complicated. Because now speaking of a German green foreign ministry, green Ministry of Economic Affairs, which is on the one side great because climate change topics on climate change are being pushed, and they are new even in the Foreign Office, a combined department that is supposed to push all projects on climate change between the different ministries that are concerned with it. But on the other side, there are some topics that are just red flags for them, red flags that will not allow them to have eye-to-eye conversations with African countries. this is also the next point, global energy transition versus Africa's primary needs. And there also energy labels is a topic that African countries bring on the table a lot, because here we speak about green hydrogen, that being one of the ultimate forms of bringing various green energy supply to industries and or to produce fuels. So what is being labeled green? How green is gas? What forms of hydrogen will we use? How will we support maybe countries of moving from one color of hydrogen to another color of hydrogen? Or can it be only green now? African countries, Morocco, for example, they speak about, let's not speak about colors, let's speak about prices, because we all know that's what that will determine what will be bought or not. Doesn't matter the color or what we call it. And yeah, last point, available funding for renewable energy projects in Africa. For now, at least Germany and also Europe, they have underlined and communicated that Africa is supposed to play a huge role, even until 2030. I think 10 million tons of hydrogen is supposed to be produced and brought from Africa to Europe. So there are some goals ahead, but how will that be possible if renewable energy projects, also medium-sized, cannot be executed on the continent? And then framework for financing of renewable energy projects are in a competition globally. So African projects for green hydrogen or renewable energy production in order to produce hydrogen later will be in competition with projects all over the world. The risk perceived, though, and the circumstances in Africa are just worse than in most other areas of the world. So how will they actually be able to compete? So this is something that needs to be tackled, and this is something that needs to be addressed. And debt management, I missed your your interaction on that, but as long as debt in Africa is so high and financing conditions cannot better because of that, and the global West decides on the framework and the conditions that Africa gets, then there will also not be the possibilities of a better in the debt management and then financing. I want to underline the hydrogen aspect again, because we believe it will bring also more renewable energy capacity to the continent, not only for export and hydrogen, but also for local use, because the conditions for renewable energy need to change in order to fulfill these goals. There are bilateral hydrogen partnerships, like mentioned with Namibia, countries like South Africa, Morocco, Egypt, but also countries like Mauritania and Niger, Angola. They are all very engaged on the topic now, and also building African alliances on the topic of hydrogen. Yeah, many countries have great conditions, and it would be a great fit to match the local production and European know-how. You have a question?
Yes. So might be a bit of a technical question, so please feel free to say it's out of the scope of today's talk. So what I understand is usually that the hydrogen partnerships are green hydrogen partnerships specifically, like the MOU with Namibia. But as of things now, it feels like only green hydrogen partnerships like the added value would be less than a general green hydrogen. Because if you want to certify or at least guarantee that the hydrogen is actually green, easiest solution, you would just build something off-grid and then ship the hydrogen right away, which doesn't really, I mean, there's 2 points. It decreases the added value. Second point is they will have to build their own capacities, which will not be green. So if you think about it from the idea that we live under the same or in the same atmosphere, is it really green? Because they will have to build their own capacities. So that's one question. Second would be Namibian model, where you said that Namibia specifically knows what they want, but signing a green hydrogen partnership, or at least an MOU with Germany, at the same time that they only have 50% of the people, or 50% of the population there have access to electricity. So I don't understand, why would you say that? Could you please elaborate on that?
Because it's a way of getting investors into Namibia. Namibia is a really small country. Let me start with that question. They have little to draw investors into the country. They don't have industries. What they have is they have a lot of land. They have the possibilities for solar and wind, and they are the neighbor of one of the most polluting countries on the continent, or maybe even in the world. And they don't have the same capacities that Namibia has. So they see themselves as this is the strategic positioning of saying, okay, if we produce green hydrogen in order to bring the added value in terms of logistics, they're planning to do that themselves and build that up because they are very good at logistics already, and have that industry that they can build on. And then on the other side, they're totally dependent on South Africa. And with that, they actually have something in their pocket that they can have also discussions with South Africa on a totally different level, because they have something that South Africa would want. And then the technical question about green hydrogen and what is green, that is, I think, one of the most asked questions, because that is a fact, and because it needs fast solutions, it will be often like that there will be somewhere green energy produced and that will just be shipped off, and the countries themselves will deal with whatever they have. This is why we trying to push for the German government or the European Union to see it as you're not bringing a solution if you're just thinking about we need green energy. Of course, the other solution maybe would take longer, but the investment would be more sustainable in the end. Could be. So last but not least, because this is, if we want to speak about Europe and Africa, then we have to speak about gas and hydrogen, because gas is what Africa is speaking about, hydrogen is what we are speaking about here. So how can we bring that together, and is it a love story or not? There is infrastructure in place that we can use for both. Even the gas pipelines and oil pipelines we're using could be used for hydrogen. The infrastructure that we are building, at least there are existing things we can build on and existing partnerships. The transition technology is also there. It is not that we need to use one technology or the other. There is technology that can draw a picture for both and has solution for both, and I think this is also the only way to go. And development brings security. So only if we bring electricity to the continent of Africa or develop electricity and give access, so there can be education, so there can be healthcare, so there can be security, only then we will not be, our attention will not be drawn by these security issues that they're too often dominating the relations between the European Union and the African continent. So the ideal scenario would be that we have a reduction and of the dependence of raw materials from China and Russia, and diversify it. It's not only Africa, but it could also be, Africa could play a huge role. Shift from industrial production to energy producers, so also move industries that are energy intensive to the renewable energy, and not move the renewable energy to the energy intensive productions. And at the end of the day, more resilient value chains, because we diversify our economies. Thank you. Are there any more questions? Okay.
I think we can move to the lunch. We're all pretty hungry, and we had already our question rounds during the presentation. Thank you so much for incorporating that. And yeah, so let's go to the lunch, and thank you so much for this presentation. Very insightful. Thank you.
Ich wäre auch wirklich sehr gerne auf dem nächsten Tag.
Ja, ist ein bisschen später.
Also es war auch dieses Mal bestimmt. Und dann, das passt um eine Stunde.
Das wäre toll.
Ja, auch das. Wer auf welchem Level? Wenn man halt in Register eingetragen
Eigentlich schon, ne? Ja, dann lass ich vielleicht einfach zu. Ich habe ja noch schon die Video, vielleicht lasse ich das
auch mal. Ja, dann auch, also warum nicht? Also ich finde es auch nicht bei der Wirtschaft lernen, weil die Wirtschaft muss ja
ja klar, da geht es richtig. Psychologie ist nicht toll.
Überlegt euch mal, ich würde das gerne sehen.
Okay, dann machen wir einfach ein Video. Ach, wir machen einfach, das da muss ich nur meine Freundin fragen, das ist ja moin. Also machen wir jetzt einfach das.
Okay, dann machen wir es. Also 5:30 bis alle Tische. Aber das ist ja auch das Fahrrad.
Ja, genau.
Wie ist jetzt noch reingekommen? Dann hast du die Präsentation
Ja, genau.
Also das bleibt jetzt gleich, die Abfolge, nur halt viel schwerer.
Und das Panel geht dann ins
Panel, nee, das Panel nicht mehr. Weil du meinst,
Das heißt, zum Ziehen. Ja, genau. Irgendwann liegen wir alle grau in diesem Bett und freuen uns auf was wo wir daran geglaubt haben, dass es niemals passiert.
Wir brauchen jetzt länger.
Dann geht es nicht mehr länger.
Das war sehr schnell. Dear participants, we have a few changes in the agenda. As you know, we are late. So we will now hear from Ms. Höfler from the GIZ, afterwards from Mr. Oschel from the VDA, and after Mr. Oschel, Mr. Wachter will do his presentation from the BDE. Yeah, but only 2 hours late. But it was worth it. We had some good conversations, so that's okay. It's not the German way, but yeah.
And the clue is that we do the economies at the end.
Yeah, the clue is that we do the economics at the end. So we are well prepared for that. Ist die Frau Höfler schon da? Okay, Professor Asche, may I ask you to improvise for 5 minutes until Frau Höfler comes? She said to me it might be 2 minutes late, so. She's there? Oh yeah, she's here. Okay.
But I can improvise anyway. All the more as I know Heike Höfler. Heike Höfler, she will, for some details, she will introduce herself. Also Dr. Heike Höfler, to be precise. Hi, Heike, good to see you. And now she's gone again.
Hi, Helmut.
Yeah.
I have no clue who's in that room here now, but I'll say hi to everyone.
Okay, great. Good to have you here. Lucy asked me to improvise for 2 minutes before you are ready to go. In fact, we put agriculture here on the list because this is alongside energy, alongside modernized supply of raw materials, alongside automotive industry and so on. It is one of the promising sectors, and in any way, it is an essential sector for Africa, for Africa's modernization. And the big enigmatic thing is how far it went. This modernization of African agriculture, diverse as it is, and what can be done about it, including by cooperation, and that is where we come in. Okay.
Yeah. Okay, thank you, Helmut. That was the introduction, I reckon.
Not on you as a person.
Right. So shall I just go ahead? I have actually not a slight idea in what room I am looking in there and how many people are there. And so that's a bit funny, to be honest. Could you give me a bit of a setting the scene? Sorry, that is due to the fact that I couldn't make it in person to Berlin today. Much better. Thank you, everybody. Okay, that is nice. Hi, everyone. I'm happy to be at least virtually part of your group for the next 45 minutes under the United Europe Advocacy Seminar. Thanks for having me. I have prepared a set of slides, which I think, and from the program I saw, I thought, oh, you poor yous. I mean, there's always a glass half full and half empty. It is great to have such a dense program, but it is also a bit of a curse because I imagine that you're already bursting with many of these other sectoral inputs you got today. So what I would like to do is to briefly pitch some ideas, pitch some keywords, and then pause and also probably get some feedback from you and some ideas on what is also of your interest and where you would like, or someone from the group would like to intervene. So who is presenting then the slides? And meanwhile, I could say something about myself.
Exactly.
Exactly. My name is Heike Hoffler. I'm an agricultural economist. I've been working within GIZ or around German Development Corporation in agriculture and rural development for the last 20 years. I studied in Berlin and I have worked a couple of years abroad, mostly based in Kenya. After that, I worked as a freelance consultant. No, we can just go back. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you. And after 5 years of freelancing, of starting my PhD, doing the research, doing some writing, having 2 wonderful children, I rejoined GIZ here in Germany. And since then, I'm working in very close relationship with the German Ministry for Economic Cooperation and Development, BMZ, based in Berlin and partly in Bonn. And I'm advising and now leading for a couple of years so-called sector projects. These are advisory teams working on particular issues for the ministry. So I'm the project manager of the sector project Agriculture, which is a team of roughly 25 people working on agricultural sustainable production, on collaboration with the private sector along agricultural value chains, and on agricultural policy and agricultural trade. So rather broad. And yeah, next slide. What I thought might be interesting to talk about is briefly about the relevance of the topic, maybe to think about, is Africa different from the rest of the world? I would then like to go to the question of today, that between food security and value chains, is there a dichotomy, or can we think it also together? And I would like to take a couple of minutes towards the end with some reflections due to the current food security situation, and then probably have time for some discussion with you. So let us go with the next slide, please. The relevance. I would like to start with one key bit. Africa is the least mechanized continent. And the 2 things I want to highlight here is that when it comes to the vast majority, of course, it is a large continent. We're talking about more than 50 different countries. It's highly diverse, and agriculture plays a high role in most of the African economies. And in most of the countries, smallholders dominate the sector, and it is hard handwork, and it is mostly done by women. I think that is important to put up front. Next slide, please. What is the task ahead of us? If we look at the world population growth, just very, very briefly, you know all that. We have already peaked the world population growth rate. But if we click again, please, we'll see that in almost all parts of the world, the growth is decreasing, but growth in Africa is fastest, and that is also where food security is highest. Can we click again, please? Yeah, so, and 60% of the global population growth between now and 2050, it's slightly oldish, that slide, but there's hardly any more accurate new data. More than half of the world population growth will take place in Africa. So we need to think about food security there. Next slide, please. If we think about agriculture and rural development in terms of provision of food and raw material for the world, we need to take into account the work of the IPCC. And we see that predictions are getting better and better, and the scientists working in the climate panel can ever better say that the climate change that has already set in is affecting the global yield projections. And we can clearly see that in the tropics and subtropics in particular, the percentage change in yield will be negative. And in some parts, the darker red, it will be severely impacted. And we know from a number of countries, Brazil, Australia, Southern Africa, Northern Africa, also the Mediterranean region. We currently have a super heat wave in Spain, for example. These are the areas we've had the super heat wave in, still ongoing in India and Pakistan, Bangladesh. these are the areas that are highly affected by a negative percentage change in yield. Next slide, please. So unfortunately, these areas partly coincide with those areas in the world where hunger and malnutrition are most severe. This is the 21 Hunger Index, Global Hunger Index. I'll say something about how it looks today and what we expect for 2022 to be. But if we look at the data for last year, we see that Africa and the Indian subcontinent are the ones that are most affected by serious or even alarming situations in food insecurity and malnutrition. And this is not projected to be any better anytime soon, unfortunately. Next slide, please. So if we want to think about in the scope of your seminar, the question on why is agriculture as an economic sector important? It occupies 30% of the land area. The irrigation, the water used for agriculture is 70% of all global sweet water used, and agriculture in total, that is worldwide, contributes like 1/4 to global greenhouse gas emissions, and that stems mostly from livestock, because of the much higher rate of methane versus CO2 as a climate killer. So the challenges for agriculture in developing countries, just very broadly summarized here, is to produce enough food to feed the world, and it requires a severe increase in yield, as we had seen from the previous slides on world population growth. By the same time, already stretching and overstretching the planetary boundaries. And that, of course, is, I can hardly think of a harder task other than still reaching the 1.5% target for the international climate negotiations to achieve. I find it also a very exciting and fulfilling work to be involved in, but it is tough. It is a tall order. And as we had seen, and we'll come to that also, Africa is the area where most food will be needed and least is produced at the moment. Therefore, we need to invest in knowledge and research in people like you, most likely, to think about, to increase knowledge, to innovate, and to secure that the knowledge we have is put into practice. We also have some hope on technologies and digitalization. There is potential, we know it, particularly for scaling low-cost technical opportunities. But of course, it is not a means in itself. It is a means to an end, and the end should be more sustainable intensification and food production, agricultural production, and a number of other issues as well. Next slide, please. Unfortunately, they are very, very skilled and knowledgeable other people around in the world. One of them is Thomas Jane. He's professor at Michigan State University. And in a conversation and a presentation we had together 2.5 years ago, we were talking about mega trends. You can see them here on a diagram depicted. We have population growth with the youth bulge, particularly in Africa and Northern Africa, of climate change, soil degradation, and so on. And the question we wanted to debate was, what is the potential impact of these mega trends in Africa on the food system? And where is the sphere of influence? What can be influenced via policy and development to be changed? And this is what you can see here. I think on some of the larger climate and population growth issues, there's very little one can do from an agroeconomic perspective. But on some other things, yes, there can be quite some impact achieved on the growth in farm and non-farm employment, to work on soil fertility, to change the farm structure, to support African farmers to produce food for Africa and to be less reliant on food imports, just among some of the ideas. If we click again, there might be some other facts. I'll not repeat them here. Just continue, please, clicking until we go to the next slide. They're just some key bits and figures. You can have a look at them later. So now, having talked a bit about Africa, Africa is a different. Next slide, please. I just took the liberty to copy some Economist covers, not that it is the most important or one and only source of literature here, but I think it illustrates nicely that there was once, 20 years ago, there was a cover title reading The Hopeless Continent. So Africa was kind of felt lost around the millennium. And 11 years later, there was the huge narrative, and during my time at University of Leipzig with Helmut, that fell a bit into that era, there was a huge story and narrative about Africa rising, the resource boom of the 0 years, a lot of countries producing incredible economic growth rates. I'm sure you're also discussing this, or you have already discussed this in the seminar. And now, just a couple of weeks ago, again, a food security crisis, which is gloom and doom for some parts of Africa, probably. So let's have a deeper look into some data. Next slide, please. And I think we have to, I mean, I work in development cooperation, so in general, the overall objective is to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals by 2030. SDG 1 is the elimination of poverty, of extreme and severe poverty. And if we look at the poverty data in the world, there's generally good news, because the world population living in extreme poverty has decreased tremendously over the last decades, and particularly in the second half of the last century. But that is on the left-hand side. But on the right-hand side, you can see where do the remaining 10% of the world population that live in extreme poverty live. So extreme poverty means less than $1.90 a day. It is literally nothing, nowhere in the world can you make a decent living out of that kind of money. So what you see on the right-hand side is that the vast majority today of these people live in Africa, and the projections to 2030 go that literally nowhere in the world other than in Africa will the remaining percentage of people in extreme poverty live. So there is a good reason why we focus in development cooperation, poverty and hunger on Africa. Next slide, please. Now, this is already a bit old, but it is nonetheless a truth that countries, developing countries, take different paths for their economic development. And this is just to illustrate that a number of African countries take an agriculture-based development path, and we can have a look at what does it mean for an economy. Next slide, please. So that is a no-brainer. We have a growth rate here from the economic growth rate of a country, and in this case Kenya, and we have the agricultural growth rate. And no-brainer, an economy that is highly dependent on agriculture has more or less in sync the economic growth rate with the agricultural growth rate from the sector. So far, so good. But what does it mean for poverty reduction? Next clip, please. And here comes the interesting bit. And this study by Ligon and Sadoulet has been repeated twice since 2007, and they have concluded the same results. And this is a potentially strong message, and it is for all the economists of you in the room, the elasticity, the poverty-reducing elasticity of investments in agriculture versus non-agricultural sectors. And the growth rate in agriculture is for the lowest decile in the population, 6 times more effective for poverty reduction than growth in non-agricultural sectors. Of course, again, this holds true for agriculture-based development countries. So what we know is investing in agriculture and rural development pays off for food security, for eliminating hunger, and for reducing poverty. It is effective. Next slide, please. Yeah, this is just to say something about in all other areas in the world, we see the importance of agriculture as a rate of overall GDP decreasing, but not in Africa. That is the orange line, and it tends to stay the same for a number of years. Next slide, please. So just a quick summary. I'll also not read all of these figures. Agriculture as an economic factor is important also for employment. There is an estimation that goes that 65% of 530 million people in Africa are somehow employed or getting their living out of the agricultural sector, and there are more women than men. Next slide, please. So what can be done? On the supply side, as I said, producing more food or producing with the same resources more sustainably, better results. We need to have a look at the factor productivity. And one of the things in agriculture that we look at is, of course, yield per hectare. And what you see on the left-hand side is the development of per hectare yield in tons over all continents. And what you can see is that the lines all above had an increase, and the lowest line is the sub-Saharan Africa line in light green, and that has stayed the same more or less between 1960 and 2005, and from 2005 to 2015, where there is a bit but vague new data, it has only minimally increased. Please click again for me. So it looks bad, but in fact, there is a lot of hope in this figure and in this graph, because this is the huge opportunity for agriculture development. If we think about the highest productive areas, agriculture productive areas in Germany, you can easily, well, not easily, but some farmers, good farmers, harvest like a ton of wheat, 10 tons of wheat per hectare. This is unachievable for all sorts of reasons in most African production areas. So Africa should not compare itself by soil type, by climate, by mechanization degree, and all the rest of it to Europe or the US or Canada or Australia or Argentina, but one can well compare, for example, to Asia and South Asia. And even South Asia, with relatively comparable production factors, has more than double the average yield. And this is the enormous potential. And on the right-hand side, we see a bit more detailed data on that, but we can go to the next one, I think. Now, the sad thing on the supply side is that the projections do not reflect this adequately enough. So if we look in the trends of global agriculture production, we need to produce more crops, livestock, and fisheries. And if we see what is projected right now to come from now until 2030, we see a good increase in Asia, the Pacific, China, and, but this is without China and India. China and India are treated separately to the left, and this is where the huge impact is projected. And we see too little of that for sub-Saharan Africa. And I think this is, to me, a big motivator to continue working more on this topic and to see what can be done to make Africa's agriculture more productive within the given resource frame. Okay, next slide, please. Click again. So we're coming to this question of the food security versus value chains and modern agriculture and probably cash crops. I don't know how well you can see this picture in the background. To me, it looks a bit blurred. Has anyone an idea in the room what is seen on this picture? What do you see here? Any idea?
City planning, the top here.
Yeah, it's not a city, but it is an aerial picture of a rural area. But what we see is some green patches together, and then some very small-scale farmings surrounding plantations here. Yeah. So, do you have any idea what type of a crop could that be? This nice green, lush green plantations.
Offer rice, Heike.
You offer rice, Helmut. Anything else on offer?
Tea?
Yeah, exactly. It's tea. It is tea. This is Western Kenya. And what we see is tea plantations surrounded by very, very smallholder farmings. A very, very fertile area with excellent tea production. So tea is the cash crop of the area, Sikiricho Valley. And it is surrounded by smallholder farms, less than 1 acre on average, who do mixed farming, crop and livestock all around this. So to me, what I want you to probably go and think with me about, let's go to the next slide. Do you have any strong opinion whether picking tea or growing maize for the family, what is more important, or what is more needed, or what should be done more? Would any one of you want to air a view on that?
I think growing tea would be more important economically, but I would imagine most people would pick maize for daily food consumption because of the food shortage.
Mm-hmm. Since I can't see the full room, if there's anybody else, I could have another one or two saying something, but otherwise I would continue. Is there anyone else?
The maize can be important so that they don't have to buy something, they can just grow and eat.
Mm-hmm. True, also true. Okay. I think these were two excellent answers to a question where I see no dichotomy whatsoever. I think it is very obvious that agricultural-based economies in developing countries need both. They need a modernizing area of cash crops, and by the way, also food crops can be very viable cash crops in growing economies. You need both. You need the market access, and also, as for tea, for example, or for coffee, or for cocoa, or for other commodities, you need also access to the global market, whereby at the same time you need to go for food crops and food security at local level. Not that all countries can be sustainable and self-sufficient by themselves, but at least to be less dependent on some staple imports is usually, for most countries, a very good strategy, agriculture-based countries. Yeah. So let's move on. How can this be supported by development cooperation? I think the promotion of agricultural value chains as a development approach has been there now for almost 20 years, and it's been quite consensual that instead of just looking at the production, which was for many developing countries and developing agencies in the 70s and 90s, 80s and 90s, a very big thing to look into production functions. And it was clear one has to think a bit more also from the consumption and trade bit, and to ideally think of agriculture being integrated in value chains, be it at international level or also at national level. But we need to think it from the input to the consumption altogether, find the bottlenecks and see what could be done in the given, under the given resources. And if we click again, what I would like to mention is that as a development approach, this has gained quite a lot of prominence until today with all larger organizations, World Bank and IFAD and the FAO and German Development Corporation and many others. The US have invested a lot in value chains, etc., etc. So, and I also know that a lot of African countries have also launched agriculture value chain strategies for particular crops or also animal products, but also for their national strategies for cash crops. So what I would like to say is that I think it is still a very valuable instrument to analyze a subsector. For example, let's say dairy production in Nigeria. One can look into what is needed, what is consumed, what is traded, who are the players, what is the production level, etc., and what to be done. The approach has learned a lot. In the beginning, I think it was a lot focused on marketing, bringing more microeconomics into agricultural production, which I think by the time it was a good idea. But we had to also learn to enlarge the scope and the focus. So to think about more of nutrition, I think that is one of the things that came on top, and learning that nutrition sensitive value chains were important. Then came an aspect of just rural development, just in the sense that it depends also who's earning a living income or a living wage in some of these value chains we were working on, particularly important when looking into cash crops, be it on plantations or be it, for example, in Western Africa in cocoa farmer schemes. Yeah, thinking about what is the just price for West African cocoa. Can a family earn a decent living from a cocoa plantation? A lot of serious work has gone into these approaches. And last but not least, of course, to think more about ecology and the climate impact and the CO2 footprints. Next slide, please. So I hope I could convince you that there is not really an either or. Shall we have value chains or more food security? Shall we have more food crops or cash crops? But we need it all. And so value chain development had the reputation of being a super economic approach and just thinking about bringing developing countries via their agriculture to the global market. And there has also been a bit of criticism from mostly non-governmental organizations saying this was not depicting the reality of the small-scale farmer, and this involvement in global value chains would deprive them of their rights, and most farmers would like to be self-sufficient, and so on and so forth. I think if you'd ask me, where is the debate today? I think this debate is over. We have learned that value chains are still a very good development and effective approach to handle, to package interventions for agriculture development, for development cooperation, as well as for countries themselves to look into. But the debate has moved on, particularly last year with the UN Food System Summit that took place in September. And the run-up to this UN Food System Summit, that just looking at a value chain, crop by crop, product by product, might not give justice to the complexity of the on-farm situation, where a lot of crops are usually grown together, cash and food crops, animals and crops together, etc. So, and given the nutritional problems which we faced with healthy diets, mostly unhealthy diets actually, and the poor nutritional status, we need to also think about quality of food and not just the plain production of food. So we've moved from the value chain debate to a food systems debate. What is important to take home from that? I would like to draw your attention to the left side. A report is done by the African Agriculture Status Report, and they do an annual report, and 2.5 years ago the report was about the hidden middle, the quiet revolution in the private sector driving agricultural transformation. And this is something I think is super important and not always gaining the attention it should gain. Agriculture is something done by many people working along such value chains in the private sector. Be it input dealers, be it farmers, be it farmer organizations, be it traders, be it transporters, people who package, people who process, people who market, people who take things to markets, and people who buy it, either on markets or they are brought food to their homes or they go to a supermarket. It is a complex system, but ultimately it is driven by the private sector. So wherever possible, one should think about the activeness of private sector actors and their needs. And one of the main things I just wanted to mention it here is that they often do not get finance and adequate investments compared to other sectors. So agriculture finance or value chain finance is important, and we continue also to work on that with a number of countries in Africa on that, to support the private sector more to strive. The middle picture shows a report where there was a lot of hope all around digitalization in agriculture, and I'd mentioned it before. It's not a means by itself, it is a means to an end, but we see a lot of very cost-effective, very scalable solutions, not only with smartphones, but with all sorts of ICT technology. Yeah, and last but not least, I think the debate ended now, or is at the moment, all around a decade of action. The last 10 years have built up into this debate about food systems, and I think it is clear we have to be more sustainable in the resource use, and when it comes to food security, more resilient to shocks. This is what the last decade has told us. We have food price shocks, and we had climate shocks, we had crises, and we need to be more resilient to that. And that usually goes by a certain degree of diversification and not by a total focus and by specialization in one or two crops only. Okay, coming to an end, I would like to go to the next slide. German Development Corporation has gained this is the advertisement block. German Development Corporation has gained quite some experience. We had the last 10 years a special initiative running called the One World Without Hunger initiative. I won't read it all, but it was all geared to Germany's contribution to SDG 2, zero hunger by 2030. The very last slide you'll find in the presentation also presents you with a website where there are all sorts of good and illustrative stories, what has been done there, what are the areas we've been working on. However, with even all this effort, let's move to the next slide. We have to see and face the current situation. And I would again like to emphasize, we have learned the last decade was really a fruitful one. We have learned a lot, and a lot of countries made good progress on productivity, on building the necessary resilience, on mobilizing more investments into agriculture. And yet, if we go to the next slide, we're facing currently a very dire situation. With the war against Ukraine by Russia, we see a multiplication of already ongoing crises into one. Somebody calls it the perfect storm. I don't like that so much, but it is definitely stormy. It is definitely very grim. We already had droughts and climate hazards in a number of areas in the world. We have conflict. Half of the hungry people in the world today do go hungry because they are in a crisis situation and they are under conflict, they are in a war, or they are refugees. We have market and trade distortions at policy level. and we have economic shocks due to COVID-19 and other shocks. So I borrowed this slide from the chief economist on the FAO, Maximo Torero, and it is, I think, a good reminder that even early this year, the situation wasn't that good. And since 2018, the numbers for the number of hungry in the world are on the rise and not on the decrease, as the whole world wanted them to be for SDG 2. Next slide, please. And what me and my team are currently very concerned with is the situation in the hunger hotspots. This is brand new, last week Sunday published, and it is the sad reality that 5 countries at the moment have fallen into the class 5 category, which means immediate starvation. These countries are Ethiopia, Yemen, South Sudan, Somalia, and Afghanistan. So out of these 5 countries, 4 of them in Africa and around the Horn of Africa. And what we see there is that 750,000 people are, as we speak, facing death. There is no way around it. We will see terrible pictures in the forthcoming 4 weeks. We will see a public outcry, I hope. Is there anything we can do? Yes. We can prevent those 276 million people that are facing acute food insecurity in more than 80 countries right now, not to become 323 by the end of this year. And the big hope, I think, that we have is that there is a recognition by global leaders, or by some global leaders, that we need to really react now in a coherent and coordinated way and invest much more money to prevent a super crisis and to save as many lives as possible. So next week, the German government will host a special summit before the G7's Leader Summit. And I would just like to invite you all to watch the news next week, Friday and Saturday, and probably Monday after, because it might be important when thinking about some of these questions. This is not so much just because the food is missing. I think everybody reading the newspaper knows there is grain that sits in the Ukraine and cannot be exported to the world market. A number of countries in the Middle East and parts of Africa export wheat and vegetable oil from Ukraine. But it is more so the outlook that is worrisome. And what is less talked about by non-agricultural people is the situation about fertilizer. Because we need fertilizer for the next season and the then next season. And the fertilizer, 1/3 of all fertilizers used in the world come from Russia and Belarus and currently fall under the sanctions. And it is a big question how to overcome the shortage of fertilizer in a number of countries. So I hope, I'm usually an optimistic person, so I hope that the strong warning WFP and FAO have sent out last week will be heard and will be reacted upon. I'll encourage you as young potentials, as future leaders, take it serious, maybe have a look by yourself at these documents or go on Twitter and follow the WFP on this and the German G7 presidency at the moment. It doesn't look like it is the time for international collaboration, but let's try and work towards a better future there. Tonight at 5 in the morning, the WTO negotiation ended, as far as I know. The long disputed agricultural trade negotiations and fisheries negotiations have only been half-heartedly concluded. And I think, yeah, the glass might be half empty there, but maybe there's room for people like you to move on and make it half full and maybe full in the near future. I would like to thank you all for your attention. I've prepared with the last slide some points for your further discussion. I hope I could open up the window for you a bit on agriculture and rural development and food security. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Frau Höfler. Anyone here in the room has a question? Yes, please, Lukas.
Hello, this is Lukas Emminger from Berlin. You
showed us that in Africa, the yields currently are still very low comparable to other world regions. But what are the factors that are still hindering Africa to catch up on these yields? For example, in other countries like Brazil, this has been a very big economic driver. And why could it be, couldn't it be also for Africa?
Mm-hmm. Okay, shall I go directly?
Yes, please.
Okay. There's a number of agroecological reasons why African soils and the African terrain is a bit less fertile compared to other regions in the world. That is due to the fact that the soils are older and more depleted, naturally already more depleted. So they need different kinds of treatments to be fertile for agricultural production. But there are also a lot of issues around infrastructure. There are much less roads. There's less. A lot of countries are landlocked. It is a big continent. Some countries lie inwards and have high transportation costs. That always matters. You have a lot of small-scale structure that also usually hinders. There are few countries in the world with small-scale agriculture that are very productive. Thailand is one of them, and Indonesia partly. So there are things to learn from other tropical and subtropical regions to improve and to come to that yield. So in trials, in labs, on research stations, it is very possible to achieve the same type of yields than in other parts of the world. It is yet more difficult to bring it at scale to many people in Africa. But it also varies a lot between countries and within countries. That is important also to note. But there's a lot that can be done.
May I have a follow-up? Andreas Freitag, Friedrich-Schiller University, Jena. I had discussions with NGOs on the AFCFTA, and they expressed fears that South African farmers would buy land and introduce productive, large-scale farming, and they insisted on smallholder farming. Is that also adding, or is this just a perception? Is this a powerful voice, or is my perception skewed?
Okay. The African Continental Free Trade Agreement has been successful in a way that in relatively short time, all African leaders could agree to subscribe to it, and the African Union is now theoretically in the first year of its implementation. So the political signals, I think, were welcomed by most people and most Africans, as far as I know, because the scatteredness in many different countries and the low degree of intra-African trade is something a lot of people recognize as a hampering factor to development, to economic development. And also to food security, by the way. Trade is usually a very good strategy that when your harvest fails, you can buy some from your neighbor. If the rains fail in southern Tanzania, sometimes Zambia has something on offer, and so on. So it is the declared objective by the African Union in their strategy to triple inner-African agricultural trade. So whether that goes along with land ownership changes, I think, yes, it will have to change. Land ownership will change in Africa. Is it a big threat that Southern African investors will buy land elsewhere? Maybe. I can't tell. We've had the debate for land grabbing for a couple of years now. There's been a very powerful and driven by the non-governmental organizations website that tracks all land sales, and where there's a good transparency offensive, a good transparency initiative to make that public and to avoid large-scale land investments and, of course, land disappropriations. And I think, to the best to my knowledge, is that a lot of African countries try to set incentives that their own farmers get a bit of larger farms, can modernize and professionalize their agricultural production and make use of some economies of scales in their country. And I think the fear by some non-governmental organizations towards modernizing small-scale agriculture comes from a very noble cause and is socially and emotionally motivated. But from the research and the work I did in rural Africa, I've hardly met a small-scale farming family that was confronted with either a very good decision or a very bad decision. But let's face it, poor people in structurally weak rural areas have usually no choice at all. They have decisions to make between pest or cholera. It is not that there is the golden opportunity, the silver bullet versus all the bad modernization and all the rest of it. People have to make their choices, and I think it is good to give them more options.
Frau Höfler, Daria Luz here from United Europe. I didn't hear the word biodynamic. Is that for a reason? Is that not a subject? Or what is the reason for that? Because if it's biodynamic, I can imagine that it yields maybe a bit higher than, at least if you export it, or maybe that's not even so relevant for the calculation.
Okay, you mean by biodynamic, you mean organically certified, yes, under the biodynamic Demeter certification scheme?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay, organic agriculture production, yes, it does play a role in some African countries, usually those African countries that are either good in exporting particular crops or that have a significant own domestic organic market. South Africa being one of them, Kenya being one of them, Nigeria increasingly becoming one. In fact, organic agriculture provides a lot of opportunity, but as we know also from organic farmers in Europe, it is a more costly when it comes to labor and a more it can be a more risky type of agriculture as well, and depends a lot on the production scheme you choose. There are very successful organic farmers in Africa, but the market share is less than 1%. And even in Europe and even in Germany, it is still not even by 10%. So just the market is there, it is growing, but it is not relevant if we talk about scale. The only country in Africa that is fully certified for organic, so all what is organic in their country can be exported, is Tunisia. And we've made quite some good progress in encouraging Tunisian farmers to, and they're quite successfully exporting organically certified fruits and vegetables. So that's all I can say to that. But of course, organic agriculture in terms of substituting pesticides and mineral fertilizer by more organic types of pest and disease control and organic fertilization has a lot to offer for increasing sustainably the productivity.
So thank you so much. It is indeed an interesting presentation. So I want to ask you, from your opinion, what are the factors of establishing a agriculture partnership between Africa and Europe? In a nutshell, what Africa wants from Europe and what Europe wants from Africa to have this agriculture partnership?
Thank you very much. That's a good question. What do we want from each other? I reckon this is something you discuss also in some of the other sessions. To be honest, the last 20 years have seen an ever decreasing importance of Europe as an important market for African exports. Not everybody has realized that, but for Africa, Europe is a difficult market. It is a market with the highest quality standards and the highest non-tariff barriers to trade. So it is very difficult to get on the European market. And once you're there, you're realizing that market is highly contested and in size shrinking. So for many obvious reasons, a lot of African countries have turned around their agricultural export strategy, and the by far, for some countries, more attractive export markets lie eastwards or northeastwards. So in the Middle East, in India, partly Asia. So I think Africa can still make use of some post-colonial ties with some European countries, but the significance will further decrease. That is my assessment. Let's discuss this again in 10 years, whether that really happened or not. And on the other way around, what does Europe want from Africa? I think it's obvious the large commodities, tropical commodities, coffee, tea, cocoa, these are the things that we massively import in Europe from the African continent as raw products with very little value addition done at country level. A lot of initiatives have been taken in the last decade, as far as I know, to increase the value addition in African countries and then to export at least partly processed products with varying degrees of success. But some are increasing their successes. For example, the pre-roasting of coffee beans from either Ethiopia or up to other countries. So I think some countries have taken very interesting avenues in diversifying and investing in their agriculture. But one has to also say, it depends a lot also on the African governments themselves. I mean, more than 10 years ago, African governments concluded at the AU in the Maputo Declaration that they want to set aside 10% of their budgets for agriculture and rural development. It's 2 countries that have ever achieved this.
Okay, we have time for one more question.
Hello, my name is Rasmus Ries. I'm from Berlin as well. So a couple of years ago, there was a hot debate about insurance markets for farmers because farmers have problems to continue their investments if there's like droughts or so. And there have been some successful trials. Has this been helpful on the African continent? And do you see a positive future outlook? What are the recent developments? Thank you.
Thank you. That's an interesting question. I would like to just let me have one quick one back. Which are the successful trials you're referring to?
I think mostly micro loans in India promoted by the Nobel Prize winners.
Okay. Yeah, I think here we have to be clear. We're talking either microfinance, or we're talking agriculture finance, or we're taking micro insurance. So it's a bit technical, but they're different, and different trials have been differently successful or not. In general, I think de-risking agriculture is important, particularly for smaller and poorer smallholder and poor farmers, because if their agriculture fails, there's nothing they have to turn to. So making it less risky for them, generally the idea of an insurance is not a bad one. And some African countries have made partly successful insurance schemes, particularly for livestock holders, because what we see is when there comes a drought, the forecast models getting ever better. So to avoid a situation whereby people who live on livestock and herd large animal groups, and to avoid that they have to sell their animals at a stage where they are skin and bone and you don't get anything for the animal anymore, let's have an index-based risk insurance scheme set in, a climate-based index insurance that sets in and at a certain parameter of climate factors, so that people can start selling the animals while they still have some living weight. So in certain areas, for certain crops, for certain animals, in countries where there is enough trust that an insurance scheme works, yes, I think there is potential for that, but let's face it, a number of countries, the trust in institutions for a real insurance. So that means you pay every year in the pot, and if there is no drought, you'll not get your money back. You need to trust that institution, and there are unfortunately a number of countries and communities where the trust is much higher to say if things fail, I'll fall back to my family and not to an insurance company or to a government fund.
Thank you. One more quick question, and then
I'm not sure it will be quick or not, but you mentioned the problems already with the fertilizers about the war. What is definitely a problem, but actually there is a much bigger problem worldwide, that the phosphorus reserves of the world are going to be out within 20 years. And the phosphorus is the most important, the non-exchangeable ingredient of the fertilizers. So if I know well that only Morocco has significant resources worldwide, and what are you already mentioned that in Africa especially, the yields are already incredibly low, and how will able to increase the yields in Africa and in other countries without phosphorus? And is there any potential solution for this, or I don't know? Thank you.
Thank you very much for this candid question on the planetary boundary. The phosphorus boundary is the one that is most likely to be the one hit first and is irreversible to a certain degree. So yes, it's a big problem, and no, I don't have the answer. I told you, sustainably producing more for an ever-growing world population is the #1 task for humankind, I think, actually. So what could be the options? The options at the moment are, and there, of course, the current crisis might bear also some, with all the suffering it causes, there might be some economic benefits. And one benefit will be that the prices for fertilizer will continue to go up, and it is going to be more precious. So once phosphorus is a bit more precious, then we will be a bit more wiser in its use. Because what currently happened is, or happened until today, is that, let me case an example I know a bit better about. Ghana, the last 5 years, the government of Ghana decided, particularly for election years, and they had many elections because they've devolved quite substantially their central government. In election years, fertilizer is subsidized heavily, and it is a mixed fertilizer of nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium, and it is just dished out without soil testing, without a needs assessment where there is what type of fertilizer is needed, when and where, in which production system. And if the fertilizer is for free, you just go grab your sack and throw it on the soil. And this has to end. And now there's a huge outcry in Ghana. I've just talked to my colleagues last week there, and they say, oh, there's a big outcry because the fertilizer is now 5 times the price. And that, it has never been a real market price there in the first place. And now the scarceness of fertilizer will increase. Fertilizer will be more expensive. It might be better used. This is at least my hope. But in the longer run, as you mentioned, phosphorus has to be recycled better. But I don't think we have time to go into the technical details of that here.
Unfortunately not. And we thank you very much for your time. And we have to, unfortunately, wrap up here and go to the next presentation.
If you click to the next but one slide, I just conclude, if you have burning question, okay, these were the questions I thought of, but we'll skip them. The next one has my contact details. And if you want to drop me an email, do that. And if you want to have a look, just one more click, please. There is this website, One World Without Hunger. There's a lot on all these questions on soil fertilization, on a lot of good material if you're interested in some more of these questions. Otherwise, thank you very much. I wish you a successful continuation of your seminar and a very nice social evening. I would have loved to be with you, but unfortunately, I'll have to prepare something that is going on next week, Friday in Berlin, and that occupies me a bit. So maybe you see that in the news on Friday next week.
Thank you so much.
And thank you for the interesting question. Bye-bye.
Bye. So, and we continue right after with Mr. Oschel from the VDR. The German Automotive Industry Association.
Try to make it a little bit lively and hope to make it not too long. Should I take the mic? Okay. Thank you very much. So I think this works, and this is quite nice. Thanks very much for inviting me today to give you like a short overview about the VDA, which is the German Association of the Automotive Industry, and our views and vision for Africa and on our cooperation. My name is Marius Oschel. I'm working with the VDA since 2017, being responsible for India since that, and for our Africa relations since 1.5 years as well. So today morning we heard a lot about many efforts to really bring concrete projects to the ground between Europe, Germany, and Africa. And I would say the project what we do is one of a concrete example. We have a partnership with the Pan-African Automotive Association, which I want to share with you and share with you some insights in the African market. Maybe just as a first guess, if you look at the automotive sector and maybe you can guess a little bit what you think is the biggest market for automotive, for cars in the world right now. Who has an idea? New cars, so yeah. Huh? No, Africa, it's not definitely. China, exactly. And number 2, what do you think? No. So we have China, number 1 with 20 million cars. We have USA, number 2 with 15. Then the European Union, roughly 12 million. And then India comes with close to 4 million. And 20 years ago, they were at 1 million. And compared to this, in Africa, currently we have sales of about 1.1 million. And I will deep dive into this, how this gonna be, is projected to be developed. And for this, we can use the next slide, please. So actually, please click some, I have a, okay. So ja, klar, kann ich auch. So the VDA is the German Association of the Automotive Industry. We consist of more than 600 members, being the big OEMs, like original equipment manufacturer, as for example, Mercedes, Porsche, BMW, Volkswagen, just to mention a few, but also, which is very important for Germany, many supplier companies, Bosch, the very big one, for example, but many famous German Mittelstand companies, so family-run and family-owned companies. Coming to the next slide, I just want to show you, like, it's a 7-minute video. I hope you have energy to watch it, which shows our vision for Africa, just to directly dive into the topic. So please go ahead.
Africa is home to fast-growing economies with a young growing population and rapid rates of urbanization with very low rates of motorization. By 2035, the continent is expected to have the largest labor force potential in the world. The automotive sector is a key driver for industrialization and digitalization today. The African Association of Automotive Manufacturers, or AAAM, is a Pan-African association which, in partnership with the VDA, has project offices in Accra and Johannesburg. It aims to unlock the economic benefits of a globally competitive automotive manufacturing industry for the African continent by promoting a policy environment that is conducive to the industrialization and growth of the automotive sector, and that attracts investments by both OEMs and component suppliers. The goal is to make new vehicles more affordable, boost the industrialization of the African continent, and lead to the growth of good jobs. The AAAM believes that a new vehicle market in Africa could increase from the 1.1 million units currently to 5 million units per annum by 2035, with the implementation of effective auto policies and ecosystems. The AAAM vision is to work with strategic partners or a coalition of the willing to develop a Pan-African Auto Pact, which conceptualizes the establishment of an African automotive development plan built around a few assembly hubs in the south, west, east, and north of Africa. These hubs are then supported by a spread of value-adding activities in neighboring economies. This will ensure that there is industrial development in all participating countries and that associated economic benefits are distributed among these countries in the form of job creation and intra-regional trade.
Our purpose at the AAAM is to develop, industrialize and grow the automotive sector on the continent of Africa. Africa is the last major frontier in the global automotive industry. This provides a great opportunity to employ millions of people in good jobs on the continent. Our bold automotive development plan for Africa, known as the Pan-African Auto Pact Vision, requires courageous and deliberate leadership in both the public and the private sector to implement effective and progressive automotive policies and ecosystems that will result in 5 million vehicles being manufactured and sold in Africa by 2035.
As Volkswagen brand in Africa, we believe mobility does not necessarily include car ownership, but it's about the access to mobility and ultimate the use of vehicle. Hence, a hybrid model of ownership, car sharing, ride sharing, which all links to an affordable consumer finance, will give a super demand and create a good drive of the valuable auto industry.
With the partnership cooperation, which is funded by the German government, the German Association of the Automotive Industry, VDA, and the African Association of Automotive Manufacturers aim to create improved conditions for a flourishing automotive industry on the African continent. Together, we want to increase sustainable economic growth, welfare, and jobs in Africa. Furthermore, we enable member companies from Africa and Germany to participate in market growth and foster prosperous trade and investments between Africa and Europe.
Nissan, one of the leading automotive manufacturers in Africa, has long believed in the potential of the continent and was one of the founding members of AAAM, Japan Motor's investment with Nissan brand, brought about by the implementation of the recent Ghanaian progressive automotive policy, is a great example of how a coalition of the willing can drive investment and industrialization in Africa. We're confident that other countries will take heed of the investment by global OEMs in Ghana and will be encouraged to work with AAAM in developing their own automotive policies, be it as a manufacturing hub or, perhaps more importantly, supplying components and services to those hubs. Nissan will certainly follow these developments with interest.
The benefits of the auto industry to Africa cannot be overemphasized, and it's not difficult to appreciate. However, the development of the industry in Africa will not happen by chance. It will require political commitment, vision, detailed planning, and effective project execution. And so in 2018, we developed a very comprehensive Ghana Auto Industrial Development Policy. The key to our success in Ghana has been the incentive and regulatory framework contained in this policy document. We believe that within the next few years, Ghana will become the new automotive manufacturing hub on the continent.
The opportunities for both Africa and the automotive industry are there, but it will require courageous leadership that is willing to collaborate in both the public and private sector. The auto park will not happen by chance. The political will to support the significant medium-term economic and good job creation benefits of an effective auto industry is often overshadowed by the short-term gains of customs revenue for imported used vehicles. Thus, it is essential to create a cross-continental industry, and getting governments on board to support legislation that elicits investor confidence is paramount in achieving this. A positive step in this direction is the African Continental Free Trade Agreement, which came into effect in January 2021. Africa will automatically become the world's largest free trade bloc, covering a market of initially more than 1.3 billion people and up to $3 trillion in GDP, with the potential of increasing the intra-Africa trade by over 50%. Importantly, the AFC-FTA Secretariat has committed to developing and implementing a continental automotive strategy. AAAM, with its members and partners, would like to be a part of this opportunity, and we invite all stakeholders to join us on this exciting journey. AAAM would like to thank the VDA and BMZ for their support in making this video possible.
So there was a very astonishing music at the end. So thanks a lot for watching the video, and I think there were actually already some points mentioned which are important. So you heard about the Pan-African Auto Pact, you heard about the AFCFTA, for example, you heard about the free trade zone, you heard about issues of challenges of used cars vehicles. So that's all kind of challenges we tackle up in our cooperation. Well, okay. So actually, what are we going to do in the VDA? So there was a year 2019-20 when there was a big interest in Africa from our members. So actually Volkswagen and Bosch, for example, they were very much interested to do more in Africa, be more active, and on the same side from the German government, because they had to somehow encounter the refugee crisis from the 2014 years onwards. And they were thinking about, okay, how to, we cannot, I mean, we discussed this today in the morning, it should not be the system that we just bring tons of money to other countries and just bring it there, and that's it. So actually there the German government followed up the goal to really, to have better workforce and better labor, better jobs in Africa. So our project was funded or is funded by the Special Initiative on Jobs Creation of the German Ministry, with the goal to create jobs, create value chains. And at the end, for us, from the German automotive industry, this is for sure the goal, to create these value chains, to be active and industrialize Africa. But also for sure for Germany, it's like a very interesting future export destination as well. So first, the market can be like really built up, and then for sure in the future, exports will follow. So that's also what makes it very interesting to the VDA members to be active in Africa, because like diversification of supply chains right now, as we all know, due to the Ukraine war, it's even more important than ever. Coming to the next slide, how do we really work concrete with our partner together? So it's a two-sided approach. We have on the left side, you see that we really develop the partner association in a fully fledged association, as the VDA is, with all its services for its members, coming to homologation, certification, trade policy support, and so on. And on the other on the right hand, you see that we really support, with the experience we have in Europe, we support on the African continent. Let me just give you an example. In Africa, there's no real fuel emission norms, for example, or there's no fuel quality norms. So you can put any kind of fuel, can be, you go to a petrol station, you can get like any kind of fuel. So actually there's no real standards. And that's how we help on this. And that's also where we share knowledge from Germany, from Europe, from our experiences, how we did it here and how this can be rolled out to Africa. And the goal is here to enable investments, create new sales market, and thus also promote jobs and training opportunities. So the VDA actually benefits considerably from the network of AAM because it's the first Pan-African thinking automotive association. And that was also one of our goals. German government started first to recommend to us, okay, maybe you go for just one country, and then we said, okay, just only makes sense if we see it as a whole value chain and partner up with an association who really observes Africa from a Pan-African approach, and that's what we have here. So AAM is very strongly working with the AFCFTA Secretariat, for example, with the Fraxim Bank, which is one of the most important, or which is the African Development Bank. And coming to the next slide, which is also quite interesting when you see here who are the members of AAM. You see a lot of companies, for example, DHL, or what else can I see, or KPMG, or a Fraxim Bank, where you can say, okay, these are not like automotive companies. Why is this important? Because in this association, we really want to have we want to have interested companies in the development of the African automotive industry. And for this, for example, in Africa, there's no vehicle financing. If you know from Europe, you go to a car dealer, you get like a car, you have some like a leasing system, for example. This is in many African countries not possible. So you need the banks to do some vehicle financing, for example. That's why we have a Fraxim Bank as a member. And for sure you need logistics, because there's a lack of logistics. So actually that's also very good that we have DHL as a member, and it's growing and growing. And now I think this is even like probably the most interesting slide in the presentation, is to see where is like industry. And that's actually quite interesting when you see here, I told you there's 1.1 million, I hope it's visible, 1.1 million sales in the whole African continent last year. So it went up by 20%. But when you see at the single markets, you see like Morocco, Egypt is important, and South Africa. That's the main markets. And in the other markets, for example, when we see here like Ghana on the left side, so we have a production of estimated 850 cars. I mean, that's like a Volkswagen plant in 1 hour, they do 850 cars. That's the whole Ghana production for 1 year. And you see like the local sales of 6,700. So you see that we always say like a lot of potential, but there's for sure a lot of potential to grow this. And this is why we really need to work together with countries who are willing to develop their industry to create jobs at the end. And then there's some, like, let's say, lighthouse countries, for example, Ghana. They're going to implement their first automotive policy this year in September, which really focuses on a cut of used car imports and focuses on local production. And this is for us, sometimes in the VDA, that's also like a controversial topic, because we as an automotive industry association, for sure, at the end, we are in favor of free trade and free trade zones. But on some circumstances, a country who wants to produce and who want to become like a production hub needs to start somewhere. And this is sometimes just possible when you have some, for example, local content requirements. So yeah, this is South Africa. It's you can see here there's BMW, there's Volkswagen, there's Toyota, Mercedes. So this is this is basically the main established market and production facility. And Morocco, there's a big French influence for sure from the history with Renault and Peugeot. yeah, this is just some numbers to give you an idea. And then this is quite interesting, the vision, which is meant to be the Pan-African Auto Pact. And this is, the idea is that not every country just wants to have his own industry, that they all should come together and see, okay, where are the raw materials, which kind of production facilities already there, and what to produce. So maybe like if one country is focusing on leather, for example, then let them produce the leather, and the other one is doing the seat covers, something like this. So this is the idea, where you had the, let's say the current assembly hubs, and this should, from our vision, this should grow into like a Pan-African Auto Pact value chain with the production of 5 million vehicles per year. And I really must say it's starting. I mean, this AAM is just a 5-year-old association and really started to, with our support, started to get on the work like 2 years ago. And now there's Egypt, they just published the automotive policy 2 days ago. Then there's Ghana coming in September, so it's steadily growing, and there's success visible because these players now start to work together. And also the AFCFTA Secretariat is a very high supporter of this. When I told you that it might also be for German industry a very interesting export destination sometime in future, I don't know if we talk about 10, 20 years, you see here the exports, for example, to, let's see, like Nigeria in 2020, they were exported 26 cars. So that's, and I don't know, but I guess they probably all went to the Nigerian government or things like this. So actually, yeah, there's a lot of way to grow, and we can take a look here at the car density. In the global average, we have 182 vehicles per 1,000 inhabitants. In Africa, it's just 42 vehicles. And I must say, for sure, when we come here from an economic cooperation perspective, I think it probably shouldn't be the goal to just have cars everywhere in Africa, because they mean it's, I was in Ghana, like I think 5-6 weeks ago, and there's one street and you just stand there in the traffic jam. So actually it must be that you have future mobility solutions as well, and not say, okay, we just want to have cars everywhere. Okay, and now as our topic is the cooperation between European Union and African Union, it's important that the private sector is active. And what did we do? For example, there was this African Europe EU-AU summit in February, and we, from the automotive industry, with our contacts we had, we brought together European automotive associations, VDA, CLEPA, ACEA from Brussels, and our contact partners in Africa, like Nigerian Automotive Association, Egyptian, and so on. And we drafted a memorandum of understanding between the private sector associations in Africa and Europe on which topics we really want to work in the future and which kind of fresh projects can be there. And we found out that we need to do something for vehicle asset financing, harmonization, standardization, trade, sustainability, and last but not least, integrating African automotive sector into value chains, supporting job creation. So that's something what our both professors mentioned today morning as well, that we really need to create the value chains, and we need to include Africa in that and not just see it as a raw material sourcing location. So this gathered a lot of momentum, and right now we are building up some various working groups among the associations to really get the projects done. Okay, what we do, I think I lined out a couple of things. So we actually do various webinars. We do VDA is the organizer of the IAA, Internationale Automobilausstellung, so the biggest car trade fair in Germany. We do some Africa events there. Also, you can read, if you like, for the weekend, you can read our ideas in our white paper about the automotive cooperation between Africa and Germany. And they also wanted to tell like an anecdote, a short one, that actually when we thought about this white paper 1.5 years ago, we first wanted to name it like the VDA Africa strategy. And then, as you mentioned in the morning, then we said, okay, this somehow sounds like colonialism, or I don't know, somehow it sounds like, okay, there's the idea, okay, now the Germans, they have an ideal for how to conquer Africa, let's say. And then we named it Engine for Innovation, Growth and Jobs. So I hope it's a better fitting, far better, right? No, yeah, no, but actually to really see, okay, this is a partnership on eye level, and that's what it is so far, because we found a very active association which helps us to all together to grow. So, yeah, last but not least, that's it. I'm open for any kind of questions. So I already see one.
So I have two questions and very interesting presentation. So first of all, why the import of the cars has been decreasing? There was a slide with the decreasing amount of cars imported by Africa from Germany. It's first question. And second question is what is the role of private companies and government organizations, like in your operations, like in your plans, like to develop like the vehicle market in Africa? Like in other words, like how does the collaboration between private and government bodies look like right now?
Okay, thanks a lot. To be honest, the first question, why these exports decreased, it's from 2020 compared to 19. I guess this must be like the pandemic crisis. So I think I would say that's the explanation, but actually I don't really know what's the real explanation. But this, I mean, always the numbers in all our sales, they dropped down from 2020 to 2019 by 20 to 30%. So actually this would fit quite well. And the other question, as soon as I got it right, was how does the private sector really cooperates with institutions? And this is, for example, just to give you like a practical example, we do study trips. In April, we were in Ghana and we took component suppliers from Germany, from Egypt, from South Africa, from Morocco, and we went with them to Ghana to see, okay, how can they really seek cooperations with already active Ghanaian companies? And this is that we don't link up only companies, because we had, with our trip, we had people from the AFCFTA Secretariat. We took with us the people from the Ministry of Trade and Industry from Ghana and from the Afrexim Bank. And they all came together. So we had like a bus trip with 30 people from various institutions. And that's how then also the people from the ministry, they understand, okay, what's still hindering companies to invest? And this is how this practically makes sense at the end. And then for sure, I mean, there's this typical structured dialogue between business associations as us with our private membership companies and governments. For example, with the AFCFTA, there is various roundtables, or in Germany, the system works that way the same, that the Automotive Association, for example, regularly sits together with the government to speak about the, let's say, the current processes and success of the industry.
So basically, you match German private companies with the local governors in Africa, and in order like to facilitate the development of this market there. So you have like stakeholders like who are willing potentially to invest in Africa, and you try to facilitate like I know, like the development of legislature, kind of.
Exactly. Our goal basically is to make advertisement in Germany, but all across the world for Africa as a production location as well, because we think from this perspective that there must be, for sure, it's also like a chicken and egg problem, but you must have like to have a market, you need to have industry, which then creates purchasing power, which then creates further demand, and then you have a market. And this only happens if companies really see, okay, this can be like an interesting production country facility for us, and that's our goal, to bring companies there and just to explore and to see, okay, there's this and this raw material, there's this company already, maybe we can partner up with them and grow the industry together.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Welcome. Who wants to go? Yeah.
I would have a question. So did you do any market research that actually, is there really that many Africans who wants to buy African cars in West Africa? Because frankly speaking, I have been in many countries, especially in West Africa, and I don't really see the market, simply. So it's very interesting, this whole presentation and everything, but is there really a market for this? Yeah, because is there a Nigerian who wants to buy a Nigerian car? I mean,
sure,
if you
like
have
the rich Nigerian, he would like to have a Mercedes G-Class.
Exactly.
But-
It's not a coincidence that in Lagos you can see even Ferrari store and everything, because yeah.
You're completely right. I think at the end this can also maybe just work with joint ventures, but also some Africans, we know how we observe is that they also see like the joint ventures already as a local car. For example, Ghana, there's a new Toyota facility and there's a Volkswagen facility. So there's Volkswagen Ghana. It's basically they start with the CKD assembling. CKD is that you have a completely like a knockdown car which comes there in a box and then they put it together again. But the Ghanaians, they observe this. For example, they launched the Volkswagen T-Cross last week, and they observe this as a German Ghanaian car somehow, because they know, okay, it's built up here, and there's our people producing it, and this shows it a little bit because there is no real, as you would say, African manufacturer. For example, in Ghana, there's Katanka Automotive with some Chinese money. They brought it up, and actually, this plant is just. They're producing, but 80% of their sales, they go to the government who don't pay them. So actually, this is kind of a tough situation, but I would say there is definitely demand, but I mean, for sure, you cannot grow like an African automotive company out of nothing. There will be not like an OEM just from in the next 2 years. But I think if the people see that in their country, there's really a value creation then they see this as I mean, it's probably the same as in, I don't know really, but how this will be at the end. But for example, when you see the Tesla plant here, which was built in Brandenburg, and the people close by, they maybe might be have a higher tendency to buy a Tesla, as they know it's then their home brand, maybe, if they live around like this. 1, 2, 3. Yes, hinten? Okay. Yep. Or you can decide who wants to start.
Should I go first?
Yep.
Coming back to the table with the export from Germany, could you? So, I'm sorry for the silly question, but are the Africa in total include North Africa?
Yeah. This is Africa in total. Yeah.
Okay, because I'm a bit surprised about the total number, especially knowing the number of cars important to Egypt from Europe. So I would be very interested to look into more numbers, like country specific, if you have them, maybe later. But just another question, more general. Are we all talking here about only ICE cars, and how would that come into play with the Green Deal? And
that's a very interesting. So maybe ICE is the internal combustion engine. So let's say the engine we all know from cars compared to the electric engine. And for sure, it's a challenge because you're totally right. I mean, if we start now building up an automotive African value chain with probably a technology which is not up to date and will be like in 15 years, nobody will need it, then probably this whole system is not successful. But we are questioning this question a lot, but actually our partner association in Africa, they don't see like any kind of demand for electric cars in the next 10 years in Africa. And I mean, I would, like me personally, I totally understand this and I would subscribe it, because in Germany, why is electric mobility, it's also successful because we have a lot of governmental funding for this electric mobility. I mean, you, as a private customer in Germany, you get like a 9,000 euro bonus. And just to somehow make this market ramp up. And in Africa, we need to really look at the electricity sources. I think I just wrote it down to today morning, who said it, over 60% don't have access to electricity. So how should the system work? On the whole African continent, I think there's 60 publicly accessible charging points, and 40 of them are on the grounds of production plants of Volkswagen and Bosch. So actually and then you see like South Africa, which is a very, very well-developed country, but you have power shortages all 5-6 hours. And yeah.
If I can, I understand completely the needs when it comes to infrastructure to really have EVs in a high scale. But my question is more about the European side. Do you face any problems with really starting such a value chain in a different continent while still having to abide by the set rules or set goals for the EU. Is there any kind of contradiction between starting a value chain based on fossil fuels in Africa, but still abiding by the rules with EVs in Europe?
Actually, an issue I would say might rather be how is Europe's own industry being positioned then? Because I think the demand, or it's also our prognosis that the demand for the internal combustion engine will still be high. It would be a perfect solution if we find any kind of carbon neutrality for the fuel, which is there, but which is actually too expensive, e-fuels, for example, to somehow run this climate neutral. But actually, it's a tough situation. And then I see, like, if we have this Verbrennerverkaufsverbot, like the ban of the combustion engine sales in 2035, which was discussed last week, then we really have an issue, because it can also be that in 15 or 20 years, then there is a lot of cars and industry in Africa, but run maybe by, I don't know, Chinese internal combustion engines. And that's, I personally observe it as a challenge as well, but that's also when we come to diversification, that's also why our Mittelstand companies might already have it in mind, okay, maybe we take a look into Africa, because there our technology might still be a modern technology and might be a technology which is needed as well, because electric mobility might not have this big chance there over the next 10 years, 15 years. I hope this answers. Yeah.
If you consider the time after the 24th of February this year, do you perceive an increased interest in the African market because of geopolitical developments, sanctions, and maybe decreased chance of selling cars in Russia and China in the long run?
Yeah, it's actually quite interesting. Also, not let's say not directly from the industry or from the industry as well, but maybe from the African countries as well. When I take a look at for example, Tunisia, they are very well, or they have kind of automotive supplying system industry for Kabelbäume, for the cable wire. Cable trees, like the wire systems or cable system which is in the car. And this is what actually our members from the supply industry do in Ukraine as well. So then the Tunisian embassy, they approach us and say, okay, how is it going right now with the Ukraine? Do you already have some companies who might be thinking of shifting their production into some, let's say, safer countries? And this is how it works actually, because we see that there's now many countries trying to make advertisement for themselves as reshifting the locations. But right now our members, they are pretty clear that they for sure want to stay and support the Ukraine as good and as long as possible, and they won't like change any production facilities right now, as they just say, okay, there's issues right now, so we just change it, because they really also want to stay very loyal to Ukraine. But for sure, it's an important topic, because you see right now that the value chains, they get more and more risky and more tough. So yeah, companies definitely should look on how to diversify their portfolio. Wiring harness, yeah, that's it. Yeah. Okay. Yes.
Yeah, a very, very interesting presentation again, Mr. Achol. Would have deserved 3 times, 4 times the audience this afternoon. One quick comment, one question. Comment on the Continental Free Trade Area. I mean, we all, this is my specialty as an economist, we all would like to see this Continental Free Trade Area coming into existence. Yep. We all hope for that, because it was, arguments are clear. So far, because it has been mentioned over the days already several times, so far no ton of product whatsoever has been traded in Africa under CFTA conditions, especially no car has ever crossed a frontier under CFTA conditions. And the interesting thing is, and probably you know more about that than all of us, one product group holding up the rules of origin negotiations, which are necessary corollary for concluding the treaties and getting things in motion, is the automotive sector, along with textiles and so on. So it is especially the automotive sector which makes difficult that the CFTA sooner or later comes into operational existence. That must be underlined because it is sometimes exaggerated because the signing and ratification went so quickly. So this was a comment. The question is, for me, I mentioned it on the fringes this morning, for me, these new automotive initiatives in Africa were already a big question. I mean, I know what we have established industry in South Africa, some in Nigeria, in Egypt, and so on, but a VA plant, a Volkswagen plant in Rwanda, up there in the export production zone, or in Thika, up there north of Nairobi in Kenya. How can this work? As I said, my approximate knowledge always was that minimum efficient scale for a standard production line of cars or of standard cars is about 100,000 vehicles per annum, obviously depending on car type and so on. And this is not even in sight, even if the CFTA comes into existence, into the major. So how can this work? Does what was actually in your upper left corner, the semi-knocked down or fully knocked down kits, can that change the picture so that you can start with a couple of hundred cars produced in Thika or in Kigali, and nevertheless it makes economic sense? I don't quite get the microeconomic reasoning behind it.
I fully understand, and I think it's an absolutely reasonable question. Shall we wrap up?
We should wrap up, but
okay,
please go ahead and answer, and then if we make we just make a quick break, and then we continue with the presentation from Mr. Wachter.
I mean, I know that the South African car industry is exporting a lot, so they produce for the American market, for instance.
And Australia and England.
Yeah. So is this similar in the other countries? That's one question. And the second is, if I have the chance, is the car different for African customers than for European customers? Is there a particularly African taste which your companies take into account?
First of all, so I think economy. I just tried to make it very short, and then we can. So economies of scale and on the production facilities, I don't know really how this cost-win function system there works. Actually, the goal is they said, okay, we need to start somewhere, and if we don't get the country the feeling, the minister, for example, okay, he sees somehow like a production facility, he will never believe in this Pan-African Autopack vision. So actually, it's a starting point to start with small assembling hubs, and then you can maybe later on export from this. As for example, South Africa did very well with the right-hand drive that they export to Australia, to England, because they have the right trade agreements as well. So trade agreements come into the topic there. And what was the third question? Taste. Right now there's no African taste because the people they like it. They have a T-Cross, which is also they can buy in Germany as well. But there's for sure, as companies, they have different strategies. For example, in India, they sell different cars than in Europe, and that's the same in Africa. So you can buy like various entry models. For example, this Renault Kwid. I don't know if you know it. It's like a very small micro SUV, costs $4,000. You don't see it anywhere in Europe, but you see it in India. It's the best-selling Renault in India, and you see it in Africa. So that's actually how they try to diversify their portfolio. And maybe also for the Volkswagen Group, I think it's no secret that now Skoda, they are taking more and more responsibility for the emerging markets. So, for example, in India, Volkswagen gave a lot of responsibility to Skoda as their pricing and their cars meet the demands of the consumers even better. And that's yeah, probably the same in Africa. And we see for sure Toyota. I mean, I guess half of you are from the African continent, so Toyota is basically the African car. I mean, the Toyota Land Cruiser, that's like a legend. Okay, yeah, so maybe I hope this answered all of the questions, and thanks a lot for listening that late in the afternoon. And yeah, thanks.
Okay, we will continue for today. We're going to hear from Mr. Wachter from the BDI. The floor is yours. And afterwards, we have a quick panel discussion before we end the day at 6 o'clock.
Maybe I need to take that one. Good afternoon, everybody. Last presentation for today. Guess you are super excited. That's great. Thank you very much, Professor Asche, Professor Freitag, Daria, for inviting me and having me here and giving me the opportunity to talk a bit about German industry, raw materials, and how Africa plays into all of that. I don't have a PowerPoint presentation. I just have one slide. I'm going to talk about that in a few minutes. My focus will be on talking with you and getting into an exchange with you. So I'm just presenting a few things, and we'll keep it quick and dirty. So like Daria said, I'm working with the Federation of German Industry. That's the umbrella organization of German industry. And when we talk about industry, we are talking about manufacturing. Yeah. So the colleague from the VDA, they are the automotive sector. They are a member of our association. So we are covering the entire German manufacturing sector, which is roughly 100,000 manufacturing companies with 8 million employees. And more than 90% of these companies are small and medium-sized companies, and the majority of them are family-owned. So this is the basic to say. And to produce something, these companies need, obviously, raw materials and resources. And Germany itself has many raw materials. Germany is a resource-rich country, but we are not using many of these raw materials we have here. We prefer to import them. And here you see the slide where most of the raw materials, and especially the critical raw materials, the EU has a definition of raw materials which are specifically important. for specific technologies, so they are called critical raw materials. We need to import them, and this map shows where these raw materials come from, and you see they come from all over the world. And right now in Germany we have the situation that many of these raw materials we need do come from China. So we have a huge dependency on raw materials from China, and this dependency is already bigger than the dependency on oil and gas from Russia. So we have some minerals where we effectively import 100% from China, not because it's only the exploration only takes place in China, but the let's say the refining and the first steps of the raw materials processes are taking place in China. So we have a huge dependency on minerals from China. And since the war with Ukraine, I think it's obvious to everyone that it's very bad if you have a dependency on just, or if you depend on just one supplier. And so the goal now is to diversify this raw material imports. And now Africa comes into play because Africa is a very resource-rich continent, and many of the materials we need are there and are produced there. We have a few minerals already today, where most of the materials comes from Africa. The most important and I guess most well-known is cobalt from the Democratic Republic of Congo, which accounts for roughly, let's say, 70% of the global production. And this is important because cobalt is one of the key materials you need for the electromobility, for producing the batteries. Yeah? And e-mobility, energy transition, and digitalization. These are the three main drivers of the demand for raw materials. And what we see is that the demand is increasing. So in the future, we will need more raw materials and not less. This is very important to understand because some argue and believe that thanks to new technologies, we will need less. The opposite is the case because new technologies in many fields require more raw materials and require especially more critical raw materials and require more, for example, rare earth minerals. Yeah. So in wind turbines, cars, EVs, and in the entire IT sector, the demand is increasing. And if we don't do anything, and if we, let's say, don't diversify our supply chains, the dependency on various countries and especially China will increase and not decrease. Yeah? So right now we are in the process of diversifying to cope with the situation that the demand is increasing. And again, I think now Africa comes into play, and Africa plays a crucial part because first of all, Africa is a very resource-rich continent. Africa is very close to Europe, and Africa also has, when we, for example, talk about hydrogen, which is very important for the energy transition, has the, let's say, the geographical requirements to produce green hydrogen. Yeah, So combining that will lead or leads to an increased importance of Africa, also from a strategic perspective. Yeah, in the past, also we at BDI, at the Federation of German Industries, we also already talked about Africa as a continent of opportunity. Yeah, and doing business there would be great. Now it's a strategic necessity. Yeah, because Africa, and I think we've heard that in the presentations before, is one of the last frontiers where economic growth is possible in a very dynamic way, and where German industry as a whole is underrepresented. Roughly 2% of our exports go to Africa, to the entire continent, and about 2% of our imports come from Africa. And if you look at the sheer size of the continent and how many people live there, and if you look at where German industry is active, China, the US, you clearly see that we are underrepresented. Yeah, there are various reasons for that. I don't want to get into detail, yeah. But I think now with the new situation, and the German Chancellor called it a Zeitenwende, new time is coming. I think this is the opportunity and the necessity to engage more with Africa. And it also, I think, opens the door for, let's say, a participation or a cooperation between Germany and Africa on a new level, which is more equal. Yeah. Yeah. So that is the situation. When we get into the exploration of minerals a little bit deeper, the challenge, or one of the biggest challenge we have as German industry, is we don't have any big companies who do raw materials exploration anymore. Yeah. So all the big companies and well-known companies everyone knows, BHP, Rio Tinto, Vale, Glencore, etc., they are non-German companies. And we don't have anything, let's say, equal to that. So the manufacturing companies have the challenge, they have the demand for the raw materials, but we don't have German companies who are active on the ground and who produce and explore these minerals. Yeah, so this is a challenge. And what we see, or what companies try to do to diversify and make their supply chain more sustainable, is that they try to get into long-term offset agreements with mineral companies, so that they say, for example, for 10 years, I purchase this amount of raw materials, and I don't purchase it on the market, London Metal Exchange or somewhere else. I have a direct contract with a mining or refining company. And this is where we are heading at the moment. And we see that many manufacturing companies try especially to get in contact and try to force or try to establish contracts with companies who are in Africa, because the contacts with the companies in China, they're already there, and these are the ones especially you want to reduce, because you want to reduce your dependency on that. I will leave it with this very quick introduction, and I'm now really looking forward to the discussion and your questions. Thank you very much. Yes, please.
Yeah, thank you, first of all, for the input. It's quite interesting. I have my origin in Guinea, so seeing that country on the map, it's not a surprise. My question goes in the direction of your last input, where you spoke about the lack of exploring companies from Germany, or maybe even relevant ones from Europe as a whole. And you mentioned a solution to that or part of a solution, which are direct contracts with respective companies that are based on the African continent, right? But at the same time, you said that those should not, in the best case, not be governed from China or be Chinese companies. Who are you looking at? I have in mind a few South African explorers, but beyond that, what are the players, like beyond the big ones that you just mentioned, where you think substantial relationships could take place and diversify Europe's Europe's supply?
I mean, all the big companies I mentioned, they are potential partners, and German manufacturing companies are doing business with them. I think the main point is from where and which mine. Yeah. So important is that the mine is not, let's say, owned by a Chinese companies, and if this is the case, it's, I would say, no problem for German companies getting into a long-term contract with Glencore producing minerals in DRC, for example. Yeah. So this is already happening. I think we will see more of that. And what I think what's also going to happen is that with local producers, companies are trying to set up long-term relationships. Yeah, but that doesn't happen overnight because the German companies are not used to the, let's say, raw materials business, and this is a bit of an special world, let's say, yeah, where things are different in comparison to traditional manufacturing. Yeah, so I would say at the moment the companies have a huge learning curve of how to do business with this kind of companies, and yeah, but I think that's already happening. We will see more of that, and Africa will gain importance because of the companies want to reduce their dependency on China and raw materials from China. Did that answer your question? Okay. Yes, please, and then Professor Freitag.
Yeah, so it's a more than controversial topic because actually it wouldn't be so difficult physically to diversify these value chains, because most of these heavy rare earth materials, actually there are exceptions, of course, like the cobalt, as you mentioned, the lithium, are not as rare as most of the people think. So what you can see in the case of China, the majority of those things are available in many, many countries. But the result why China became the biggest exporter of these materials, that the mining of these elements are crazily polluting. So it's not a coincidence that in the US, basically all of these mines have been closed and shut down a long time ago. And now about the diversification, even the US just became a topic recently, that they are going to reopen some of these mines. But of course, to reopen a mine like this, it's not like that if you just open the mine and it's going to operate. It takes, I don't know, 2-3 years at least. It's going to operate in a way. So the question is that who is going to paying the cost of the pollution, and is it really going to solve, you know, any of the problems around the Green Deal and, you know, the green transition?
You're fully right. The minerals itself are not rare. Yeah, they are there in the earth in different places in huge quantities. The question is who is mining them, yeah, and where do they get mined? And what happened in the last, let's say, 20-30 years is that China did a very strategic raw materials policies, yeah, because they saw the strategic dimension of it, and they invested heavily, and their goal was, and effectively if they achieved that, to gain, let's say, monopoly position in exploration and in the first steps of the value chain within China. And they did so in, let's say, doing a price policy which made it not possible for private businesses outside of China to compete. Yeah, so the government set prices which were in some cases lower than the production costs, and so they gained market share and achieved their position, and private operators outside of China were not able to compete and close down. And now we have the situation, if you want to open a new mine, it takes more like 10 to 12 years. You know, so that's the from getting all the paperwork done until you really start mining, it's 10 to 12 years. Yeah, and if you do it in Western countries, you will need to do even more paperwork, and it takes even longer. Yeah. Of course. So that all plays into it. And the point you're making, of course, if you do that outside of China now, it will get more expensive. And companies need to be willing to, manufacturing companies need to be willing to pay more. And ultimately, the customers need to be willing to pay more. And this is the main question now. Do end customers, are they really willing to pay more? Yeah, and I think this process is happening right now. But on the other side, if you look again, Ukraine, Russia, what happens if you don't do that, if you don't diversify, and if you are fully dependent, the ultimate price can be even much higher. Yeah. So I think there is now a clear understanding and a willingness to get into that, diversify, pay more, to just have a sustainable value chain. And when we talk about sustainability, it's not only that you have access and you get the materials you need, it's also about the way how this is sourced and how the standards are. And Western companies cannot afford using minerals which are sourced in a way which is not, which doesn't fit our standards. Yeah, that's God bless, not the case anymore for a couple of years now. So that's going to happen. But the main point, it takes time.
I remember that about 10 years ago, there was a so-called Resource Alliance, Rohstoffallianz. Never heard of it again. Is it back in life? Wouldn't that be a strategy to bundle the demand and think about strategies to jointly develop a new supply chains?
I wanted to go back to the idea of, well, sort of developing the African continent in terms of a resource supplier. And if we decided to go this path, so developing African mines and investing in, or as Europe, to buy materials from there, and take some time to develop these things, and also it would be more costly, so effectively materials would be more expensive, then we needed to make a decision how to sort of keep Chinese materials out of Europe, and this would then probably be by imposing very high taxes in order to drive them out of the market and make up for this subsidy of the Chinese government. And then eventually we end up in a situation where we might be triggering a trade war between the European Union and China by imposing these high taxes because we wanted to buy materials from Africa. And so I'm a bit afraid of countermeasures here, and I'm just interested in if you, well, what the BDI thinks about this, and if this not might be imposing a higher risk in the long run.
Okay, thank you very much. Unfortunately, we have to wrap. Yes, we have to wrap up the session, but thank you so much for giving your insight. So now I would ask the panelists to come to the stage. We have 4 places.
5 persons.
And 5, well, you can, ja. Brauchst du noch einen Stuhl? Oder du kannst hier.
die rollen da einen rum.
Ja, genau.
Doesn't really matter.
Please make sure the microphones are on. Yeah? When you speak, otherwise we can't hear you.
So, first I switch mine on. Okay, welcome to the final session of day one. I have an impossible task. That is why I talk double or triple the speed, the high speed I normally talk. We try to wrap up from an African perspective of what we have debated over the day. We have 4 panelists, that is why I said this is impossible. It is Sansi Cissé, co-founder and CEO of WeTay. Perhaps you can say one sentence on what it is.
We do develop mental health solutions specifically for young professionals. Yeah.
Thanks. And Damilola Oguntade of Global Impact Leader, who has as well an impressive website summarized in one sentence.
Yes, thank you very much. Currently, I'm doing an Erasmus Mundus in International Law, Global Security, Peace and Development, and leading an initiative known as the Next Gen Global Frontier.
Thanks a lot. And from the audience, from the full participants, we invited, not least for gender reasons, but also to have a feedback from North Africa, Shima Khaled from Egypt, and Nihat Mohani from Algeria. So, complete panel. Short intro. We just debated Africa as a raw material supplier. It was from our European point of view. What would be needed for Germany and for Europe? And it was not the African point of view which dominated. In the morning, Ms. Bentley told us about the recent Africa-Europe summit. And although they partnershiped, as you can imagine in all senses, the African governments in the end refused to sign a strategic partnership with Europe because they said to them, no, what Brussels has on offer is not what we Africans need. So my question to you, and I would say 3 minutes to each of one initially, my simple question would be, what is your take on this Africa-EU partnership, intended partnership, pretended partnership, refused partnership from an African point of view? What should it comprise if it would truly be a partnership in the various sectors that we have mentioned over the day: agriculture, energy, raw materials, automotive, and so on. So what would be a true partnership? Damilola, you go first, perhaps.
All right, thank you very much. I think I should begin by saying thank you to United Europe for this very invitation. Straight down to your question. I think a lot of points have been raised today, but just to begin with this point, all right, about the narratives that have framed this partnership over time. All right, this has been called by some authors or by some critics as a nanny partnership, a philanthropic partnership, which is not value-oriented. And, with the need for a paradigm shift from a donor-recipient relationship to a value-oriented relationship, we saw this feeling of disagreement and sort of humiliation from the side of the African leaders to say that, look, Europe, there is a need. And it is often said that need is the mother of invention. For instance, when there is ignorance, wisdom becomes profitable, right? The African problem becomes profitable to to Europe, because there is a problem in the first place. And that should be the beginning of a new partnership. The African leaders feel that this partnership should be based on equal bargaining powers, which is quite impossible. And this leads me to framing the point as this sort of imbalance in the power relationship between both partners. But moving forward, what should be the key points that should be, for the African leaders to note and for the European Union to note, as well as the private sector players? The first point on the new finance, the global gateway, I think that we need to begin to think about how do we leverage this finance in such a way that it solves the structural development issues in Africa. And in this sense, what do I mean? First point is that the aid should not be focused on as a sort of loan, promoting this culture of dependency. It should be defined in such a way that, with the expectation in mind that it would end one day, the fact that Africa would become economically independent. That should be the sort of thinking, whether in the mind of Europe or in the mind of Africa itself. Second point in this regard is that this financial assistance, the private sector companies should begin to think not just about their opportunistic market access in Africa, but again, how do you, this point has been raised over time, and it brings us to the economic reality of whether the European market gives access to Africa. Private sector players from the African continent also have interest in Africa. And I think this is where the policymakers also need to come in to facilitate this kind of business cooperation, to leverage this huge finance that has been put on the table. All right? And the next point again on that finance is also to bring to the point that Africa itself, the African leaders, need to also begin to think about the domestic resource mobilization strategy. Because over time, you can't get a partnership of equals. It's going to continue to be a slogan rather than a reality. When you do not also think within yourself, how do you mobilize resources within your continent? That's a very difficult question, and leads us to begin to think that the responsibility for African leaders should not be that of a transferred responsibility to external actors. And this point, moving out from finance, leads me to quickly say that I think the interest of Europe for Africa to also consider this partnership moving forward should not be motivated by the real battle for Africa between the global players, China, Russia, emerging powers like Turkey, and maybe even Japan. All right. Africa needs to see the genuineness of Europe's interest towards it. And this should not be motivated by the interest of other players on the continent. I think I'll leave it at that for the moment.
Very clear statement, I think. If my micro works, yeah. So not a nanny partnership. I like the word. Not a nanny partnership, but a partnership which helps with Africa's structural needs and goals. Sans Cissé, you would frame it in the same way?
Yes, I think I can agree to most of the points that you have just made. Maybe just for the purpose of knowing from which perspective I speak, because I think that is always important when we have those conversations. Who speaks and what kind of interests does that person have? So for me, I'm a second generation diaspora in Germany. So I have African heritage, but was raised in Europe. So obviously I have a hybrid function, I would say, on this panel. So I definitely agree to most of the points. And there are two additional points that I'd like to make that I think that are quite relevant when we have those conversations. And one is that if we do have those conversations, it's not the first time that we have them. I've been working in this space for around 8 years, and I guess that many here have worked in this space for longer. Some conversations repeat each other, right? So we have a conversation and we think about how to change things, and in the end we don't. And I think one major reason for this is that we look for
problems and we look for solutions for problems on the outside. So what we also see in this strategy, as far as I could dive into it, is we try to find ways of what can Europe do in Africa and then change certain things there without looking inward. There is like obviously some initiatives that are inward looking, but especially if we do talk about private investment, but also if we talk about the whole development landscape, there's still a mindset, and that alludes to your point that you have just made about the nanny relationship, right? And this hasn't been changed. And even in this new approach, we do see one of the key sectors, education. However, we do look at education on the African continent. We do not look at education on the European continent and how that can actually change the narrative and can change the relationship. And I will just make one point, as I had the pleasure and the privilege to go through the German education system from primary school to university. There were no actual information on the African continent, whereas we had discussed every other continent. And one might think that this is not as relevant if we talk about economy and if we talk about 300 billion programs. However, it is, because the people behind it are still people who think in certain ways. And I think this is one aspect that I've really missed when I read through those documents, the inward-looking side of it, and thinking about strategically. And I know that this will be discussed tomorrow, but this program is actually a response to China's programs, right? It doesn't come from, there is an intrinsic motivation, but it's not as intrinsic as it could be. And looking at this, why don't we think more strategically and even further in the future? We have a 6-year investment program, but why don't we look how will the people that make policies in the future think about things? And when we talk about this, we really have to look at younger generations and what kind of input do they get. And this is one major point that I'd like to make, and that is where I think we definitely, when we talk about development on the African continent, we cannot not think about development in Europe.
Your organization, SANSCC, is about global health, if I got you right.
Mental health.
Mental health, yeah. Specifically targeting this area. Any implications from what you derived in terms of mutual partnership and mutual change of systems, if I get you correctly?
Your question derives to my area of work right now, mental health. Yeah. I think in this space, we do work on mental health and personal development of young people. For now, we're targeting mainly Europe, so we do not have the capacity to partner between the continents. However, this is definitely our vision, because if we have a great opportunity if we look at the coming generation in terms of mindset shifts. But I also think that obviously we cannot forget generations that are in power now. So we cannot just wait until some people are grown. We also have to approach people who are in power now.
Okay. Thanks a lot. So at least one take-home point from your intervention in terms of how to avoid a nanny relationship is that we should reflect on the change of some of our systems, in your case, the education system as well. So this is already something that we haven't yet touched upon over the day. If I jump to Nihat Mahoney from Algeria, also just to make it a bit more funny here around the table, Algeria all of a sudden is very much in demand because you have raw material and strategic raw material. You have huge gas reserves and so on and so forth, gas and oil. So Algeria is very much in demand. But I mean, this is selfish again from a European point of view and motivated by the current situation. So leaving that aside, what would a true partnership for Algeria as a resource-rich country mean in terms of your demand or what you ask for from Europe?
Okay, so first things first, I'm a student. I have
I've grown up in Algeria. I've been through the Algerian education system. I've learned a lot about my country, though not about much of Africa. So that also goes back to how unified I would say we are. But then again, we are the biggest country in Africa currently. And as you said, we are resource rich. The other thing that we are that sort of overpowers the resources is culture rich. We have a very strong opinion, I would say. And I think that also applies to the rest of the African continent. And to me, one of the key points that has been popping up throughout the day was that partnership is a two-way street. A partnership, a strategic one, if it were to happen, would have an impact on both sides. The African continent's gains are quite clear if we get technology and we get learnings, but there would also be changes on the European side that I feel may not be welcome. And the important part is to understand, and especially from the European side, to accept that a partnership needs to have lower barriers and have more acceptance. And definitely, as one of the speakers said, be thought of in a long-term perspective, because the shorter term we try to go for, the less we will have incentives to do it. But if we think 20 years, then we can clearly see the benefit. But if we think 2, 3, 4 years, maybe one side will lose, one side will win. But the one way for us, for both sides to win, is the long term, the acceptance. And if we are truly looking towards a better world so that we can fight climate change, so that we can have a shared vision, it's that acceptance and those lower barriers, no matter what they are, whether cultural, economic, or physical, or geographical, or political, they need to be lowered on both sides. And it's very challenging.
I wonder how the participants feel. I do not quite get your point. What do you mean by lower barriers? Also, are we putting too high the standards for what we expect when you produce raw materials, and we put very high standards for whatever you produce, or in which respect would you say lower barriers?
So again, from my personal experience, which is not within industry, but more on the academic side, I would say, we don't have enough exchanges. So the knowledge is not flowing back and forth. And if you are to look into African resources, you should be doing research in Africa, for example. And if you look at the body of work, even in social sciences, and that was something that interested me a lot, the cultural differences are not studied hard enough for efficient management to happen or efficient collaboration to happen. And again, this is just my personal experience, my personal research. I'm sure there's so much more in other industries and other fields. And then there's the very, very basic barriers of visas or back and forth tourism, or like he said, about knowledge of the peoples, Germans knowing more about Algerians, or people from Uganda knowing more about people from Norway. And that kind of closeness is needed for an efficient partnership, and to, as another speaker said, kind of get over the past and the history that we have.
Okay, this was very clear. I think not only for me, it was very clear. And if I may, last week we had our African Research annual conference in Freiburg, and there it was even the overarching topic that research exchange is really not truly reciprocal. Yet even if everybody would get the visa in the right time and so on, which is not the case, and that too much research on Africa is still done in Europe and not in Africa, and for very deliberate, for very clear reasons. So this is definitely a point to take home. So, Shima and Khaled, and now I turn to Egypt. Fine, you should be very satisfied. You get new high-speed trains from Siemens Energy over the next year, so everything, technology transfer, everything will be fine. Is that, also I take the last example from Europe, from Egypt, which is in all the European press. What is your demand on a true partnership in light of what the three others said?
Okay, that's great. So it is working. So I think as an African who received a lot of programs and support from Europe through the last 9 years, so I have been through several programs to enhance my skills to support Africa-Europe partnership at the youth. I still do feel that we don't have a fair partnership. Like I have been raised that Europe is donor and Africa is a receiver. So right now, for example, in Egypt, when you talk about an European project or Afro-Europe project, we will believe that there is a hidden agenda, for sure, for the sake of Europe, which is actually a big barrier to establish a true partnership between both continents. Another thing is there is a lot of barriers to have a true fair partnership. For example, the visa issues. So as an African to apply for a visa, just a Schengen visa to come, I need to stay at least 1 month to prepare my papers. I might be rejected after all of this. So how come you asking for a true partnership when I'm not allowed even to take like a tourist visa easily? So yeah, there is a lot behind this. As Nihad said, we need to counting the barriers we face as Africans to offer Europe, because we have a lot of offer, not only raw materials. We have mentalities that come to Europe and support the industry and the academics and a lot. Another thing is the policy talkative discussions. We have been in this discussion a lot. We also say we need the partnership between Africa and Europe, but when it comes to implementation, there is nothing. Or at least this thing that's happening on the ground is also for Europe, not Africa. I remember I asked one of the speakers, how can we have win-win partnership between Africa and Europe? She said something which is true, by the way, that Europe market had high quality standards. So that does mean that we only take from Africa, or mean that we need to create innovative tools to like have like equal standards, or to train people in Africa how to meet these standards. So I think in order to reach this win-win partnership, we need to think from both sides, not only how to make one side is a winner and one is just giver or just donor or just receiver. So I just want to end this like by saying we still feel like it's not fair partnership between Africa and Europe, and there is a lot to offer, and there is a lot to come on the ground to implement innovative ideas and thoughts to bring this true partnership. I just want to give a very quick example. I'm working for African Union, European Union Youth Cooperation Hub. It's an initiative by European Union Commission to support partnership between Africa and Europe through different sectors, including education, energy, business. We spend one...
Nice idea, isn't it? Huh?
Yeah.
Nice idea, isn't it? Huh?
It was nice idea, like until we came to implementation. We spent 1 year to find CSO from Europe and Africa that can partner together. We spent another year to convince them that they have to work together. We spent the 3rd year to make the project work. So we are in the 4th year now. We have some results, but it's really hard on the ground. That's why I'm saying we need to just get out from the policy tables and come to the ground, because we will find a lot of lack of tools to make this partnership happen.
Yeah, these are definitely also from my experience 2 points to take. As this visa story, I'm even convinced, you mentioned hidden agenda. On the visa policy, I'm still convinced, and I say this publicly, that there is a hidden agenda in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs still to keep a considerable number of African people out. But they do not say it openly, but this is a hidden agenda, definitely. And the other point is we will certainly not lower our standards with regard to food safety and other quality standards, but that we impose also in research cooperation our bureaucratic and financial standard for project management and so on, which creates an enormous bureaucratic burden to the African partners and makes it in many cases almost impossible, is definitely a second point. I would like to turn the mic back to the two of you, if you feel enriched by what came from Algeria and from Egypt on this issue.
Yes, definitely. I really enjoyed the two inputs. Thank you for this. And it actually sparked one thought in my mind when you talked about implementation of this project, right? And yes, it is true. Right now, I do work in mental health. We do focus on Europe, but the last 6 years, I've done nothing but Europe-Africa relations. And even before I was of age, I would try to trade myself together with my family. We also come from the mining industry, so sad that Matthias is not there anymore. So talking about implementation and talking again about these 300 billion, where a large portion is actually to support the private sector, right? Which is quite important. And I would wonder there again about an implementation plan, because I hope that many of you that have the chance to travel a lot and maybe also notice the lack of Germans not only in countries, but then if you go in countries also outside of the capitals, right? Going where actually things happen. I haven't seen that a lot. And I have seen that from other countries, obviously. I mean, we named them China, Turkey, India, Pakistan. And there are strategies around that. They're not necessarily always like from the government. It's not only that, it's also other groups that just come and organize themselves as communities, and obviously there are different motivations, because in some, obviously you might have some areas in the world where people want to go out, right? They look for new opportunities, just as Europeans looked for opportunities in the US back then, right? So there's a different motivation, but still I think we need to foster that, because if we don't have this implementation in countries, people being there, connecting, things will not happen. And this also came to my mind when we talked about the raw materials. I was not so optimistic about those plans, because raw material is a very hands-on business, for instance, right? You have to meet people, you have to shake hands. And I miss specifically Germans in our countries. And I think this is something when we talk about implementation, we do need that. Just as people like my dad came here to study, came here really to make a living, I think we need the opposite, and it needs to be sponsored, because people won't do that by themselves just like that.
Sansi, to understand you better, if I may ask, initially your family came from where, and from where in mining?
Yeah, sure, I can answer to that. So we are from Guinea, West Africa, and a huge part of our family is in the gold mining business. Unfortunately, not myself, but a bigger part of my family is. And I've seen how things work in those kinds of businesses. And I think a lot of, when we talk about raw materials, a lot of what we talk is very far from reality, and is really us being in an ivory tower.
Yeah, but to stand or to stay with that point for a second, I mean, for who knows Guinea and who knows mining in Guinea, it is an extremely competitive and contested sector these days, contested between China and the usual big companies and smaller companies and so on and so forth. How do you see European, also German companies, the private sector, better involved in implementation? So what should these guys do? Because the Germans had one big mine decades ago before the partnership collapsed. Can that be repaired in a way in implementation of this so-called partnership?
I don't know if running a mine should be a goal for the German economy. I'm not sure about that. However, what I do know is that it's very difficult. It is definitely very difficult, and I don't talk about running a mine, but I mean being in this business without having the guts to also be there and involve oneself. That's extremely difficult. What I did see and what I do see is, and I don't know if that should be a role model for Germany, though, is the French engagement. Obviously, who I find very problematic, but they make an effort to be there, at least, right? And I think this is something where from a German perspective, we have to start to be there. I do not advise, and I would not wish to see the German industry act in ways how other people do it, right? But just to be there, I think that's a starting point, and also to think a bit more flexibly. So what we have seen for initiatives out of other countries is if they're not, for example, the financial means to finance a whole project, right? There are contracts, there are models at the moment where there is a trade-off agreement in terms of raw materials, right? So there are opportunities. It is not that the counterparts in many African countries would not be open to that. There are. But here on our side, we don't know how to deal with that. We've never done that, so why would we do that? Or we don't think we can do that. But I think you can do a lot if you want to do it, right? So if there's one point maybe that we can take out of my response here is to be there and to not sit. Last anecdote, I went to Mali, I think 3 years ago, and when I met the German community, they would not leave Bamako and they would not drive without a driver and a security person, which is totally, I wouldn't say totally unnecessary, but you have to leave the capital if you want to do something in a country. And I would do that, and I did that for weeks, and I know many people who do that, and they are not kidnapped every day, right? It's not what happens on a daily basis. It's not what happens every 3 months. And I think this is something what we have to do. We have to be there, and that is also the only way to create friendships, partnerships, and learn from each other. If we're not there, and if we sit in our hotel rooms, even if we travel, then I think it will be difficult.
I mean, Laura, same perspective?
Yes, I agree, but I should quickly just make two very important points. First one on the visa. I understand that visa in itself is a restriction, but I think it's a two-sided argument. The feeling on the side of Europe in terms of the migration pressure from Africa. But on the other hand, I feel that for an average African, there's something we call in law the burden of proof. The burden of proof that you need to, what you need to prove to get, for instance, the access, especially when you're an expert or you're an emerging scholar in some way. I feel that Europe needs to understand this, that you need to give some exceptions. This is the general rule, right? If you want to build a partnership based on trust.
So this is lowering barriers, huh?
Yeah, I mean, yeah. Of course, we understand the feeling on the side of Europe and the pressure coming down from the structural issues and, the search for new life on the continent, the attractiveness, which, I mean, is a deep problem on its own. But when we speak about people who are value-oriented, all right, this shouldn't be like a higher burden of proof for them. I mean, you shouldn't judge based on the generational history that you have. It would be unfair, for instance, today, because, for instance, I'm in a class where I have people from Russia, from Belarus. It would be unfair on my part to judge my Russian counterparts because of what Putin is doing. It would be unfair on an African to judge you based on what your leaders have done in the past or the history of your continent. It would be unfair to judge a Belarusian today, based on the alliance between Belarus and Russia. These are very sensitive topics. And the lesson from Russia's invasion of Ukraine has told us that on partnership, you not only need, this is also thinking about the Sustainable Development Goal 16, sustainable partnership. But right now, we need to include trust. And, you need a trustworthy partner, and you also need a reliable partner. And the sense of trust in this case, and relating to the visa issue, when there are value-oriented people coming to add value to the European economy, because by schooling here, for instance, you're investing in Europe, as a matter of fact. For instance, if for instance, you get a scholarship, you pay rent right here in Europe, you spend the money here in Europe. That's development in itself. So I think this is something, of course, that the policymakers will have to think about, and that's another point on its own. The second point I want to make is on relating to what you said earlier, in terms of the generational shift in thinking, the perception and engagement of young people in terms of driving forward this partnership. I think we need to take this partnership beyond an institutional partnership, the EU-AU partnership. How do young people participate in this partnership? How do we make it a people-owned partnership? This feeling of, as a young African living in Europe, for instance, how do I feel, what role can I play in this sense? And while thinking of this in my preparation, I crafted a theme for this, to think about the triple E principle. How do you embrace? How do you engage? How do you empower the young Africans who want to feel a part of this partnership? Because they understand what it has been like. They also want to contribute in their own way. For instance, in terms of this issue has been on in terms of like brain drain in Africa. But I think right now the narrative is changing, because we're having brain gain instead, because of the knowledge transfer from what we have seen, and trying to give back the knowledge back at home. So I think this is a way to begin to think about it. The private sector players should think beyond EU, AU. And that's why we're speaking about private sector, right? Because the private sector wants to act. All right. So this is about involving other actors, the role of young people, vibrant, value-oriented young people. All right. The role of civil society, the role of NGOs. These actors are not politically affiliated. They're more interested in, impact. All right. So how do we bring these people into the equation and go beyond the institutional focus of the partnership to people-owned partnership? I think it's very important.
As we take definitely this aspect of people-owned partnership along. Allow me for one question of Andreas Freitag to the panelists. I think we should.
Yeah, I was. There are a couple of things I really find interesting. It's about the narratives. You mentioned narratives, and you also mentioned young people. And I understood that you all are speaking of this. I was wondering what is genuine interest in Africa, and there was also a phrase that popped up. So my take is that what we speak about is our own understanding, the German or the European understanding of Africa. Because when you speak about you talk to a young audience as a professor of economics, and say, look, my understanding is that German companies should make profit in Africa. Whew, that would be, if I survive that evening, I'm lucky. Because the narrative is that if you are such an immoral person, if you make profits in Africa, think of the history. So I had this discussion dozens of times. In the Africa Verein, I always hear this narrative. Africans tell us, come to Africa, make a profit. And that's a genuine interest in Africa. And it's not based on other people's perception, it's not based on history, it's based on today. So I wonder and then we will speak about that tomorrow, when we speak about development aid again. I was just wondering whether I see it correctly, that it's mostly about narratives in Europe. And unfortunately, the young people are very much in favor of the narrative that we must be very careful with Africa. We must not make profits in Africa because we have this history. We must be extremely nice and helpful. So when I have this discussion with the students, the Africans always disagree with the Europeans.
Yeah, this already came to my mind. Besides, when Sansi mentioned the French interest in West Africa, and that the French are very eager to make profit, but they do not gain a reputation these days among the younger generation.
Rules. You may still do this in a decent manner.
Okay, who wants to react?
Thank you. So there are a few points to align on before I answer. So first, there's European and there's German. And I think if I answer about Germany, it would be a different answer than if I answer about Europe, because yeah, it's still different, because as he mentioned France, as I can mention Spain, they have a different relationship with Africa than Germany does. And I would say it's more history heavy, and it's still in the mention of profits. We're not going to make profits, we are making profits. Right now, there are deals between African countries and European countries in which profit is being made. So it's not a when we will, it's right now, what's happening, what is the impact, what will we do in the future? So that's the European perspective. The German one is different because there is not much German presence in Africa relatively to the others. So then that way is we can speak about how will we make profits in the future, and the being careful about history. I would justify it in the business terms of customer centricity, where if you're going to work with the African continent, it's more about deeply understanding the needs. And if you are able to understand the needs and give value back and forth, then we gain long term. Otherwise, someone is gaining short term, someone is losing short term, and everyone is losing long term. And that's what the history teaches us that we must be careful not to do in terms of the German relationship. So I think that's, at least that's what I took from the Afrika Verein presentation, and also my own understanding. But overall, if, and this is very my opinion, if the African students are disagreeing, there's discussion to be had there, because there's also, truth is a spectrum, there's facts and feelings to be considered even in business and politics. And sometimes it's not about the policy or the decision or the deal, it's about how are people feeling about it. And then that also impacts the policy and the deal later on. So that's sort of...
And the disagreement is justified by, oh, this is a neo-colonial position. So if the Germans now take care of the Africans and want to do charity, my African students feel like being colonized a second time. Not taken seriously, taken as people who are not able to cope to manage their lives themselves, etc., etc. And I, of course, when I speak about profits, I always have the Smithsonian idea in mind that you do something which is good for the other side, and because of that, you make a profit. So I don't speak about hit and run profit or something like that. Yeah? So that's
okay, your final take on that, because anyone.
Yes, I think on the point of the genuine partnership, I was basically speaking about the interest of Europe. And when I say interest in this sense, I'm saying that the interest of Europe in Africa should not be motivated by the interest of other global players on the continent. All right, I think from an African point of view, and this is not particularly my point, but from an African point of view, Africa should have the option to choose. I mean, so the European Union in this sense should be a partner of choice. So what I mean in this sense is this: Russia wants to engage in Africa, China wants to engage. These two players are targeted or as seemingly, to speak diplomatically, as the giant of autocracy, all right, which Europe essentially does not agree with, right? But I think that if they're offering something different than what Europe is offering, all right, Europe also needs to think closely about how do we establish this fair partnership with Africa, seeing as the presence of these new players gives the African Union or the African community of states a new sense of assertiveness on the partnership. I think we should view it from that side. So by interest in Africa, I mean that Europe should specify, as it has done, this is my ambition. This is what I intend to do. I'm doing this, of course, but not primarily influenced by the interest of other players on the continent. I think the African community would love to see something like that. And so speaking in this sense too, from the space of international law, we find that some African countries actually, at the United Nations level, refused to condemn Russia military aggression in Ukraine. And the argument has been that the West has not spoken enough to the needs of Africa. And finding an alternative from other partners would, put them in a better negotiation position to engage with Europe if that influences it to have a rethink about its development priorities and not just simply its interests on the continent.
Okay,
I hope that's good enough.
Interesting point. We will definitely talk about these new partners, at least at two examples, China and Russia, tomorrow, and you may judge it if we frame it correctly. Sanusi Sisi, briefly, final remarks, and obviously from your end.
Yes, thanks. Thanks also for the question, Professor Freitag. I like the question. I find it super interesting, the perspective of the German students who are very mindful of the history, and then maybe other students who are not so mindful of it. I think it's a very tricky one. I think it's a very, very tricky one because there is a certain history that cannot be neglected. I mean, we can walk to the place where the borders of Africa were made from here within 10 minutes. And we shouldn't forget that, I think, in all of our endeavors. However, I think the response to that is not an aid relationship, and that's my personal view. I think that is not the response to that. I'm a fan of profits. I mean, I'm an entrepreneur myself. And this, again, is very subjective, right? But the question is, again, how are those profits made? And I think you alluded, Nihat, to a very good point. If value is provided and there's exchange for value, I think then that is really fine. The methods behind it and the power play and the power dynamic, I think, is something to think of. And yeah, I think those are my concluding words for this. Thank you.
So I think my colleagues has responded very well for this point, but I want to end by recommending that we need to follow the best practices partnership worldwide. Like, for example, China-Africa partnership. I don't think through the last 10 years, I saw a lot of conference like China-Africa partnership, China-Africa summit, China-Africa conference. No, I see always China taking an action. Like if China want a partnership with a certain country in Africa, it comes, it build a company and they bring people from both sides to work. So they always work, not just talking or creating policies or making any discussions behind implementation. So we need to start work rather than just talking. In the meantime, I think China has provided a lot of facilities to Africans to make it more value partnership. Not only, like you mentioned, French is totally profit and it shows like they are colonizing Africa. For sure, partnership is profit. It's equal profit, but profit comes with different shapes. What China made in Africa is, for me, is a history. Like it can come for any country in Africa and make a progress. And at the same time, any African can go for China and make a partnership very easily without having to go through a lot of restrictions and barriers. So I think it's time to break the barriers to make a true partnership.
Thanks a lot again. We will continue this debate. Besides, I see it very, very similarly on China. We have to continue this debate tomorrow. I thank very much, before I conclude, I thank very much Shima Khaled, who has spoken right now, Nihat Mahoney, Sansi Sise, Damilola Oguntade. No, I think I have to conclude, my friend. Otherwise, they throw us out by military means here. Give them a round of applause, and I make one final remark. Thank you. I mean, this was the exercise we did here was terribly unpolite, inviting especially our two friends to my left, especially for this panel discussion, and then giving them 3.5 minutes to talk. This recalls me, at the end of Mrs. Merkel's reign, she learned Africa to love Africa, and especially a number of presidents. And I recall one Africa summit here in Berlin, where she invited about 5, 6, 7, 8 African presidents here. And then 1 or 2 after at the end of the summit were terribly angry, especially, I think, President Ouattara from Ivory Coast, because they were all allowed to speak a quarter of an hour and were flown in from Africa for a quarter of an hour, plus a solemn dinner. And I mean, it is perhaps not as impolite as that. We are nevertheless grateful that you participated, and we try to make it better in the future.
We didn't fly in Sassi, but he came especially. So thank you so much for coming. And I have to also apologize for the time restrictions, but we just went over time in the first presentations.